Rich stepmother takes care of children and becomes popular in the entertainment circle. Husband doesn't come home, black card can be used at will. Top-ranking actress Chu Yu turned into a vicious stepmother who abused her stepson. Father married a mistress, husband ignored her, the disfavored original owner kept making trouble, and ended up with a helpless and tragic death. Chu Yu was speechless, the original owner had married into a wealthy family. Husband doesn't come home, black card can be used at will, and there is a cheap and cute son who doesn't need to be born by herself. It's so comfortable. She decided that she would give up in this life. Why is this Chu Yu everywhere? I don't know what kind of poison this Chu Yu put on her sponsor. He actually kept praising her, but he couldn't even support her. It's so funny. She must have lost more than 10 billion, hee hee. In Sangwar, an official announcement caused a huge discussion, and Chu Yu was scolded and became a hot search again. My Almighty Mom and IV, it has been a year since the first season of My Almighty Mom and I. The second season is about to start recording. Let us welcome the new guests, at Yi Shuya and her daughter Tong Ran, at Chu Ruyan and her daughter Song Jiejie, at Chu Yu and her son Shen Puming, at Chu Yu and her son Mu Changshu, as well as amateur guests Li Dongling and her son Ding Qingxi. Click on the live broadcast room and visit the homes of the guests with us in 1 hour. My Almighty Mom and I became a big hit after it was launched a year ago. It can be said to be a national variety show. Celebrity moms and cute babies have also become popular again and again because of this show. So a week before the second season started, the popularity on the internet continued to soar. Especially after the official Weibo posted this Weibo, the popularity directly reached the top, causing countless fans who are looking forward to the second season to discuss. Wow! I finally waited for the second season. It's not easy. Guangzai in the last season is so cute, and Guangzai's mother is simply a good mother in my heart. The two of them getting along reminded me of me and my mom. Tong Ran? Is she the children's clothing model? I noticed her before, but I didn't expect her to be a guest in the second season. Soft Ran, here comes the weird aunt. He tilde. I'm looking forward to Chu Yu and her stepson. Although he's a stepson, he's better than a real mother and son. When I saw his Weibo before, I was almost killed by his cuteness. He's worthy of being the son of Mr. Shen. The family of 3 is so good looking. Wow, how come there's Chu Yu everywhere who got to the top by unspoken rules? Har, it's probably because she was subjected to too many unspoken rules in the early days, so she couldn't have children, so she ran to be a stepmother to others. It's really amazing. After knowing that Chu Yu was also going to participate in Me and My Almighty Mom, netizens on the internet immediately got angry and rushed in to curse Chu Yu. And Chu Yu, who was at the center of public opinion, was completely unaware of these comments, and of course, she didn't care. Because she was dozing in the rocking chair at this time. The sun was shining in the manor garden, the rocking chair swayed gently, and the wind blew, bringing the fragrance of flowers in the garden to Chu Yu, who was sitting in the rocking chair in the pavilion. This is life tilde. Chu Yu, who was dozing, opened her eyes. Her long hair was like a waterfall, her face was oval, her facial features were delicate and charming, she was wearing a pure white silk dress, her shoulders were looming, and her skin was white and delicate. When she opened her eyes, there seemed to be thousands of stars in her eyes. Madam, the program team will arrive in an hour. The speaker was an old man in a tuxedo with an elegant temperament, who was also the housekeeper of this manor. Chu Yu sighed, I know. Even though she was very reluctant, Chu Yu still got up from the rocking chair and prepared to go back to the bedroom to clean herself up. Alas, it's so hard to be a useless person who has nothing to lose in this life, but I still have to clean up the mess left by my original body. That's right, Chu Yu at this moment is not the original Chu Yu. A week ago, she was still a top actress in the entertainment industry who was either busy making money or busy making money every day, and she was almost obsessed with money. The result is imaginable, she died of overwork from making money. As soon as she opened her eyes, she was in a variety show about a rich stepmother raising a child that she had read before. She is naturally not the heroine, but the sister of the heroine Chu Yu. She is a control group to set off the heroine's virtuous wife and good mother, and a vicious stepmother who abuses her stepson. Chu Yu is the illegitimate daughter of Chu's father, who is not much younger than the original body. After the original body's mother was angry to death, Chu's father took Chu Yu and her mother back to the Chu family. The original body naturally looked down on Chu Yu, but Chu Yu was good at pleasing people, and she also had a mistress mother, so the original body gradually fell out of favor in the Chu family until she left the Chu family after she became an adult, and no longer had to endure the anger of Chu's father, Chu Yu, and her mistress mother. Of course, there were people who cared about the original body. Her grandfather was very good to her. Even though she insisted on marrying Musuya, the head of a top wealthy family, he helped the original body get her wish and marry into the Mu family. The original body's grandfather and Musuya's grandfather were comrades in arms and had a life and death friendship. With this relationship, Musuya could be regarded as indulgent to the original body after marriage. Even when Chu Yu entered the entertainment industry later, the original body was angry and had to compete for it. Musuya also invested a lot of resources in her, but it was a pity that the original body did not live up to expectations. After all, these resources can give anyone with business ability a place in the entertainment industry. Later, Chu Yu hooked up with Shen Zongliang, the movie star in The Circle and the eldest son of the Shen family, and successfully married into the Shen family. Coincidentally, they both have a 5-year-old stepson of similar age. The original body had a very cold relationship with her stepson, but Chu Yu was different. After all, she was the heroine in the book. She got along very well with her stepson and wanted everyone to know that she treated her stepson as her own son. Knowing that Chu Yu was going to bring her stepson to the show, the original body naturally had to follow, so she asked Musuya to arrange herself and Mu Changshu to the show. After being on the show, because Chu Yu kept mentioning how outstanding and great her stepson was in front of the original body intentionally or unintentionally, how could the original body tolerate it? So she arranged for Mu Changshu to compete with Chu Yu's stepson in various ways. If she couldn't compete, she would use verbal violence against Mu Changshu. There were even a few times when she hit Mu Changshu. This directly led to the netizens who watched the live broadcast to think that the original body was a vicious stepmother who abused her stepson, while Chu Yu was given the title of perfect stepmother. The original body's final ending was not good. Because of abusing Mu Changshu, Musuya divorced her and she lost Musuya's care. In addition, her grandfather's family was slandered by the male protagonist, the movie Empress Shen Zongliang, because she opposed Chu Yu, which led to her downfall. Grandpa was angry to death. Chu's father only cared about his mistress and his precious daughter Chu Yu. After spending all the money, the original body had no ability to make money. She was poor and depressed, and died outside. So when Chu Yu knew that she had turned into this female supporting role, she almost rolled her eyes. The plot in the book has not happened yet, and Chu Yu will definitely not let herself end up like that. In this life, she plans to lie down and lie flat to the end. In her previous life, she worked too hard to make money, so she had too much money to spend in this life, especially since her mother left her a considerable inheritance, which was enough for her to live comfortably throughout her life. Chu Yu really couldn't figure out how her original self, with the trump card at the beginning, ended up helpless and dying miserably. Of course, Chu Yu didn't plan to divorce Musuya. After her original self married Musuya, Musuya stayed abroad all year round, and they might not see each other many times in a year. It can be said that her original self was the most powerful person in the Mu family. Her husband didn't come home, she could use her black card at will, and she had a cheap and cute son who she didn't have to give birth to. It was so comfortable. This was very suitable for Chu Yu, who was ready to give up. Chapter 2, Evil Stepmother Abuses Stepson. Chu Yu changed her clothes in the room. A red dress shows off her exquisite figure, and her face, even with light makeup, is still wanton and flamboyant. Wearing high heels, she came down the stairs. Click. Hum. Chu Yu lowered her head after stepping on something, moved her foot away, and saw the arm of Ultraman under her feet. It was obvious that this Ultraman belonged to her adopted son Mu Changshu. Looked up. What came into view was a little boy in a suit, who was only 1.1 meters tall. The dark and shiny eyes were misty, and tears were rolling in his eyes, but he still tried hard to restrain himself from crying. He was a little man, he couldn't cry. Burp. Mu Changshu burped. Because of this hiccup, tears fell down instantly. Chu Yu, puff. Mu Changshu's round eyes widened, and his big eyes were full of shock and disbelief. He obviously didn't believe that the murderer, who stepped on his Ultraman, not only didn't come to comfort him, but even laughed at him. The tender little face was flushed, and after wiping the tears from his face with his chubby little hands, he hummed, grabbed the Ultraman whose arm was stepped on, turned around and ignored Chu Yu, returned to the carpet in the living room and sat down, put the Ultraman aside, and started to grab the puzzle with his chubby hands with grievance. Are you angry? Chu Yu came forward. Mu Changshu turned his back. I don't want to pay attention to her, Chu Yu was not surprised by Mu Changshu's reaction. After all, the relationship between the original body and Mu Changshu was not very good, and now she stepped on his Ultraman. It would be strange for this kid to pay attention to her. Chu Yu sighed. To be honest, she was not very good at getting along with children. After all, she was only concerned about money in her previous life. Chu Yu, who was lost in her memories, did not notice that Mu Changshu turned his head to peek at her when she was distracted. Perhaps he was afraid that Chu Yu would find out, so he even turned his head back after a few glances, and then peeked again after a few seconds. Mu Changshu was actually a precocious child who had no maternal love since childhood, but this did not mean that he did not desire maternal love. Especially the children in kindergarten often showed off to their classmates how good their mothers were and how much they loved them. Mu Changshu was envious. Because Chu Yu came here earlier, although the original body was usually cold to Mu Changshu, at least he had not done the things in the original text, and Mu Changshu still had some hope for her stepmother. He ignored Chu Yu now because he actually hoped that Chu Yu could coax him. After all, no matter how precocious he was just a 5-year-old cub. Why are you looking at me? Chu Yu came back to his senses and saw Mu Changshu secretly looking at him. HMPH. Seeing that he was discovered, Mu Changshu could only snort proudly and turned his eyes away from Chu Yu. But his red ears betrayed that he was shy. Looking at the fat on Mu Changshu's face, Chu Yu reached out and poked it. The ears became even redder. Are you still angry? As he said that, Chu Yu poked Mu Changshu's fat again. It was soft and felt good. Mu Changshu raised his chubby short hand and pushed Chu Yu's hand away angrily, still not speaking. Chu Yu, who was squatting, sat directly on the ground and sat next to Mu Changshu. Hey, ignoring me, sad. As he said that, Chu Yu acted as if he was sad. Mu Changshu, who was peeking at Chu Yu, thought that he really hurt her by ignoring her, and was a little flustered. However, he was still arrogant, so he could only whisper in a baby voice, No, I didn't ignore you. Since his stepmother was sad, she must have known she was wrong, so he had to forgive her reluctantly. You don't look good when you cry, don't cry anymore. At the end, Chu Yu said this again after she stood up. I didn't cry. Mu Changshu sniffed. How annoying. And at this moment, the doorbell rang. The housekeeper opened the door. It was someone from the Me and My Almighty Mom program team. The live broadcast had begun, and the camera was just facing Chu Yu and Mu Changshu in the living room. Chu Yu stood there, because her particularly flamboyant face made her look very difficult to approach. Mu Changshu formed a sharp contrast with her. There were traces of tears on his little face, and his eyes and nose were red. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that he had just cried. Chu evil stepmother Yu abused her stepson with solid evidence. Chapter 3, Rich and Inhumane. The staff of the program, My Almighty Mom and me, all know that Chu Yu is not someone who is easy to mess with. When she was in the entertainment industry before, there were many rumors about her being arrogant and domineering because she relied on Musuya behind her. Originally, the production team was planning to find for groups of guests, just like last season. As for the presence of Chu Yu now, it was of course because Musuya spent money behind the scenes to bring her in. The staff assigned to film Chu Yu were all praying that Chu Yu would not torment them. Since he was here to whitewash himself, it shouldn't be too much, right? Bless you. The live broadcast room is divided into 5 small screens to film 5 groups of guests. If you want to see someone, just click on the small screen to enlarge it. The most popular ones are the live broadcast rooms of Valen Hsu and Song Jiaojia. After all, they are triple award-winning actresses. Although they have not appeared in the public eye for a while due to taking care of their family, they are still actresses with a huge fan base. The second place is naturally Chu Yu. Her stepson Shen Puming is the son of movie emperor Shen Zonglian. In addition, she often posts daily interactions of the 3-member family on Weibo, so she is also very popular. As for Chu Yu, her popularity is even lower than that of the amateur guests, ranking directly at the bottom. Although there were viewers in the live broadcast room, they were basically black fans who came to criticize Chu Yu. As the program crew's car drove slowly, they soon arrived at the Mu family's house. The Mu family is a manor that Musuya built on a mountain after buying it. It's simply inhumane. Is this a rich man? He is more wealthy than I can imagine. Har har, no wonder Chu Yu, who was only 22 years old, married so early, and married an old man who was married twice and had a son. It turned out that she was after the money. Everyone in the entertainment industry knows that Chu Yu's sponsor is very rich. In the past 2 years, he has spent at least tens of billions on her. This Chu Yu is really good at casting a spell. This second marriage man is really confused. He already has a son, but he still married a woman in her early 20s. How dirty it is to be in the entertainment industry. I didn't expect that such a wealthy family would be fooled by an actor. He spent money and asked her to take his son to participate in variety shows. Stepmothers are very good at abusing children who are not their own. The original body entered the entertainment industry after marrying Mu Xiuye. At that time, with the support of the Mu family, the original body naturally did not reveal that she was the eldest daughter of the Chu family like Chu Yu did after entering the circle. Since Chu Yu wants the identity of the eldest daughter of the Chu family, then just give it to her. She doesn't want this identity and doesn't bother to have it. With Mu Xiuye's support, who in the entertainment industry dares to offend her? Therefore, netizens did not know the original body's identity. They only thought that the original body had become a phoenix by flying up the tree, and that she was not a good match for Mu Xiuye, and that she had used dirty means to marry into the Mu family. While the audience in the live broadcast room was still discussing, the program crew had already arrived at the gate. After the doorbell was rung, their housekeeper had already been notified, so when the security guard saw that the person ringing the doorbell was someone from the program crew, he opened the door. As the program crew entered, the scenery inside the manor was captured truthfully by the camera, giving the audience in the live broadcast room a feast for the eyes. Damn! Is this the home of a rich person? It looks luxurious enough from the outside, but I didn't expect it to be even more luxurious inside the manor. This fountain. Isn't it the one that was auctioned off more than a decade ago and was worth over $1 billion? More than $1 billion from more than a decade ago. Look at that guy mowing the lawn over there. Is he the gardening master from Country R? Oh my god, the gardening master from Country R is actually working as a lawn mower at the home of Chu Yu, her second husband. Is this world crazy? This is the real top-tier wealthy family. So how did Chu Yu marry so well? ITM. Har har, so what if she married well? She still becomes a stepmother. Everything in this house will belong to her stepson from now on. She has nothing to do with Chu Yu. She will probably just be a servant at home. The production crew walked through the manor, arrived in front of the main building, and rang the doorbell again. The one who opened the door was a butler in a tuxedo. You are from the production team of My Almighty Mom and I. The mistress and a young master are waiting inside. Please come in. The butler was a handsome old man with a good temperament. His appearance in the live broadcast room immediately led many netizens to shout that they could do it. Men, women, young or old, as long as they are good-looking, netizens are welcome. After entering their house, the photographer was still filming, all the way to the living room. The decoration was eye-opening for the audience in the live broadcast room. Until the camera turned to Chu Yu and Mu Changshu, who was sitting on the carpet with red eyes. The staff members assigned to film Chu Yu all thought that Chu Yu might appear as a good stepmother who loves her stepson, or have intimate interactions with her stepson. In any case, the whitewashing would definitely be portrayed in a good direction. But I never expected it to happen in this way. This is solid evidence, right? Bullying her own stepson in front of the camera. The stepson is so cute, but Chu Yu, the old witch, is willing to bully him? If it were me, I would definitely treat such a cute stepson well. I really don't understand what rich people are thinking, to marry a woman who abuses her own son. Chu Yu is so vicious. My stepson is so pitiful. As a stepmother, can't Chu Yu learn from Chu Yu? Treat your stepson like your own son. Compare Chu Yu with Chu Yu. Chu Yu is the eldest daughter of the Chu family, well educated, unlike Chu Yu, an actor in the entertainment industry who used dirty means to marry into a wealthy family, har har. Mu Changshu is a little arrogant. He is arrogant towards Chu Yu, and even more so towards outsiders. When he saw a stranger filming with a camera, he knew that it was the crew of the program that his stepmother wanted to take him to participate in. The show, My Almighty Mom and I, is broadcast live throughout, so Mu Changshu is very careful about his image, otherwise he would not have changed into a small suit so early in the morning. Now that his crying appearance was captured by the camera, he quickly wiped the tears from his face, straightened his little face, and stood up from the carpet. Hello, uncles and aunts. Mu Changshu looked like a typical little gentleman. This action directly hit the cute spots of the audience in the live broadcast room, and a group of weird uncles and aunts started bleeding from their noses. Chapter for his stepmother is very good. Oh, it's not that I don't like children, I just don't like naughty children. I love well-behaved children like Mu Changshu. She is cute, but also very pitiful, having a vicious stepmother like Chu Yu who likes to bully her stepson. If I had such a cute child, I would definitely spoil him and make him the happiest child in the world. Excuse me, what kind of sack do you like, Shuzi? Do you like the colorful black sack? If you don't like the colorful black sacks, Auntie also has colorful white sacks. As long as you like, we have any sacks, come in. Swish tilde. Little Mu Changshu, why are you crying? Did someone bully you? A staff member asked behind the camera, glancing at Chu Yu intentionally or unintentionally. The other staff members turned their eyes to the staff member who spoke, frowning slightly, obviously very unhappy with her words that directly led the head pastor to say that Chu Yu bullied him. The audience watching the live broadcast can say it, but they cannot guide them like this. After all, Chu Yu was someone Mu Shuya had inserted. No. She thought that the pastor knew that a 5-year-old child would complain if someone backed him up, so it would be easy to control him. But she didn't know that although Mu Changshu was young, he was very concerned about his reputation. The staff member was obviously not going to miss this opportunity. Even after hearing the pastor's denial, he still asked, "Is it true that no one bullied you? Don't be stubborn. Look at your eyes, they are still red. You must have cried." The shepherd pouted. He kind of hated the aunt who was talking. He felt that she was targeting him. So many people were watching and he denied it, but she kept emphasizing that he had cried. Mu Changshu felt that this staff member was targeting him, but anyone with a discerning eye knew that he was actually targeting Chu Yu. Chu Yu also knew. She put her hand on Mu Changshu's head and rubbed it twice, then looked at the staff member, as if she had just reacted, and said to her, "I was wondering why I felt you looked familiar when you were talking just now. Aren't you Wangshan, Chu Xinyue's assistant? Why, did you quit your job and change jobs?" Others may not know, but Chu Yu, who has read the novel, knows very well that the Wangshan in front of him is the person sent by the heroine Chu Xinyu. Although such a thing did not happen on the first day, he still secretly set a trap for the original body. The original body jumped. But Chu Yu was not that stupid. She directly revealed Wangshan's identity. Wangshan originally thought that he was just a small assistant and Chu Yu would definitely not know him, so he made such a big fuss. The camera also subconsciously focused on Wangshan. There were Chu Xinyu's fans and the idol's assistant in the live broadcast room, so they naturally knew each other. Yes, I resigned. Wangshan could only say it reluctantly. Anyway, no one knows whether she resigned or not. However, there might be no way to target Chu Yu, because Chu Yu has already revealed that she is Chu Xinyu's assistant. If she targets her again, netizens might think that Chu Xinyu sent her. Although this is the fact. Really? Chu Yu smiled. But how come I remember that you attended a promotional event with Chu Xinyu a few days ago? Wangshan. Silence. Not only Chu Yu knew about this, but Chu Xinyu's fans must have known about it as well. The audience in the live broadcast room began to have other voices. Chu Yu and Chu Xinyu did not get along. People in the circle and Chu Xinyu's fans all knew it. But now, Wangshan, who had resigned as Chu Xinyu's assistant, was assigned to the group filming Chu Yu, and he just said those meaningful words. What does she mean? Or in other words, what does Chu Xinyu mean? The person in charge of the group filming Chu Yu heard the director's voice in his headphones. He then signaled the photographer to turn the camera away from Wangshan, and then said to Chu Yu, how about we start the interview first? Chu Yu glanced at Wangshan, whose face was pale, and looked away. Okay. Mu Changshu looked up at Chu Yu, his eyes twinkling. In his opinion, Chu Yu was standing up for himself. After all, the aunt named Wangshan had just targeted him. It turns out that what the friends said were all wrong. Stepmothers are not necessarily bad people. His stepmother is a very good one. Mu Changshu stretched out his short hand, ready to grab Chu Yu's hand, but he missed. Because Chu Yu walked directly to the sofa. Mu Changshu didn't react for a moment, his hand just stretched out, his little face full of shock. After Chu Yu sat on the sofa, Mu Changshu followed him with a pouting mouth. He decided to take back his previous thought that his stepmother was very good to him. Snort. This whole scene was captured faithfully by the camera and seen by the audience in the live broadcast room. Why is Chu Yu like this? I am speechless. If she wants to clear herself, she should just act well. She actually ignored her stepson and walked away? She treated her stepson like this on the show, and I don't know how she treats him in private. She can't even pretend. Wow. Shuzi is so cute, with that confused little expression, Hurry up and hold him. Hold him. The audience in the live broadcast room screamed, but Chu Yu couldn't see the comments and had no idea. After Mu Changshu sat next to her, Chu Yu realized that the little cub was angry again and turned his head away without looking at her. What's wrong with that? It is said that a woman's heart is as unfathomable as the sea, but Chu Yu feels that a cub's heart is the hardest to guess. He was fine just now, but now he is becoming arrogant again. Why? Chu Yu sighed. Chapter 5. Just make sure you don't starve to death. Except for Wang Xin, who was stuffed into the program working group, the rest of the people were professionals. They quickly fixed the camera equipment and then the person in charge asked questions behind the camera. Hello, little Shushu. Hello, uncle. Mu Changshu, who was sitting on the sofa with his short legs unable to reach the ground, responded politely. Shushu, do you know what our show, Me and My Almighty Mom, is? Yes. Mu Changshu nodded. Just go outside with mom and do the mission. Shushu is really smart. Then let's ask his mother. The person in charge turned his attention to Chu Yu. Teacher Chu, our program is My Almighty Mom and Me. Teacher Chu, do you usually take care of your children by yourself? Do you think you can be considered an all-round mother? As their words fell, the camera immediately turned to Chu Yu. Mu Changshu, who was sitting next to him, was still sulking because Chu Yu didn't hold his hand just now, but this didn't stop him from pricking up his ears to listen. In the original book, the original author jumped into Wang Xin's trap. In order to save his image, he kept trying to portray how good he was to Mu Changshu in the interviews before filming. Although Mu Changshu did not expose her original identity, she had never taken care of this cheap stepson, so the image she had built for herself was soon exposed when she went out to the small town to film. Chu Yu was too lazy to do such a thankless job. In her previous life, all she did was make money. If she didn't have an agent who was like an old lady by her side, she might not even have to work herself to death by making money. She could take care of herself to death. You can't even take care of yourself, how can you take care of a child? Chu Yu shrugged her shoulders and said, of course not. I'm stupid. The servants and nannies at home are not hired for nothing, and Shushu is very sensible. As for the omnipotent mother, forget it. The most I can do is to ensure that she doesn't starve to death. Maybe it can't be guaranteed. The staff didn't expect Chu Yu to be so honest. Mu Changshu turned his head to look at Chu Yu. When he heard Chu Yu say that he was sensible, his mouth almost grinned to the back of his ears. But when he heard what came next, worry was written all over his young face. Next question. Shushu, do you have the confidence to complete the tasks of the program team with your mother? Mu Changshu, who had just been praised by Chu Yu for being sensible, said, have faith. The camera turned to Chu Yu, where is Teacher Chu? Although Chu Yu had never watched the show, My Almighty Mom and Me, she was also a member of the circle in her previous life and had participated in variety shows. Anyway, variety shows like this basically follow the same routine. It depends on the situation. After all, your production team is definitely good at making trouble. Chu Yu's words made the staff present and the audience in the live broadcast room laugh. Because this program team is really good at making trouble, the guests in the first season suffered greatly from it. Finally, please ask Teacher Chu and Shushu to tell each other what you want to say to each other, such as what you hope the other party will do during the program. Chu Yu and Mu Changshu, who were sitting on the sofa and being interviewed, subconsciously turned their heads and looked at each other. Mu Changshu's face was straight. He looked at Chu Yu and said, Mom, I will take good care of you and won't let you starve. Although he felt a little aggrieved because his stepmother didn't hold his hand just now, his stepmother still praised him for being sensible, so if she and the program crew go to live somewhere else, he will also take good care of her. He takes care of his stepmother. The chief pastor's note was written with great seriousness. The air is quiet. The comments in the live broadcast room paused for a few seconds. After all, no one expected that the 5-year-old Mu Changshu would say that. Chu Yu was the first to react. He reached out and rubbed Mu Changshu's head twice. You said it. If I'm really hungry, I'll eat you as a reserve food. Mu Changshu's big eyes blinked, and after immediately understanding what Chu Yu meant, he quickly shook his little head. No, I won't let mommy get hungry. Mu Changshu perked up, and me, I'm not good to eat. The little baby voice sounded aggrieved. He also did not doubt that Chu Yu was just teasing him and that she really thought that she, as a stepmother, would eat children. Woohoo, no matter what the reason is, he will never let his stepmother starve. Har ha har ha, these little human cubs are so cute. I can eat 5 of these cute little human cubs in one meal. Shuzi is so sensible, such a good boy, let auntie give him a kiss tilde more tilde more tilde more tilde. Really, I am speechless about this Chu Yu. How dare she let a 5-year-old kid take care of her? It is really unlucky for Shuzi to meet such a stepmother. Bar. That's right, how can a mother be like this? She is really a stepmother. It turns out that all stepmothers are not good. What are you talking about above? What do you mean by all stepmothers are bad? Our Xin Yu is a very good stepmother, she treats her stepchildren just like her own children. It is obvious that Chu Yu is not a good person, okay? The original body left such a deep impression on people that no matter what Chu Yu did, netizens in the live broadcast room would think in a bad way. Chu Yu, who had been in the entertainment industry in her previous life, knew best what kind of monsters and demons the netizens on the internet were. She knew what words the netizens who were watching the live broadcast would use to criticize her. However, Chu Yu didn't care. After the interview, the person in charge did not speak anymore, and the staff began to film silently. Now we are filming the daily interactions between mothers and children at home. It was the same as the first season. We will first film at home for 2 days, and then set off to the place arranged by the program crew for subsequent filming. Mrs. Seeing that the interview was over, the housekeeper stepped forward with an elegant manner. Madam, Lan Yinxuan's beautician is here. The housekeeper was just like usual and did not show any unusual behavior due to the arrival of the program crew. Chu Yu raised his eyes with some confusion in his eyes, but he quickly realized what was going on. It was her casual remark this morning that her skin was a little dry. Then let's go over there. Having bad skin is not okay. But before going for beauty treatment, Chu Yu looked at Mu Changshu and asked, "Little boy, why don't you play in the living room for a while?" Mu Changshu didn't pay attention to Chu Yu's address to him. He nodded and said, "Mom, go ahead. I can do it alone." In fact, he had already gotten used to it. Before this, his stepmother was always busy with her own things, and the number of times she spoke to him could be counted on one hand. When he was done, he returned to the living room carpet, sat down, and fiddled with the puzzle. "Madam, this way." Chu Yu nodded. She had been here for almost a week, and she had never been short of money in her previous life, so in her opinion, her conversation with the housekeeper was very ordinary. But it looked different to the staff following the filming and the netizens in the live broadcast room. Chapter 6 There is no harm without comparison. Lan Yinxian. Wow, cough, they are indeed a wealthy family. They can even ask Lan Yinxuan's beautician to come to their house to do beauty treatments. TSK TSK TSK. What's wrong with me being one more rich person in this world? Har har, no wonder she married an old man and became his stepmother. She was after the money. She is really a dog that only wags its tail at rich people. She is so materialistic. I would not want such a woman even if she was given to me for free. The beauticians at Lan Yunxian can be said to be top-notch in the industry. They serve wealthy people or top celebrities, and appointments must be made 3 days in advance. But now, just because Chu Yu casually said it in the morning, Lan Yinxuan's beautician actually came to the door in person. No wonder female celebrities are all trying their best to marry into a wealthy family. As expected, privileges are in the hands of a few people. But apart from how wealthy the Mu family that Chu Yu married into is, people are more concerned about the attitude of Chu Yu, the stepmother, towards Mu Changshu, the stepson. I am speechless. Who is Chu Yu? She actually abandoned her stepson and went to get a beauty treatment. Did the old man from the Mu family marry you just to let you treat his son like this? When your financial sponsor sees you mistreating his son like this, and you are kicked out of the Mu family, you will have a lot of fun crying. This kind of woman, besides having a face, is completely useless. I am speechless. Leaving her stepson alone. How funny. She is indeed a vicious stepmother. Disgusting. Vomit. So what if she married into a wealthy family? Isn't her character still corrupted? One of the photographers followed Chu Yu to take pictures of her getting beauty treatments. The other shot was taken in the living room, showing Mu Changshu sitting on the carpet and putting together a jigsaw puzzle. It would have been fine if they hadn't filmed it. Once they did, not only the staff members discovered it, but even the netizens who were watching the live broadcast discovered that the puzzle that Mu Changshu was putting together was of such high difficulty that even an adult might not be able to complete it. This is a real test of one's patience. However, Mu Changshu had already put half of the puzzle together. This is really surprising. Little Shu, did you put all these together by yourself? The person in charge couldn't help but ask behind the camera. Sitting on the carpet, Mu Changshu, who was holding a puzzle in his chubby hand, raised his little head and glanced at the person in charge. He nodded and said, "Yes, I put all the puzzles together by myself." That Shu kid is great. The person in charge praised. At an age when only knowing how to play, he can actually have such patience. Even many adults can't do it. Of course, most people don't have the time. Mu Changshu's reaction was indifferent, completely different from when Chu Yu was around. His face was stern, and he didn't say much. He just continued to fiddle with the puzzle in his hand quietly. Seeing that Mu Changshu was not interested, the person in charge did not say anything more and just asked the photographer to continue filming. Because the mother and son were not in the same picture at the beginning, and they didn't even say a few words. Those who originally came to see Chu Yu were all haters, which made those haters argue even louder. After all, there is no mother and son who can't even talk to each other. Look at the other 4 groups of guests. That's the normal way mother and son, mother and daughter get along with each other. Especially with Shin Puming, although they are stepmother and stepson, their relationship is very harmonious when they get along with each other. How can it be like Chu Yu and Mu Chang's distant relationship? Shin family. Similar to the situation on Chu Yu's side, the person in charge of the staff group that followed Chu Shin Yu also interviewed Chu Shin Yu and Shin Puming before filming began, and asked the same questions. But unlike Chu Yu's answer, Chu Shin Yu said confidently that she had been taking care of Shin Puming all the time. Although she could not be called an all-around mother, she would be able to take good care of Shin Puming when they went to the small town to shoot. Shin Puming was very well behaved. From beginning to end, apart from answering the questions asked by the person in charge, he did not do anything else and sat obediently next to Chu Shin Yu. Ming, mommy will take you to the piano store today, okay? You said before that there was a very nice piano. Can I take you there to buy it today? Chu Shin Yu looked at Shin Puming with a loving face, and her voice was gentle, making people feel like a spring breeze. Shin Puming's expression did not change when he heard Chu Shin Yu's words, "Mom, I." Ming, what's wrong? Chu Shin Yu asked with concern. Looking at his stepmother who cared about him, Shin Puming opened his mouth slightly, but swallowed the words that were about to come to his lips, smiled at Chu Shin Yu, and said, "It's okay, thank you, Mom." Then wait a moment, Mom will go upstairs and change clothes and come back. Okay, Mom. Hearing Shin Puming's answer, Chu Shin Yu patted his head with satisfaction, and then went upstairs. Our Shin Yu is such a good mother. She gets along well with her stepson and even takes him out to buy a piano. It's not an exaggeration to say that she is a biological mother. She does everything herself. If she were a biological mother, she would probably just let the maid do it, right? The best stepmother in the world. Woo, I wish I had a stepmother like her. She is worthy of being the eldest daughter of the Chu family. Look at our Shin Yu, then look at Chu Yu, there is really no harm without comparison. Oh, I don't understand, they are both stepmothers, why can't Chu Yu learn more from our Shin Yu? Treat the stepchild as your own and integrate him into this family, isn't it good? Chu Shin Yu, who was being discussed by netizens in the live broadcast room, had returned to the room at this time. Chu Shin Yu, the good stepmother in the eyes of netizens, was not as amiable as she was in front of the camera. She took out her cell phone and called Wang Shin, "How is it going?" Her voice was cold and her eyes were vicious. This was Chu Shin Yu's true appearance. "I found an opportunity, but that kid from the Mu family refused to take the job. And Chu Yu, even after I told her that I had resigned from your company, she still held onto it." Fortunately, the person in charge of the group that was filming Chu Yu came out to help. After hearing what Wang Shin said on the other end of the phone, Chu Yu's expression became even gloomier. Waste. An angry voice was heard. If the person in charge hadn't come to her rescue, would she have simply assumed that she was the one sent over? She was almost ruined by that idiot Wang Xin. If Wang Xin was in front of her right now, she would probably just pry open her brain to see whether it was filled with paste or water. How could she be so stupid? Chu Yu was so angry that she almost died. Hearing Chu Yu's obvious anger, others may not know Chu Yu's true face, but Wang Xin, as an assistant, is very clear. She quickly said, "Sister Yu, please give me another chance. Next time, I promise that I will let everyone watching the live broadcast know Chu Yu's true face, and let everyone inside and outside the circle know how vicious Chu Yu is." Har. Chu Yu sneered, "Then I'll give you another chance." After saying that, Chu Yu hung up the phone and started changing clothes. Chu Yu, she will make sure she will never be able to turn over. Her father and her mother are true love. Originally, she should have been the eldest daughter of the Chu family. If it weren't for Chu Yu's mother taking her father away, she and her mother wouldn't have to live outside for 15 years. They could only enter the Chu family openly after Chu Yu's mother died. She wanted Chu Yu to repay all their suffering she had endured in the past 15 years. Chapter 7, The Bad Kid Who Dismantled Toys. Pastoral Manner. Netizens in Chu Yu's live broadcast room were forced to watch how the wealthy wives did their beauty treatments for the entire morning. Their hearts have become numb. They came to slander Chu Yu, but their fingers became sore from typing, and Chu Yu couldn't see it either, but he spent the whole morning comfortably. When Chu Yu finished lunch and saw her glance at Mu Changshu, netizens in the live broadcast room thought that she was finally going to interact with Mu Changshu, and then she started to whitewash herself. Mu Changshu looked at Chu Yu obediently. "Good afternoon, Mom." "Good afternoon, Tilda." Chu Yu stood up and went upstairs. The movements are smooth and flowing. Mu Changshu obviously looked like he had already gotten used to it. Netizens in the live broadcast room. "Just, that's it." The netizens in the live broadcast room watched as Chu Yu went upstairs, and Mu Changshu followed him upstairs to take a nap. Because we are sleeping, the camera will naturally not be turned on, after all, it is private. So, Chu Yu's live broadcast room, that is, room number 5, went black. Netizens have never been so speechless. Look at other guests, they are all taking care of their children, even Chu Yu is no exception. But Chu Yu is so leisurely that he even takes a nap. In their opinion, a mother should revolve around her children, and that is what makes her a good mother. After all, in the first season, just as they thought, mothers revolved around their children and were busy with all kinds of things. This was normal, and Chu Yu's behavior was obviously abnormal. How could a mother behave like this? Although the screen of the live broadcast room is black, it does not prevent them from posting barrages in the room. While all 4 live broadcast rooms had pictures, the long black screen in room 5 was very conspicuous. It was not until 1 o'clock in the afternoon that the picture finally appeared in the number 5 live broadcast room. It's in the living room. Mu Changshu, wearing a suit, sat on the carpet with his back to the camera, so people in the live broadcast room didn't know what he was doing. Only when the photographer came forward to take pictures could everyone see clearly. Mu Changshu's chubby little hands were taking apart the remote control of a remote-controlled car. His little face was tense and he looked very focused. But because he was concentrating, he didn't notice the approaching photographer. When the demolition was almost complete, Mu Changshu realized that there was someone standing next to him, and there was a moment of panic on his little face. "Uncle photographer." Mu Changshu called out politely, and quickly put the disassembled remote control behind his back with his little hand to block it. But everything that needed to be filmed had been filmed, and netizens in the live broadcast room had seen it. The pastor was panicking, of course, because he knew that taking things apart was a bad behavior. After all, his classmates in kindergarten had said that if they accidentally broke something, they would receive love from their parents. Now he had taken apart the remote control of the remote-controlled car. Although it was his toy and his Mu family had enough money to buy toys, he still felt a little nervous, as if he had a guilty conscience. It would be fine if he was at home, and grandpa he wouldn't say anything to him, but now he is filming a show. "Little Shu, how come you broke the remote control?" the photographer asked. Mu Changshu's face turned red. "No, it's not broken. I can put it back on." The pastor spoke very seriously, fearing that he would be regarded as a bad kid who broke a toy. "Oh? Little Shushu is so amazing. In a tone of coaxing a child. The netizens in the live broadcast room laughed. Har 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 har, this tone of voice, as if coaxing a child, is making me laugh to death. This Mu Chanshu is too bad. He even broke the remote control of the toy. This remote control car seems to be a branded product, worth tens of thousands. He broke the remote control by tearing it apart. It will cost a lot of money to replace it. TSK, if this was my child, I would definitely give him a beating. He dared to break a toy worth tens of thousands. Are you stupid? You would never buy toys worth tens of thousands of dollars for your own children. After all, you don't have the money. But what kind of family is Shuzi? Toys worth tens of thousands of dollars are probably just a few cents to the Mu family. It doesn't matter if you break something worth a few cents. No matter what, it is wrong to dismantle toys randomly. If you do this when you are a child, you will not know what else to dismantle when you grow up. Netizens who previously thought Mu Chanshu was cute began to scold him like an elder after seeing him dismantle the remote control of a remote-controlled car worth tens of thousands of dollars. While they were scolding each other, Mu Chanshu had already started to reassemble the remote control. Seeing the parts being reinstalled one by one and finally the battery being installed, netizens were devastated. I felt that Mu Chanshu was just pretending. How could a 5-year-old child do such things? After installing the batteries, Mu Chanshu started operating the remote control. The car didn't respond. Mu Chanshu scratched his head in confusion, then took apart the remote control again. Now, netizens have enough to talk about. Har har, how old is this kid, and he has already learned to lie? He can pretend to be good. I thought this kid was cute, but I didn't expect this. TSK. It's really disappointing. My stepmother is not as good as Chu Yu, and even I am not as good as Shinpuming. No wonder Shinpuming has such a good stepmother like Chu Yu. She should learn more from Shinpuming. We are both 5 years old, so why is she so obedient and sensible? Why do you say that about our Shuzi? The one with the problem should be Chu Yu. If our Shuzi had a good stepmother like Chu Yu, it would definitely not turn out like this. Fortunately, Mu Chanshu didn't know what was said about him in the barrage, otherwise he would have been sad for a long time. A 5-year-old cub is usually pampered, how could he be treated like this? But in the end, after all the blame was laid upon Chu Yu. Chu Scapegoat Yu appeared behind Mu Chanshu, took a look at the remote control in his hand, squatted down, stretched out his hand, pointed at 2 parts, and said, "These 2 are installed upside down." Suddenly, he heard Chu Yu's voice coming from the side. Mu Chanshu subconsciously turned his head to look, and then looked in the direction where she pointed. Although he didn't understand why his stepmother did this, he still obediently removed the 2 parts and swapped their positions. Install the batteries and operate the remote control. The car moved. This scene once again broke the netizens' defense. I was wondering how Shuzai could be such a naughty kid who would disassemble things randomly. There were so many parts, and he accidentally installed 2 of them wrongly. The rest were all correct, and you can't tell that he's actually a little genius. The above, I see your ID is very familiar. Didn't you just say that if Shuzi was your child, you would beat him? Now you say he is a little genius, are you a face-changing monster? But I didn't expect Chu Yu to be able to see the problem at a glance, it's amazing. Har har, what's so great about that? Maybe I'm just guessing. Besides, it's a child's toy. If I look at the details carefully, maybe I can figure out what's wrong with it. Chapter 8 Mom, are you disgusted by me? Mu Changshu's chubby little hand stopped, and he turned his head to look at Chu Yu, his eyes suddenly lit up. Mom! Why are you looking at me like that? Mom tilde. The remote control of the remote-controlled car in his hand was thrown down, and Mu Changshu threw himself into Chu Yu's arms, rubbing his little head against Chu Yu's arms. Mom, you are so awesome. Starry eyes. Chu Yu stood there and pulled Mu Changshu with his hand. Not moving at all. This kid is clinging too tightly. Let go, don't be so cheesy, I'm not used to it. Chu Yu felt like he was getting goosebumps. She was really not used to such neglect from the pastor. Mu Changshu's little face turned red, and she pouted. She got up from Chu Yu's arms and turned her head away proudly. Humph, what a disgusting stepmother. Chu Yu bent down and picked up the remote control that Mu Changshu had just thrown aside. Tell me, besides this, what else have you dismantled before? This is definitely not the first time that Mu Changshu has dismantled something. Hearing Chu Yu's question, Mu Changshu thought his stepmother was going to bring up old matters. His eyes were a little evasive, but he still obediently told Chu Yu about the things he had opened before. They are all insignificant little things. Chu Yu didn't say anything. But this scene looked different in the eyes of netizens in the live broadcast room. Hiss, this little husky is really good at tearing things apart. Fortunately, he is a child from a rich family, otherwise ordinary people can't afford to raise him. He is really good at tearing things apart. TSK 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 TSK, looking at Chu Yu's expression, I'm afraid she's going to start scolding me. As expected, a stepmother is a stepmother. She just took things apart, but she actually scolded me. Can't she educate me properly? She only knows how to scold me, right? Chu Yu is indeed a vicious stepmother. The Mu family is so rich. The young master of the Mu family just broke something. Can't he just buy another one? And she scolded him in front of so many people. The young man is only 5 years old. What does he know? Chu Yu didn't say anything, he was recalling the plot in the novel. Fortunately, although the original body and Mu Changshu are supporting characters, they are still described in great detail in order to set off the image of the heroine Chu Yu. Especially in the later period, Chu Yu couldn't stand what the original vicious female partner did to Mu Changshu. When the mother and son were swapped, she discovered Mu Changshu's talent in dismantling things. In fact, Mu Changshu is a very smart little genius, especially in terms of hands-on ability. Although he is only 5 years old, he has basically read all the profound books on mechanics in Mu Suya's study. He was eager to understand and wanted to do it himself, but because he was taught to be obedient, he didn't do anything except taking apart small toys. When Chu Yu discovered this, she verbally encouraged Mu Changshu and told him to dismantle things and do what he wanted. The original body didn't like the fact that Mu Changshu couldn't compare to Chu Yu's stepson Shen Puming. After the swap, Mu Changshu started to dismantle things again, which made him even more disgusted. Then there was more evidence proving that the original body was a vicious stepmother. Chu Yu then jumped out to condemn the original body and encouraged Mu Changshu to work hard to do what he wanted to do. Chu Yu. Vomit. It's disgusting. Mother. Because Chu Yu vomited loudly, Mu Changshu was worried when he saw her retching. Mom, are you disgusted by me? Could it be that because he was dismantling things, his stepmother was so angry that she retched? Mu Changshu has a rich imagination. With this thought in mind, he almost felt so wrong that he burst into tears. My stepmother was so angry at me that she vomited. Woohoo, he is such a bad kid. Chu Yu, how can you be so imaginative at such a young age? It has nothing to do with you. You haven't reached that point yet. Chu Yu comforted Mu Changshu. It would be better not to say this. You like taking these things apart. Chu Yu squatted down and looked at Mu Changshu. Mu Changshu lowered his head and stammered in his baby voice, Mom, I was just curious, it wasn't intentional, I restored them to their original state. Shepherd, raise your head. Chu Yu's voice was serious. This was the first time she called Mu Changshu's full name after a week of traveling here. The 5-year-old cub slowly raised his head. His eyes were a little red and there was a hint of caution in his eyes. Look me in the eyes. Mu Changshu obeyed and looked directly at Chu Yu, but his eyes were still a little evasive. Tell me, you like to take these things apart because you want to know what's inside them and figure it out, right? It's not a question, it's an affirmation. Mu Changshu didn't want to lie, so he nodded as a response. Chu Yu stretched out his hand. Mu Changshu subconsciously shrank his neck, fearing that his stepmother would know that he was a bad boy and would teach him a lesson. But the lesson he had imagined did not come. Instead, a pair of warm hands were placed on the top of his head, gently ruffling his hair. Chu Yufan's gentle voice came to my ears, since you like it, how about I take you somewhere later? Mu Changshu blinked twice and looked at Chu Yu with curiosity in his eyes. He was even looking forward to where his stepmother would take him. I'm going to change my clothes, and you should also change into something more comfortable. When you're done, just wait for me here. Mu Changshu nodded and ran towards the room on his short legs. Chu Yu glanced at Mu Changshu's back, shook his head, and followed him upstairs to his room. After changing his clothes, he called the housekeeper over. Uncle He. Chu Yu asked butler He if he could get access to the laboratory. Given the status of the Mu family, it shouldn't be a big deal to set up a laboratory that is not in use now, right? Madam, Mu's has one. I'll make a phone call now and ask them to vacate a laboratory there. Hearing Chu Yu's request, butler He did not ask the reason. The reason why there are so many profound books on mechanics in Mu Shuye's study is naturally because Mu's family is engaged in this field. Although he has also dabbled in other areas, his main focus is still on studying these. Chu Yu was a little embarrassed and responded, "Okay, then you go first." "Yes." Butler He left. Chu Yu went downstairs. Mu Changshu was already waiting downstairs. When he saw Chu Yu coming down, his expression changed obviously, but he suppressed it. His cheeks were slightly red, and he said in a reserved manner, "Mom, Mom." After taking off his suit, Mu Changshu looked like an ordinary child, and Chu Yu was instantly touched by his cuteness. "So cute. Do you want to hold hands?" Chu Yu stretched out his hand to Mu Changshu. His face got even redder. "We want to hold hands." As if he was afraid that Chu Yu would go back on her word, Mu Changshu's chubby little hand quickly grabbed her hand. The chubby hands form a sharp contrast with the slender hands. Mu Changshu smiled. "My stepmother's hands are so big and warm, hee hee." Chu Yu's hand wrapped around Mu Changshu's fat hand, making Mu Changshu feel unusually at ease. As Mu Changshu walked, he secretly looked up at Chu Yu, his eyes almost curved into crescent shapes from smiling. And this scene was captured truthfully by the camera. The driver was already waiting outside. Except for the photographer who sat in a car with Chu Yu and Mu Changshu for the convenience of filming, the rest of the staff got in the program cruise car and followed behind. Chapter 9, My Stepmother is So Popular. But, she is mine. Mother. Sitting in the safety seat, Mu Changshu turned his head to look at Chu Yu. "Where are we going?" His eyes were full of curiosity. "Where are we going?" Chu Yu raised his lips. "Of course I'm going to take you out to sell you Tilder." Mu Changshu, "Mom, I'm just young, not stupid." Chu Yu. "Damn. Oh, then when I said I was going to eat you as a reserve food this morning, who was the one who cried and said that you were not tasty? You little brat, you want to fight with her?" Mu Changshu's little face was filled with shock. That little expression clearly said, was my stepmother joking when she said she would treat him as a reserve food this morning? He really thought that Chu Yu wanted to treat him as a reserve food. Chu Yu. So, this kid doesn't he believe that she would take him away and sell him, but believes that she would eat people. Chu Yu was speechless. The shepherd tilted his head. "Mom. Just be quiet for a moment. I don't want to talk now." Got hit. Mu Changshu was very well behaved. Chu Yu asked him to be quiet for a while, so he sat in the safety chair and scratched his hands silently by himself. Mu Group. Because butler he had called Mu Suye, and after obtaining Mu Suye's consent, Mu Suye asked his assistant to notify the secretary who stayed in the group, so the secretary was already waiting downstairs in the group building before Chu Yu and Mu Changshu arrived. After seeing Chu Yu and Mu Changshu getting out of the car, the secretary hurried over to greet them. "Madam, the young master." From the moment he saw the Mu Group, Mu Changshu knew where his stepmother was taking him, but he didn't know why she wanted to take him to where his father worked. He took the initiative to reach out and hold Chu Yu's hand, looking up at her. Although he didn't know why his stepmother brought him here, his eyes still revealed a hint of impatience. "Mom, shall we go in quickly?" "Okay, let's go." Chu Yu looked at Mu Changshu, who clearly had no idea what he brought him here for but was still impatient, and a helpless smile appeared on his face. Holding Mu Changshu's hand, he walked into the Mu's building. Both the original body and Chu Yu were visiting Mu's for the first time, so the secretary led the way in front and introduced what the departments they passed by did. Chu Yu held Mu Changshu's hand and followed behind the secretary, stepping forward with his long legs. It took Mu Changshu 2 or 3 steps to catch up, and his short legs made a thumping sound. Who? In less than a moment, Mu Changshu was out of breath, and his face was red as if it could be pinched to bleed. Chu Yu had never taken care of a child before, so she didn't pay attention at first. After hearing Mu Changshu's heavy breathing, she realized it and gradually slowed down her pace to match the speed of the little cub Mu Changshu. The secretary who was walking in front and introducing the matter had been paying attention to Chu Yu's movements behind him. When he saw the other party slow down, he also slowed down his pace. Mu Changshu finally didn't have to rush anymore, and his red face and rapid breathing returned to normal. "Madam, this is the technical department, and over there is the secretarial department." The secretary introduced. Chu Yu nodded. The employees around them naturally noticed when the secretary came over to Chu Yu and Mu Changshu, especially the few people following them with cameras and the staff of the program team. With such a big scene, even those who are working hard can't help but look up a few times. After all, this is a human instinctive reaction. If there were no cameras, they might have talked out loud. Of course, even if they don't talk directly, they can still send messages in the WeChat department group using their mobile phones or computers. Hairline Protection Association. Bold Xiao Wang, what's going on? Who are these people? Mediterranean number 1 Xiao Li, I don't know, but Lao Har from the Secretariat personally received us, so he must not be an ordinary person, right? Hair Volume King Xiaolin, probably, but it's not important. I just bought a bottle of hair growth agent recently, it's quite useful. Who wants it? Mediterranean number 2 Xiao Huang, I want it, please send the link to the group. The men-women behind the president. Short-legged Lena, wow, why didn't I hear that someone was coming to interview our group? Is it a reporter? But why did they bring a child with them? Tough guy George, at short legs Lena, are you in the city but your heart is in the mountains? That's our CEO Mu's wife. She's filming the live show me and my almighty mom right now. That kid is the little prince of our group. How can you be so stupid? You don't even have this much intelligence. How did you get into the secretarial department? Beautiful girl Adela, Mrs. Mu. Oh my god, although I knew that Mr. Mu was married, I didn't expect his wife to be so pretty. She is so beautiful. Oh my god, it seems I don't have a chance. I was thinking of asking for her contact information quietly. Hey, how could such a beautiful woman like his wife be so cheap for Mr. Mu, a skinner? When passing by the secretariat, Mu Changshu clearly noticed several pairs of eyes, all looking at Chu Yu. Even Mu Changshu could see that if there were no cameras, they might rush to Chu Yu in the next second. The little face was shocked. Stepmother is so welcome. But the stepmother is his. Thinking of this, Mu Changshu used a little more strength in the chubby hand that he was holding Chu Yu's, and even used his other hand to hold Chu Yu's hand tightly, while his eyes kept glancing in the direction of the secretariat, with a look of vigilance on his little face. What are you looking at, little one? Chu Yu noticed Mu Changshu's vigilance. Following her line of sight, she saw the young ladies in the secretarial department all looking at her, and when she looked over there, Chu Yu even saw a few of them shyly avoiding her gaze. But after a few seconds, the evasive gaze came up again. Chu Yu. She knew that her original body had a very good-looking appearance. After all, she had such a face in her previous life. She could be said to have been very successful in the entertainment industry. Of course, it was not ruled out that there was someone behind her. But Chu Yu didn't expect that even though his original body had been badly criticized on the internet, he could still be stared at so obsessively. Then, Chu Yu saw this group of people lowering their heads and fiddling with their phones in unison, as if they had rehearsed. The men-women behind the president's crossed-out wife. Beautiful girl Adela, oh, my wife is looking at me. She must like me. Today is the first day I want to commit a rebellious act. Mr. Mu, draw your sword. The hatred of stealing my wife is irreconcilable. Long-legged Carrie, bullshit, look at my long, tight, and delicate legs. The lady must be looking at me. Proud Carol, at long-legged Carrie, go away. You are already blocked when you sit. No matter how long your legs are, they are useless. I still have to be the proud weapon. The lady is definitely looking at me. You little losers can't beat me. Beautiful girl Adela, don't think I didn't see you quietly putting your clothes. Little bitch, draw your sword. I dare to draw my sword even for President Mu. I don't mind you joining me. Let us settle the new and old grudges together. While Chu Yu had no idea what was going on, a group of women she met for the first time were drawing their swords for her. If Chu Yu knew, he would definitely want to say something. Beauty is a disaster, right? This is what I am like. Oh, I am so troubled tilde. Fight, fight. Chapter 10, This Kid, does his father know that he is using him as a shield? Seeing that Chu Yu and Mu Changshu both turned their heads to look in one direction, the netizens in the live broadcast room were extremely curious and wanted to know what they were looking at. The photographer who was able to follow the filming was naturally a professional, so he turned the camera away without waiting for the netizens in the live broadcast room to wail for a while. When the camera was facing each other, the secretaries in the secretarial department were all looking at Chu Yu with shy expressions. Now, there is no need to say more, anyone with eyes can see it. Har har har, I seem to see myself. Sure enough, we all have a lot in common, such as being unable to walk when seeing pretty girls. I have to admit that although Chu Yu is vicious, she does have a good face that is hated by both humans and gods. Otherwise, she would not have been able to marry into a wealthy family and become Mu Changshu's stepmother with this face. It's over, it's over. I suddenly feel like my worldview is a little off. I actually think Chu Yu is vicious, so it's okay. At least she is still pretty pleasing to the eye. Woohoo, why have I become like this? Is this what they say on the internet? Your worldview follows your facial features. Oh tilde, I feel like I've finally gotten it. Regarding the secretary's reactions, the audience in the live broadcast room said they were too real. No matter what they say to criticize Chu Yu, they will not criticize her appearance, because she is really impeccable. They cannot criticize her appearance, they can only criticize her character. Mu Changshu quietly moved in front of Chu Yu, but unfortunately his short body could not block any view. It was such a panic. Mu Changshu tiptoed, looked up at Chu Yu, and said anxiously, Mom, let's go. Seeing Mu Changshu looking so anxious, Chu Yu could only chuckle twice, and then let the secretary continue to lead the way. Little cub, why were you so anxious to let me go just now? No matter how different Mu Changshu is from his peers, he is still just a 5-year-old boy after all. His inner thoughts are reflected on his face. How could Chu Yu not understand? So she asked this question now just to tease Mu Changshu. Of course, Mu Changshu couldn't say that he was afraid that she would be snatched away, so he rolled his eyes, looked up, and said, Mom belongs to Dad, so I have to protect Mom for Dad and can't let anyone else snatch Mom away. Chu Yu naturally noticed Mu Changshu's little expression. Chu Yu chuckled. This kid, does his father know that he is using him as a shield? Looking at a kid like Mu Changshu, Chu Yu suddenly wanted to meet Mu Suya. He didn't know what Mu Suya was like, but there were no photos of him on the internet. Of course, Mu Suya is definitely not an old man. Not to mention that Mu Suya is only 26 years old in the novel. Let us take the original body for example. If Mu Suya was really an old man, the original body would not have pestered her grandfather to marry him. And looking at Mu Changshu's appearance, you can tell that Mu Suya is definitely not that ugly, unless the genes of this kid's biological mother are too strong. The conversation between Chu Yu and Mu Changshu was basically heard clearly by the secretary leading the way, the staff following behind, and the audience in the live broadcast room. However, the secretary who was walking in front and leading the way could not see the expression on Mu Changshu's face like the others, so when he listened, he just thought that what Mu Changshu said was true, and he was really doing it for Mu Suya and didn't want anyone else to take Chu Yu away. I really didn't expect that President Mu would be such a president. No wonder my wife never came to the group before. It seems that it was because President Mu was hiding it. The secretary sighed inwardly. Mu Suya, who was far away in country D, har. Boss Mu, it's already past 7 in the morning, why don't you take a rest first? Assistant Chu, who came to country D with Mu Suya, advised. Inside the room, Mu Suya raised his eyes, glanced at Assistant Chu, and then responded, yeah. He raised his hand, put the information in his hand aside, took off his glasses, stood up, and said, you should go and have a rest too. He worked all night, so naturally Assistant Chu also worked all night. You can tell from the big dark circles under Assistant Chu's eyes. Okay, Mr. Mu. Assistant Chu jumped out of the room. Madam, this is our scientific research department. The scientific research department can be said to be the innermost department in Mu's company. The office is several times larger than other departments of the group. It is full of information, and the people inside all look listless. Whether it was Chu Yu or anyone else, they could tell at a glance how many all-nighters these people had stayed up for. Team Leader Qian, these are the Madam and Young Master. President Mu has given instructions. You should have received the notification. The secretary introduced Chu Yu and Mu Changshu, and then continued, Laboratory number 3 just happened to be unused recently. Can you take the Madam and Young Master there? The laboratory is internal, and the secretary can bring Chu Yu and Mu Changshu here. He can also introduce the group's departments on the way. He can also come to the scientific research department, but he cannot enter the laboratory which only the scientific research department can enter by swiping a card. Qian Gong, who was called team leader Qian, had messy hair and slowly raised his head. The dark circles under the eyes are so thick that it looks like he hasn't had a good rest for 10 days or half a month. Qian Gong glanced at Chu Yu, Mu Changshu, and the staff carrying cameras behind them, and finally stopped his gaze on the secretary. Secretary Wang, I'm already very busy. Qian Gong's words, coupled with the undisguised expression of impatience on his face, were just short of telling people not to cause trouble for him. Not to mention that Chu Yu is the president's wife, and Mu Changshu is the young prince of the group. If it were normal times, he might still cooperate on the surface, but now. I'm sorry, with everyone in the scientific research department being so busy, even if Mu Shuya came in person, he would still be treated like this. However, the netizens in these live broadcast rooms don't know this. So, after seeing this scene and hearing what Qian Gong said, they all knew that he disliked Chu Yu. Har har, I am dying of laughter. It seems that Chu Yu is not very popular. Those secretaries just saw her because she is pretty. For the real internal staff, what is the use of Chu Yu's good looks? It is not as important as the job. TSK, this CEO's wife is so good that even the employees don't take her seriously. It seems that it's not that easy to get into a wealthy family. I guess she's just a nanny that the Mu family married back to take care of the young master. Besides Chu Yu, it seems that Shuzi is also unwelcome. This Qian Gong is so bold. Chu Yu is fine, but our Shuzi is the young prince of the Mu group. He is just a worker. Netizens were full of ridicule for Chu Yu, the wife of a group president, being treated like this by the group's employees. Chu Yu frowned slightly. It's true that she wants to just lie down and live a peaceful life for the rest of her life. She has even thought about traveling around after the show is over and living a carefree life of shopping every day. She doesn't want to care about other things, or should I say, she is too lazy to care. But this doesn't mean she will let others step on her head. She was just lying down, not like a sandbag, so anyone could come and punch her. Even though you know that Qian Gong may be really busy, that is not an excuse. Chu Yu stepped forward and said, Secretary Wang said that President Mu has already informed you, so you must have replied, right? Qian Gong glanced at Chu Yu and said, so what? The research department is very busy and everyone has a lot of things to do. Forget about me. Just ask anyone who is free. Chapter 11. Why is there still a complaint? As Qian Gong spoke, he casually looked to the employee behind him on the right who was flipping through several documents and said, Fang Yi, what do you think? Fang Yi, who was originally flipping through some documents, turned around subconsciously when he heard someone calling him. R. Fang Yi looked confused, but he still nodded and said, yeah. It was obvious that Fang Yi was very focused when he was looking through the documents just now, and he didn't pay any attention to what was happening outside, so he didn't hear what Qian Gong said at all. But Mr. Qian is the team leader, so whatever he says is final. After answering, Fang Yi turned around and continued to look through the documents. He was almost reading sparks from the documents. Qian Gong sneered. Look, madam, we are really busy, so if you and the young master want to go into the lab to have some fun, you'd better go back quickly. The lab is not open to just anyone, and this is not an amusement park. Qian Gong's sarcasm was extreme. Since you married into a wealthy family, why not just stay at home and take care of the children? Why would a woman and a little kid go into a laboratory? What if they break something in the laboratory? Your immediate superior has informed you, but you are pretending to obey and even driving people away. So, can I assume that you think you are the owner of the Mu Group? After all, that's what you are showing now. Chu Yu didn't spoil him either. If it were a normal person or a normal company, they might be scared by Chu Yu's words. But Qian Gong was not panicked at all, and even felt like laughing. This wealthy lady wanted to use President Mu to pressure him? That was a wrong idea. Madam, this is a company, not a scene of a harem competing for favor. I am the team leader of the scientific research department, so I naturally have the right to prevent people from entering the laboratory. If the things inside are damaged, it will be a waste of the hard work of so many of us. Don't even mention you. Even if President Mu came in person, it's not easy to vacate the laboratory when the research department is so busy. If the young master wants to play, you can go somewhere else. Don't joke about the research results. What Mr. Qian said was a matter of course. Madam. Young master? The research results are what matter most. Walk, this team leader is so tough, love it, not afraid of power, a talent, this is the way it should be, research results are the first priority, even if she is the president's wife, that won't work. I am really speechless. This is not the way Chu Yu wants to be in the limelight. Is she trying to use the title of the president's wife to pressure the employees? In this way, who will dare to work at Mu's company in the future? Without employees, Mu's company will just wait for bankruptcy. MD, I am disgusted by Chu Yu. How can there be such a person? The team leader did a great job and should fight back like this. He is simply a role model for us workers. Most of the netizens in the live broadcast room are ordinary people. Now seeing Chen Gong being so fearless of power, they think of themselves, working hard every day but still being exploited by their leaders. Chen Gong's resistance easily won the support of netizens. Chen Gong was only in his 30s and usually read some entertainment news, so he recognized Chu Yu at a glance. He didn't expect that she was actually Mrs. Mu. Chen Gong, who didn't like her in the first place, would naturally target her. Of course, this was just one of the excuses. The more common reason was that they were afraid that Chu Yu would bring Mu Changshu into their laboratory and ruin the experimental results. Did you hear that? Chu Yu suddenly said this. Everyone was confused. Yes. Suddenly, a magnetic male voice was heard and answered Chu Yu's words. And the direction from which the voice came was Mu Changshu. Everyone looked at the shepherd. The camera also turned to Mu Changshu, who had been quietly staying beside Chu Yu since a while ago. Mu Changshu raised his hand and the phone watch on his wrist was on, indicating that he was on a call. The voice just now came from this watch. Dad. Mu Changshu put his hand close and shouted to the watch on his wrist. The voice was faint, but it made everyone know his identity. The only one who can make Mu Changshu call him dad is Mu Shuya. Just now when Chu Yu and Chen Gong were confronting each other, Mu Changshu cleverly used his phone watch to call Mu Suya, just in case his stepmother would be bullied by others. Naturally, Chu Yu did not hide this little trick of Mu Changshu. Mr. Chen. Mu Shuya's voice came from the phone, the research department is busy? I don't remember any important projects to be researched recently. There was not much emotion in Mu Shuya's voice. After saying this in a calm tone, he waited for Chen Gong's answer. Although Mu Shuya is not here now, just hearing his voice, Chen Gong's face looked a little ugly. Boss Mu. Chen Gong never thought that Mu Changshu would actually call Mu Suya. Why are you still bringing a complaint? Boss Mu, it's the research of G-Gemini T3. After Mr. Chen calmed himself down, he spoke with a stammer. Mu Shuya on the other end of the phone was silent for a long time. No one was talking in the research department, and the only sound was the friction of other employees flipping through documents. Oh. After a while, Mu Shuya sneered, and then asked in a questioning tone, I remember that the Intelligent Twins T3 experimental project was about to end 3 days ago. Even if it's not over yet, why didn't you tell me when I gave you the notice? And now you say you're busy. Chen Gong, you. Mu Suya paused, what do you want to do? Even though Mu Shuya himself was not here, the majestic and questioning voice still made Chen Gong feel a little breathless. Chen Gong didn't say anything, but everyone at the scene could see his panic. It seems there is something hidden. Chu Yu raised her eyebrows and said to Mu Suya on the other end of the phone, Husband, it seems that your management ability is not good. The people under you are hiding something from you at work. Husband. Mu Suya was stunned for a moment, and his voice was obviously a little abnormal. You. Mu Shuya coughed twice to hide his embarrassment. Husband. Chu Yu. Honey, I'm here Tilda. I have something to deal with team leader Chen. Let Fang Yi take you and Chang Shu to the laboratory. When Mu Shuya said this, his voice, which had been serious to Chen Gong just now, although still very cold, had at least softened significantly. Okay, husband. After Chu Yu responded, Mu Shuya quickly hung up the phone. The original book did not write about how the original body and Mu Shuya got along in the early stages, but Chu Yu was good at acting, calling him husband all the time, and she was very skilled at it. But Chu Yu, who only knew the plot in the book and had no memories of his original self, didn't know that his original self would never call Mu Suya husband. That's why when he heard Chu Yu calling him husband just now, Mu Suya used coughing to cover up his embarrassment. Chapter 12. This is your interest, isn't it? Chu Yu, who was completely unaware of the situation, took Mu Changshu's hand after Mu Shuya hung up the call, and asked Fang Yi, whom Mu Shuya mentioned, to take them to their vacant laboratory number 3. The netizens in the live broadcast room had already completely turned to Chu Yu when Mu Suya was speaking just now. Is President Mu's voice so nice? So charming. It's exactly like their voice of my dreams. I fell in love with it just by listening to it. From the sound of his voice, he shouldn't be an old man, right? How could Chu Yu be so worthy of such a man? Damn. I admit that I am envious and jealous. Qian Gong, who had just risen in resistance, was wildly criticized by netizens in the live broadcast room. Har har har, I really thought that team leader Qian was very courageous, not afraid of power, and dared to resist. I didn't expect that. He is just a villain who pretends to obey but actually disobeys. Listening to what CEO Mu said just now, and the reaction of team leader Qian, it seems that he is targeting Chu Yu. What favor? Is it just an excuse? He is just a part-time worker, but he is trying to target the CEO's wife. Who does he think he is? Chu Yu is really tough, and so is Shuzi. If Shuzi hadn't called President Mu, Chu Yu might have been bullied by this team leader Qian. While netizens in the live broadcast room were still passionately posting comments, Chu Yu, Mu Changshu, and the filming staff had already followed Fang Yi to laboratory number 3. Madam, young master, this is lab 3. Everything inside has been packed up. If you need anything, you can always call me on the intercom. Compared with Qian Gong, Fang Yi's attitude can be said to be very good. It's troublesome. Chu Yu has the same attitude as the other party. Chu Yu looked around the laboratory, then looked at Fang Yi and said, "Can you please get some things over here?" What do you need?" Fang Yi asked. Chu Yu told Fang Yi what he needed. After hearing what Chu Yu said she wanted, although Fang Yi didn't quite understand what she wanted the unused instruments in their laboratory for, it was still easy to get the unused instruments. After all, those were already considered scrapped. So quickly, Fang Yi took the things Chu Yu needed, put them down, and left laboratory number 3. He still had to go back to continue looking through the information. Mother. Seeing Mu Changshu's puzzled expression, Chu Yu reached out and gently touched his head before explaining. Don't you like to take things apart? If that's the case, I'll definitely satisfy you. There are ready-made laboratories and unused equipment. You can take them apart as you like without worrying about whether they will break. As soon as Chu Yu finished speaking, Mu Changshu's eyes lit up and twinkled, as if there were broken stars in his eyes. However, Mu Changshu still asked with some trepidation, rubbing his fingers and asking, "Mom, don't you think I'd be a bad kid if I took things apart?" No, how could he be a bad kid? This is your interest, isn't it? Mom tilde. Mu Changshu's eyes were filled with tears. His eyes were full of admiration for Chu Yu. This was the first time someone told him that his love of taking things apart was just his hobby and that they didn't think he was a bad kid. Stepmother is so nice tilde. The staff of the program team did not expect Chu Yu to say this to Mu Changshu. It seemed that Chu Yu really went on the show to whitewash himself. They did not think that Chu Yu was really considering Mu Changshu. If this is true, why didn't they encourage Mu Changshu earlier? Instead, they waited until the show started to encourage him in front of the camera? However, the staff of the program team did not say much. As for character setting, this is common in the entertainment industry. He must be pretending. This Chu Yu is really amazing. He can pretend so well. Why haven't I heard that Chu Yu's acting is so good before? He really tried his best to clear his name. I am speechless about people nowadays. Those above me, can you not think the worst of everyone? Couldn't Chu Yu simply encourage Shuzi and not kill his interest? Too many parents now impose their will on their children. Chu Yu is truly making friends with the children. It's so funny. Why be friends with children? We are the elders. Chu Yu is really ruining the child by letting him go. If we, Xin Yu, pay close attention to the education of the child from a young age, Mingzai will have a promising future and won't regret it. The barrage was directed at Chu Yu in the beginning, but now gradually rational people have begun to speak up for Chu Yu. Not everyone is so brainless. Chu Yu didn't care about these. Chu Yu and Mu Changshu stood in front of the test bench, looking at the useless equipment on the bench, and then looking at Mu Changshu's short body, which could not reach the test bench at all. Little guy, go get a chair and stand on it. Chu Yu called him Mu Changshu very naturally. Mu Changshu ran to move the chair obediently, then climbed up onto the chair using his hands and feet and stood on it. Okay, take your time to dismantle it. Chu Yu took the screwdriver on the test bench and handed it to Mu Changshu. Yeah. Mom. Mu Changshu took the screwdriver handed over by Chu Yu, and his face was filled with unconcealable joy. Finally, he can dismantle things however he wants without having to worry about anything, without being afraid of being called a bad kid who only knows how to dismantle things. Mu Changshu was in high spirits, while Chu Yu found a chair with a backrest and sat down, leaning there lazily. After glancing at Mu Changshu, he took out his cell phone. The staff member who followed the filming. Why no interaction again? Everyone looked confused. If Chu Yu wants to whitewash himself, then he should do it well and interact more with Mu Changshu. Why is he sitting alone playing with his phone now? I feel like my brain is almost not enough, this is too. But now they are filming the daily interaction between mother and son. It is not like in the later stage where they need to complete tasks or something. The people in the production team cannot force Chu Yu to interact with Mu Changshu. So now the style of the live broadcast room is. Netizens' eyes darted left and right, looking at Chu Yu who was playing with his mobile phone, then looking at Mu Changshu who was busy dismantling something with a screwdriver, and occasionally looking at the barrage, wishing they could split their eyes into two pairs. The shepherd was working hard at the thinning. His little face was always filled with smiles, and his baby fat became plumper. Chu Yu leaned back in his chair and scrolled through his phone. Occasionally he looked up to glance at Mu Changshu, who was in high spirits, and then continued to scroll through his phone. Compared with the other 4 groups of guests, the way these guests take care of the children is really too comfortable and relaxed. Chapter 13, Not a little fool, but can be a little fool of mommy. Mu Changshu held a screwdriver in his hand and dismantled the equipment by feel. Although he had read many professional books on this subject in Mu Shuyu's study, he had only disassembled some small gadgets before and had never disassembled more. Therefore, it can be said that the current Mu Changshu only knows the theory but has never put it into practice, and he will soon encounter things he does not understand. All the places that could be dismantled had been dismantled, but it hadn't disintegrated yet, which made him a little confused. The shepherd looked left and right. Purse your lips. Chu Yu, who had been looking down at his phone, felt a little sore in his neck. He raised his head and stretched his neck, and saw Mu Changshu's expression of deep resentment. Why don't you tear it down? Mother. Mu Changshu's little face looked aggrieved, with a look that showed, I was bullied by these things. Chu Yu laughed out loud in a very unkind way. As expected, the cub is still a cub, completely different from how he looks when he grows up in the original book. Getting up from the chair, Chu Yu walked to Mu Changshu's side to see the equipment that Mu Changshu had almost dismantled. After just a glance, Chu Yu withdrew his gaze, stretched out his finger, poked the chubby little fat of the shepherd, and said, Little boy, what kind of little idiot are you? The pastor replied, Meow meow meow. Mom, I'm not a fool. The little face is puffy and puffy. Oh? Really? Chu Yu had a smile on his face. He took back his hand that was poking at Mu Changshu's fat cheeks and pointed at an inconspicuous part in a small corner of the almost dismantled machine. He said, Look, little fool. Mu Changshu's big eyes looked in the direction of Chu Yu's finger. The photographer who was following the scene also zoomed in. The cameras used are all the best, so even if they are a little far away and the parts and fragments are very small, netizens in the live broadcast room can still see them clearly under the lens. All I can say is that Chu Yu has a very good eyesight. If she hadn't reminded me, perhaps the netizens in the live broadcast room and Mu Changshu would not have noticed it. After all, Mu Changshu has been thinking about it for a long time. Mu Changshu's hands were quick. His chubby little hands grabbed the broken parts and took them out. It was just this one part, and then the device was easily disassembled by him. Looking at the scattered equipment, Mu Changshu's eyes were shining, especially when he looked at Chu Yu. There was a lot more admiration in his affection. Mom tilde. Mom tilde. I'm listening. Mom tilde. What are you doing? The further it got, the less patient Chu Yu became. What does this little idiot want to do? Mom, you are so awesome tilde, starry eyes. The chubby little hand held Chu Yu's hand, just like the reaction when Chu Yu helped him find the remote control car remote control and the two parts were installed wrongly before coming to Moo's. Mom, I love you so much Tilda. Chu Yu. The goosebumps come one after another. I'm awesome, so you admit that you're a little idiot. If it gives her goosebumps, then she will say he is a little idiot and no one can think of anything good. Chu Yu didn't care whether Mu Changshu was a 5-year-old cub or not. Even if he was only 3 years old, she would still go back. However, this time, Mu Changshu did not immediately refute. He lowered his head, thinking. After a moment, the little head raised again, and held Chu Yu's hand a little tighter. I'm not a little fool. What did you say? Mu Changshu's voice was very soft when he said this, so Chu Yu didn't listen very carefully. Mu Changshu looked at Chu Yu, his face turned red, and he turned his head away, not looking directly at her. Although his blushing face could no longer be seen, his red ears could still be seen. Not a little idiot, but a mama's little idiot. Chu Yu was stunned for a moment, then quickly came to his senses. TSK, he's so sweet at such a young age, I don't know how many girls he will trick back in the future Tilda. She lowered her eyes and poked the little fat on Mu Changshu's face with her hand in a teasing manner. Mu Changshu's face got even redder, like a monkey's butt. Aha, there is no need to wait until later, you can trick me away right now. So good, so good, so good. I have to say it 3 times because it's important. As expected, the cute, soft and sweet mouth pups are all from other people's families. It makes me want to give birth to a son like this. What should I do? It's too cute, sob, I can't stand it. Har, don't think about the above. Shuzai is Shuzai. Your child is your child. You only have one Shuzai. But you can teach him well. He will be a good seedling in the future. Come on Tilda. Mom Tilda. Mu Changshu's little mouth is plump and his baby voice is tender and sweet. Oh, our little fool is shy, so I won't say anything. Rub Mu Changshu's little head. TSK. This feels really good. Everything has been taken apart. Can the kids be put back together? Chu Yu asked. The equipment removed by the shepherd was useless, so it didn't matter if it was not installed back later. But Mu Changshu still wanted to try to put them all back. He is really interested in these. It took the shepherd more than an hour to dismantle the equipment just now. It is always faster to dismantle things than to put them back in place, so Chu Yu sat back in the chair he had sat in before. Check your phone. This kind of leisure is so wonderful, it is something she had never dared to imagine before. Once you start playing with your phone or watching videos, time passes quickly. Chu Yu started out by sitting on the chair, then leaning on the chair, and then, as if he had no bones at all, he slumped on the chair, and even crossed his legs. When seeing the funny video, Chu Yu laughed out loud, completely ignoring the fact that he was in front of the camera, looking carefree and unrestrained. What celebrity baggage? What camera sense? What manners? Chu Yu threw all these behind his mind and just did whatever he wanted. The staff around wanted to remind Chu Yu at first, but later on, they just started the show. After all, it was useless to remind him. Mother. An unknown amount of time had passed when Mu Changshu suddenly called out to Chu Yu, who was laughing and watching videos. Chu Yu's reaction speed was not fast enough. What's the matter? Mom, I can't be well anymore. The shepherd was not wronged. After such a long time, he only managed to secure 1/5 of it. He had a good memory and originally wanted to rely on his memory to put all the parts back in reverse order. After all, he had done so before. In the past they were just some small gadgets, but now with this device, he felt like he was hit hard. Even though he had a good memory, it seemed to be of no use here. It's okay, then there's no need to put it back. These are useless anyway. We'll take our time in the future. The kid will definitely become more and more skilled in this area. Chu Yu spoke to comfort him. Mu Changshu is only 5 years old, and it is very good that he can do all these. Like when she was 5. Seems to be smarter than Shepherd Shu. Chapter 14. In the previous life, the person behind Chu Yu was. That's like any other normal person at 5 years old. When other ordinary people are 5 years old, they are probably still begging their mothers to buy toys, and they are laughing and just want to play every day. So Mu Changshu is really much smarter and more obedient than ordinary children. But Mom. When Mu Changshu heard Chu Yu say that and didn't need to go back, the expression on his face was obviously a little disappointed. He didn't want to give up so quickly, even though he now had no idea how to install it further. The big eyes staring at Chu Yu made Chu Yu feel a little bit reluctant and even helpless. Finally, Chu Yu stood up from the chair, walked to Mu Changshu's side, and said, "Then I'll help you." What else can he do? After all, he was the one who brought up Mu Changshu, and he was the one who encouraged him to dismantle things. "Mom, you're so nice." A smile appeared on Mu Changshu's face. As for whether Chu Yu could do these, Mu Changshu did not consider it. In his opinion, since his stepmother could tell at a glance that he had installed the parts of the remote control incorrectly, and also spotted the problem at a glance when she was disassembling the equipment just now, she must be very capable. However, the netizens in the live broadcast room did not understand as well as Mu Changshu, a 5-year-old kid. Although Chu Yu pointed out the problem to Mu Changshu, he only pointed it out. Maybe he had a better eye and discovered something that Mu Changshu didn't notice. She is a person in the entertainment industry who relies on her looks to make a living. How could she have any real ability? Chu Yu, stop trying to show off. Just lie there like the useless person you were just now. This kind of thing is not suitable for you. If it is not installed properly, you will be embarrassed. I kindly advise you, I hope you don't be ungrateful. TSK. I thought Chu Yu was pretty good when he was quiet and not making trouble, but I didn't expect that after just a short while, he would start making trouble again. Har. Anyway, if Chu Yu can install this, I will live stream eating shit while standing upside down. The one above, I remember your ID. Although I know Chu Yu definitely won't do it, I still want to watch you live stream eating shit while standing upside down. After all, you used to wash your hair while standing upside down. I really want to see you eating shit. In the live broadcast room, no netizen believed that Chu Yu would install these disassembled parts, and they all thought she was just trying to attract attention. Even the staff who were following the filming didn't believe that Chu Yu had this ability. They saw it more intuitively than the netizens in the live broadcast room. The equipment Feng Yi brought was scrapped. It might have been developed by Mu's scientific research department. It was not something that a female star in the entertainment industry could assemble. The team leader who was following the filming felt a little ashamed. This is not the way Chu Yu can be whitewashed. Is he trying to make himself even darker? If it was the Chu Yu in the original book, then it might really be a publicity stunt, but now, Chu Yu is no longer the original Chu Yu. It is true that she was a top actress in her previous life, but that was just one of her identities. She chose to enter the entertainment industry in the first place because it made a lot of money, but more importantly, it was to hide herself better. After all, who would have thought that Chu Yu, who was awarded the title of National Treasure Level Academician at the age of only 17 and was regarded as a threat factor abroad, would choose to enter the entertainment industry and be directly exposed to the public eye? Not to mention those people abroad, even normal people can't think of it. Therefore, Chu Yu, who had a demon face that was not like that of an ordinary person in her previous life, was able to be successful in the entertainment industry. No one even dared to have any bad thoughts about her. She even reached the pinnacle that many stars in the entertainment industry would never be able to climb to in their lifetime, all because of the person behind her. It's Can Country. She was obsessed with money, of course, because all the money she earned was invested in her research, and also because of her agent who took care of her like a nanny. As for earning money and dying from overwork, it seems to be true. So things that are difficult for others are as simple and easy as eating and drinking for Chu Yu. Chapter 15 Chu Yu, Bagpipes from Afar. Bring that part over here, little one. Chu Yu turned her head to look at Mu Changshu, then pointed to the part that was farther away from her, and naturally directed Mu Changshu to go over and get it for her. Mu Changshu was very obedient. He stretched out his hand to grab the part that was not too far from him, and then handed the part to Chu Yu. "Mom, here it is." Chu Yu responded without stopping his hands. Mu Changshu stood on a chair, his head leaning towards Chu Yu to see how she installed it. "Mother. What's wrong?" Chu Yu took the time to turn his head and glance at Mu Changshu. If it wasn't for taking care of Mu Changshu and allowing him to see it more carefully, she could have reinstalled it back to its original state in just a few minutes. "Mom, shouldn't this part be on top?" Mu Changshu's fat little finger pointed to where the part was supposed to be. "Why did Mom install it down there?" Doubtful, confused look in his eyes. Could it be that Mom remembered it wrong? No, Mom definitely didn't remember it wrong, it must be him who remembered it wrong. It should be in this position, you see. Chu Yu explained it in detail to Mu Changshu. They are all professional terms. If you are not familiar with them, like the staff who follow the filming, it is basically like listening to a foreign language. They are all human words, but when put together, they sound like an alien language. Mu Changshu finished reading the books on this subject in Mu Shuye's study. He was much better than the staff who were following the filming. Although his brain absorbed information a little slowly, at least he could understand it. When the rest of the story was almost finished, Mu Changshu's eyes lit up and he suddenly understood. Okay, you do the rest. If you don't know anything, I'll teach you. Okay, Mom. Mu Changshu seemed to have his ren and du meridians opened up. He installed the parts in his hands without much hesitation. After all, when Chu Yu was analyzing it just now, he was just short of telling him which part should be put where. Under Chu Yu's guidance, Mu Changshu installed the parts one by one in their respective positions. And from the beginning, the netizens in the live broadcast room. What happened just now? Why can I understand what you said, but I can't understand it? The above is just like the sentence you are posting now. I can understand it but I can't understand it. The language of Tsangwar is profound and extensive. No, where did Chu Yu learn this? What is she talking about? And why does Shuzi look like he understands? Even a 5-year-old kid like Shuzi understands, but I don't, damn. I'm crying. This is a technical term. What Chu Yu just said to Shuzi is much easier to understand than what our professor said. Please give me a lecture. The show, My Almighty Mom and I, became a national variety show in its first season. The second season has the foundation of the first season, and even more people will watch it. Therefore, in the live broadcast room of the program, there are still people majoring in science and technology. After all, the personnel are complex and they do all kinds of things. While the netizens in the live broadcast room were going wild and in disbelief, Mu Changshu had already put the equipment together under Chu Yu's guidance. Whether it was the netizens in the live broadcast room or the staff who had been on the scene since the beginning, they all had expressions of how could this be possible as they looked at the equipment in front of them that had returned to its original state. This device is a mechanical arm. It looks similar to the one Fang Yi took just now. A smart netizen just took screenshots, and now it's just right to make a comparison, and then posted the two comparison pictures. Okay. Not almost the same, exactly the same. They watched the whole process. If it weren't for this, they would have thought that Chu Yu and Mu Changshu had never disassembled the mechanical arm. Oh my god. My whole family is shocked. It was actually restored to its original state. Is Chu Yu so powerful? And Mu Changshu, he is only 5 years old, right? I am so shocked that I just want to say one thing, where is the person who said he would livestream eating shit while standing upside down? Hurry up and do it live. I never thought that I would have the chance to see such a spectacular scene in my lifetime. I can't wait. Don't think about the above. I just checked. The Dogecoin user has cancelled his account and ran away. Damn. I was ready to record the screen and pass it down as a family heirloom. What a pity. Sigh. Some were shocked, and of course there were also some who didn't believe it, with comments like it's just been installed, but whether it can be moved is still another question. No one was willing to admit that they were slapped in the face by Chu Yu. The only thing about my body that is the toughest is my mouth. Xiang Ruijin, the team leader in charge of filming Chu Yu, heard the director's voice in his headphones. The director is behind the scenes and will not appear until they set off for the actual recording location. Of course, he will not show up too often. He only needs to arrange the people below and look at the data backstage. The assistant director does the most work. Now the director was speaking on the other end of the headset, and he saw the barrage in Chu Yu's live broadcast room, and asked Xiang Ruijin to cooperate so that the netizens watching the live broadcast could get the answer. Xiang Ruijin was only the team leader, and the director was the most important person in the program group, so after the director gave the order, he asked Chu Yu from behind the camera, "Teacher Chu, this mechanical arm has been reinstalled, can it be operated again?" This generation of netizens will not give up until they reach the Yellow River. They think that what if the robotic arm is just like the remote control, which only looks installed from the outside but is actually unable to move. They chose to ignore the fact that after Chu Yu pointed out the error in the remote control of the car, Mu Changshu reinstalled it and it was able to operate normally again. Certainly. Although Chu Yu didn't see how Mu Changshu reinstalled the front part according to his memory at the beginning, she installed the most difficult parts in the middle by herself, and Mu Changshu completed the rest under her supervision. So Chu Yu was not worried about whether the robotic arm could function. Har har, you said it without even thinking about it. You are so confident. Be careful not to get slapped in the face in the end. Where does an actor in the entertainment industry get his confidence from? He is bluffing. He is really unscrupulous in order to whitewash himself. Is he trying to market himself as a scientific research genius? It's so funny. I think some people should stop talking too much. First they suspected Chu Yu of taking chances, then they suspected Chu Yu of pretending. Now Shu Zi has really installed the things under his guidance, and now he is talking about these things again. What did Chu Yu do to you? You have to criticize everything he does, right? Why are you all so rude? I don't know whether Chu Yu hit me in the face or not, but my face has been swollen from being hit by Chu Yu. Chu Yu, bagpipes are heard from afar. Chapter 16. Mom is the best mom in the world. I love my mom the most. Chu Yu took a look at the robotic arm in front of him, then walked to the side, turned on the computer in the laboratory, connected it to the robotic arm, and started typing on the keyboard. These strings of data dazzled everyone and they didn't understand what Chu Yu was typing. But it must be amazing. Because, after Chu Yu pressed enter, the robotic arm started moving. This was the only sentence that filled the entire screen of the live broadcast room. Shocked my whole family. They were really shocked. It turns out that Chu Yu actually has this ability. Then why does she want to enter the entertainment industry? Mu Changshu looked at the nimble mechanical arm in front of him, his eyes becoming brighter and brighter. He and his mother dismantled, not reassembled it together. He is so awesome, mom is so awesome. What stepmother? Mu Changshu already regarded Chu Yu as his biological mother. After all, he had never seen his so-called biological mother since he could remember, and the one who had always been by his side was Chu Yu. Although my stepmother always ignored me before, it's different now. Mom, can I touch it? Mu Changshu turned his head to look at Chu Yu and asked. Seeing Mu Changshu being so cautious, Chu Yu smiled and said, of course, you can touch it. It won't fall apart that easily. Hearing Chu Yu say this, Mu Changshu stretched out his chubby little hand and approached the moving mechanical arm. Although Chu Yu said that it would not be broken, he still had a stern face and was very cautious. R. The little baby voice exclaimed. The camera then turned to Mu Changshu. All I saw was that the robotic arm that was running freely just now, after Mu Changshu stretched out his chubby little hand, the robotic arm also reached out to Mu Changshu's hand and held the soft and warm chubby little hand. The hand of the robotic arm has no temperature, only a mechanical coolness. Mu Changshu looked at the mechanical hand holding his hand in amazement. Mom, look. Mu Changshu excitedly turned his head to look at Chu Yu, letting her see his chubby little hand being held by the mechanical hand. Chu Yu nodded slightly, with the corners of his mouth raised, smiling gently, but the words that came out of his mouth were not gentle at all. Hold it again, be careful that the little fat hand will be crushed by it. Mu Changshu. No way. Mu Changshu could feel that the robotic arm didn't use any force at all, it was just holding his hand, so how could it be crushed? Mom is such a killjoy. Pout. But he still pulled his chubby hand out of the mechanical arm. After the chubby hand was pulled out, the mechanical arm stretched out, and the large mechanical palm gently stroked Mu Changshu's head. If it is manipulated by someone, there is nothing wrong with such behavior. But Chu Yu is now next to Mu Changshu and is not operating the robotic arm in front of the computer, so is it the robotic arm moving by itself? How is this possible? The mechanical arm moved by itself and touched their head. If it was controlled by someone, I might not be so surprised, but now, it is obviously not Chu Yu who is controlling it. Could it be that this mechanical arm has its own thoughts, and then controlled itself to touch Chu's head? What are you thinking? How is it possible? Do you think this is a sci-fi movie, where robots have their own thoughts? Let us not talk about robots for now. Now, this is just an arm. How can it have its own thoughts? Does the arm have a brain? Har ha har ha, there's a brain growing on God's arm. Chu Yu should have set it up when he was typing just now. No, this generation of netizens is really making me laugh. The above, you know how to avoid prophesize Chen, but this is to avoid prophesize, not to make a wish. Netizens in the live broadcast room began to discuss why the robotic arm could move so flexibly and touch Mu Changshu's head without any human control. But soon, there was an explanation. Because Mu Changshu was also very curious, he asked directly, "Mom, why does it move by itself? And why does it touch my head?" Mu Changshu looked at Chu Yu curiously, and reached out to touch the mechanical hand that was stroking his head. "You're a little idiot, but you still refuse to admit it. It's just an arm. It must be running according to the set program. How could it move on its own?" Chu Yu did not miss any opportunity to mock Mu Changshu. So what if he's a 5-year-old kid? She's not the type to hold back just because he's a kid. She should laugh and complain, because who isn't a baby in his 20s? But one thing she didn't say was that if the conditions were right, she could really make a mechanical arm have its own awareness. It was just a matter of making a chip, which was not a problem for her. "Mom, you always bully me." Mom is already so old, but she still bullies him, huh? The shepherd was humming. "Okay, stop whining. How do you feel today? Are you happy?" "Yeah. Happy. Mom, can you bring me here more often in the future?" Mu Changshu had already gotten down from the chair, holding Chu Yu's hand, looking up at her, his bright eyes full of anticipation. Chu Yu didn't care. She had plenty of time anyway. Besides, Mu Changshu was the young prince of the Mu family. Everyone in the Mu family knew him. If she was bored, she could let him stay here by himself. But at this moment, a sense of evil came over me, and the words that were about to agree came to my lips, but they took a sharp turn. "Just now you said that I always bully you, and now you want me to bring you here more often. Aren't you afraid that I will bully you again?" Mu Changshu's already big eyes opened even wider, round and full of disbelief. He obviously didn't expect Chu Yu to be so vindictive. He felt that his mother, an adult, was more childish than himself, a 5-year-old child. Mu Changshu felt as if he had discovered some truth and pretended to sigh deeply. Mom is his mother, what else can he do but to coax her? Thinking of this, Mu Changshu began to shake Chu Yu's hand, looking like a spoiled child, and said in a sweet voice, "Mom didn't bully me, I was just talking nonsense. Mom is the best mother in the world." Chu Yu obviously didn't intend to let Mu Changshu off so easily, is that so? "I thought you didn't like me, but I'm really sad." If Chu Yu could act a little sadder when she said this, instead of looking indifferent like she does now, or even trying to hold back a smile, maybe Mu Changshu would have believed it a little. Helplessness was written all over Mu Changshu's young face. "It's not that I don't like my mother. I love her the most." Even though he knew Chu Yu was joking, Mu Changshu still spoke very seriously. Chapter 17. How could such a stepmother be a vicious stepmother? "I see." Chu Yu pretended to think, as if he was doubting the truthfulness of Mu Changshu's words, thinking that he was just fooling him and was not serious. The chief shepherd was anxious. "Really? I love my mother the most. Har 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 har." Chu Yu couldn't help but laughed out loud. Their 5-year-old cub was so gullible that she just pretended to be serious and he was completely at a loss. So cute. Realizing that Chu Yu was teasing him again, Mu Changshu was almost furious. How could there be a mother who likes teasing children so much? All right, be good. I won't tease you anymore." Seeing Mu Changshu, whose hair was almost standing on end with anger, Chu Yu stopped teasing him. "It's getting late. We should go back. There's still plenty of time anyway, so it doesn't matter if we entertain the kids for a little while." Chu Yu stretched out his hand, holding hands. The angry Mu Changshu originally wanted to fight to the end, but his body's reaction was really disappointing. When he saw Chu Yu reaching out to him, he naturally reached out to hold her hand. "Go home." No, I'm going to laugh so hard that I'm about to pass out." Why didn't I realize before that Chu Yu could be so childish and act like a scoundrel with a 5-year-old kid? Har ha 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 har. Chu Yu, why are you so childish? Why are you arguing with a 5-year-old kid? Can you be more tolerant? TSK, some people are really good. They think the mother-son interaction is bad because of Chu Yu? I am really impressed. Has Chu Yu dug up someone's ancestral grave in this life? I am a very rebellious person. The more people dislike something, the more I like it. The most criticized points on the internet are Chu Yu marrying into a wealthy family and abusing her stepson. The other points don't seem to matter. But if it were you, wouldn't you want to marry into a wealthy family and live a carefree life every day? As for abusing her stepson, if she really did, would Shuzi like Chu Yu as a stepmother so much? She is really brainless. Har 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 har. After watching the live broadcasts of the other 4 groups, except for Chu Yu, every mother is so hard-working. Now after watching Chu Yu, I realize that the relationship between mother and son can be so happy. Love it. I love her too. I didn't have any feelings for Chu Yu at first, but I didn't expect her to be so interesting, good-looking, and knowledgeable. Her relationship with her stepson is not like what people say online. I feel like I've become her fan. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room gradually changed from hostility towards Chu Yu to laughter. Although Chu Yu and Mu Changshu didn't interact much at the beginning, at least after a day, many people had a changed impression of Chu Yu. Just like the shepherd's dismantling of things. Ordinary families educate their children to be obedient and sensible. If someone takes things apart like Mu Changshu did, he will definitely be educated by his parents, who think that he does not understand his parents' hard work and he just takes apart the toys they bought. As for Chu Yu, she could discover Mu Changshu's talent in this area. Yes, talent. He was able to go from only taking apart small things to directly taking apart a robotic arm, and even restore the disassembled robotic arm. Although he had Chu Yu's help in the process, he was able to understand the professional terms that Chu Yu said, which many adults could not understand. Mu Changshu, a 5-year-old boy, is truly gifted. Fortunately, Mu Changshu has a good family background and a stepmother like Chu Yu, otherwise his talent would probably be buried. That's why they changed their opinion of Chu Yu and thought that what was said on the internet might not be true. How could a stepmother who treats her stepson like this be a vicious stepmother? Chu Yu's mobile phone has not been confiscated by the program team, but she did not search it on purpose, so she was not aware of the change in netizens' attitude towards her. After returning to the Mu family manor and having dinner, the first thing she did was to take a bath. It seemed like he did nothing the whole day, and he even spent several hours on his phone in Mu's laboratory, but Chu Yu just felt very tired. After taking a bath, Chu Yu fell on the big bed, stretched his body and let out a long sigh. Why? Turn over and lie on the bed. I said I would lie down for the rest of my life, but today I couldn't help myself and did it again. Chu Yu felt that he was really destined to be a hard worker. But it's good to practice occasionally to avoid getting rusty, too. Fine. Chu Yu lay on the bed, feeling the softness of the bed, and her eyes gradually began to doze off. In the past week since she came here, she has been going to bed early and getting up early, and today she was much more tired than the previous few days. Call. Chu Yu fell asleep quickly, and his light and gentle breathing sounded in the quiet room. The next day, 6 in the morning. The days rise early in the summer, and Chu Yu's schedule allows her to wake up on time. Instead of lying in bed, Chu Yu stretched out in bed and then got up. After washing up, Chu Yu, wearing a light blue nightgown with her hair loose and without even putting on makeup, went downstairs directly. The live broadcast will not start until 8 in the morning. It is only 6 o'clock now, and the staff are still resting in the guest room arranged by Butler He. Breakfast is ready. Butler He appeared in front of Chu Yu. The servants and security personnel of the entire manor work in 2 shifts, one group works during the day and another group works at night, a 24-hour work system. The housekeeper's job is relatively hard, but he or she basically works during the day. After all, Butler He is old, and old people don't sleep for long, so Butler He gets up earlier than Chu Yu, at 5 o'clock. Knowing Chu Yu's recent schedule, Butler He asked the servants to prepare breakfast early, and Chu Yu just happened to come down from upstairs. Morning, Uncle He. Morning. Butler He followed Chu Yu to the dining room, walked to the back of the dining chair and pulled it open. Chu Yu sat down. Uncle He, please sit down. Butler He took a seat. Butler He has become accustomed to eating with Chu Yu, because a week ago Chu Yu asked for this every day, saying that it would be more lively to eat together. So recently, Butler He always ate with Chu Yu and Mu Changshu. After breakfast, Butler He asked the servants to take the things away. Do you want to go to the garden? During this week, Chu Yu's actions after getting up every morning were the same, but even so, Butler He still asked first. Well, let's go to the garden. The air in the garden is the best in the morning. Have a good breakfast and enjoy the fresh morning air. This is the way to live. It's nothing like my previous life, when I would sometimes shoot until the early morning and wake up at noon. When I wasn't shooting, I would either go to the laboratory or sleep at home. It's meaningless anyway. But life is completely different when you can be as carefree as you are now, without having to worry about anything and doing whatever you want. Chapter 18. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. If there are no children and grandchildren, I will enjoy the happiness. In the garden. Several gardeners were weeding, and several others were watering the flowers. After seeing Chu Yu, he just nodded slightly and greeted him. When we arrived at the pavilion, the rocking chair was there, and the tea set and other things were also ready. Chu Yu was lying in a rocking chair, with butler he sitting on a stone chair beside her, making tea for her. The morning air carried the fragrance of flowers into her nostrils. The rocking chair rocked gently, and Chu Yu squinted his eyes comfortably. The tea is ready. Butler he stood up, holding the brewed tea, and stood beside Chu Yu. The tea has a light aroma. Chu Yu opened his eyes, reached out to take the teacup, smelled it first, and then put the tea into his mouth. Uncle your tea-making skills are really good. If you were outside, you would be a top-notch master. Chu Yu praised generously. You are too kind. Butler he was still very modest, as long as you like it. I love so much. Chu Yu took another sip of tea and then put the teacup on the stone table beside him. Chu Yu closed his eyes and dozed off. Steward he did not say anything and silently sat back on the stone chair. Looking at Chu Yu who was dozing off, Butler he sighed and said that over the past week, his wife seemed to have become a different person. In the past, she would never get up until noon. Not to mention lying leisurely in a rocking chair in the garden pavilion like this. As for tea, she doesn't know how to drink it, nor does she know how to praise his tea-making skills. It's great to have a wife like this. Soon, more than an hour passed. 7:30. The staff who were following the filming had already gotten up and opened the live broadcast room half an hour in advance. If it were a normal time, there might be some office workers, but not too many people. But now it is summer vacation and there are too many students on vacation. So even though the live broadcast room opened at 7:30, there were still quite a few people pouring in, and most of them were watching the room with a black screen. It's finally open, half an hour early, I'm the first one. Wow, actress Chu got up too early. She got up at 7:30 to make breakfast for little Jie. She looks so good without makeup. You can't tell she's over 30. She looks like a 20-year-old girl. You all got up so early. Yishuya and Ranzi also got up. Are you all getting up so early? It's only 7:30 now, and Mrs. Lee has already started cleaning. She is so tired, and her son is still sleeping. This is indeed the normal operation of an ordinary family. Why is Shuzi the only one eating breakfast? Where's Chu Yu? Is he still sleeping? What time is it, and he hasn't gotten up yet? Is there any mother like this? Look at the other 4 groups of guest moms, they got up long ago. The stepmother still has to look at our Shin Yu. Although she was born into a wealthy family and married the wealthy actor Shin, she still got up so early in the morning to make breakfast for Mingzai. This is the model of a good stepmother. Oh, I want to see Chu Yu. I've been waiting for a long time just to see Chu Yu's beauty. I feel like I can be happy for a long time if I do nothing else all day long just by looking at Chu Yu's face. Wow. This amateur mom's husband is too much, isn't he? Mom Lee worked hard to make breakfast early in the morning, but he still turned a blind eye. Damn. What a stinky man. Mother Lee's husband is so scary. When there is a camera, he can just turn his face away to show Mother Lee. If there is no camera, will he do it? Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. If there are no children and grandchildren, I will enjoy the blessings. Not everyone is lucky enough to meet a good man. Men's bad roots cannot be changed. Therefore, I will start by staying away from men. In the live broadcast room early in the morning, the most discussed topic was the family of amateur mother Lee Dongling. Working hard every day and being told that it is not tiring to just stay at home and take care of the children are the daily routines of most married women, who have to live their lives depending on their husband's moods. It is because they are too ordinary and the majority, so compared to the free and wealthy life of celebrity guests, they can empathize with ordinary mothers more. They are ordinary people, the vast majority of people. If marriage is like this, I would rather be single until old age. Isn't it? Especially now when men say that if there are fewer bachelors, it will reduce the amount of knowledge women acquire, and women will be easier to deceive, so they don't have to worry about bachelors anymore. I vomited. It was too depressing. I'm going to go see Shuzi and get better. Woohoo, I'm scared. It is true that they can empathize more with the amateur Mamarlee, but they come to watch variety shows to forget their real life for a short time. Watching Mamarlee will only make them more afraid of their future marriage. Therefore, most netizens chose to switch the screen to watch the other four groups, and a few people stayed to continue watching. More people flocked to the live broadcast room of number 5 Chu Yu. Because Chu Yu is the most relaxed here, it allows them to see that there are different mothers who take care of children. Where is Chu Yu? Where is Chu Yu? Why can't I see Chu Yu? I want to see Chu Yu. You're not still sleeping, are you? Woohoo, don't sleep. I've missed your beauty so much after not seeing you for a whole night. Shuzi is so pitiful. He can only eat breakfast alone. I feel sorry for him. When I came to Chu Yu's live broadcast room, I didn't see Chu Yu. I only saw Mu Changshu, who was quietly eating breakfast. Although the netizens in the live broadcast room could watch Mu Changshu, they still clamored to see Chu Yu. The director was watching the barrage in the live broadcast room in the background. For the sake of traffic data, it must be satisfied. Then, the director's voice sounded in Xiang Ruijin's headphones, "Xiao Xiang, take a photographer to find Chu Yu." Xiang Ruijin responded and took a photographer to look upstairs. Boom boom boom. Knock on the door. Chu Yu had already gotten up and was in the garden, so naturally no one in the room would respond. Boom boom boom. Xiang Ruijin waited for a while and knocked on the door again. Still no one responded. Quiet. Just as Xiang Ruijin was about to raise his hand to knock on the door again, a maid came over and said, "You too, if you want to find my wife, you can go to the garden. My wife should be in the garden at this time." Hearing the servant's words, Xiang Ruijin and the photographer who was following them looked at each other. Okay, thank you. Unexpectedly, Chu Yu was not yet up, but had already gotten up, but was in the garden, not in the room. Xiang Ruijin and the photographer went downstairs. The Mu family's estate is very large, and the staff, who had only just arrived one day and had not yet gotten to know the situation, had no idea where the garden was. Shu little friend. Seeing Mu Changshu, who had finished breakfast and was wiping his mouth with a napkin, Xiang Ruijin spoke behind the camera. Hello, uncle. Mu Changshu got down from the dining chair and heard Xiang Ruijin calling him, so he greeted him politely, "Uncle, what's the matter?" Chapter 19, A Beautiful Woman's Smile, Why Fear Life or Death? Little Shu, I heard from the cleaners just now that your mother is in the garden. Chu Yu has been like this for a while. Mu Changshu knew it, so he nodded to Xiang Ruijin. Well, Mom is in the garden. Then can little Shu take us there? Shu's house is too big and we don't know where the garden is. Xiang Ruijin spoke to Mu Changshu in as gentle a tone as possible. Mu Changshu nodded again. Okay, I'll take you there. It just so happened that he also wanted to see his mother. Mu Changshu walked towards the garden with Xiang Ruijin and the photographer who was following them, taking his short legs. After walking around for a while, I finally saw Chu Yu in the garden pavilion. The garden is huge and the scenery is beautiful. The pavilion is located in the center of the garden, surrounded by flowers. Although it was some distance away from the pavilion, the camera could still capture Chu Yu clearly. She was wearing a light blue nightgown, with an unmade-up face and long hair gently blown by the wind. The morning light fell on her body, as if she was wearing a holy robe. It seemed that the years were so peaceful. There is also Butler He, who is sitting on a stone bench and making tea. He looks like a hermit in ancient times who has experienced many vicissitudes of life, has a reserved temperament, but is omnipotent. The old and the young in this garden are like a beautiful painting created by nature, which makes people reluctant to go forward and destroy it. Chu Yu, who was dozing in the rocking chair, seemed to have noticed the arrival of the staff. He opened his eyes and turned his head to look in the direction of the camera. The photographer who was following him subconsciously zoomed in the camera to take a picture of Chu Yu, who was not far away. The pixels are very good, and you can still see clearly even if you zoom in. So in the next second, netizens in the live broadcast room saw a scene that they might not forget for a long time. Her bright eyes caught everyone's attention, and seemed to be smiling. Her every frown and smile touched the hearts of countless people. One glimpse is enough to make you stunning, and your beauty disrupts your life. I finally understand what it means to be charming with just one glance and a smile, and all the beauties in the palace pale in comparison. Maybe this is the happiness of an emperor. Really, no matter how beautiful and gorgeous the flower is, the moment I saw Chu Yu, she was the only one left in my eyes. Forgive me for not being well educated. At this moment, I just want to say, damn, it's so fucking beautiful. I took a screenshot. This will be my screensaver from now on. I love pretty sister loves me. To put it in context, I have married Chu Yu. That's right, Chu's eye is the fruit of our love. A silent question, does anyone still remember that this is the variety show, My Almighty Mom and I? Wake up, this is someone else's wife, woo woo woo, someone else's wife, someone else's. Before, Chu Yu was so worthy of marrying into a wealthy family, and now President Mu was so worthy of marrying Chu Yu. Why? Why am I not a rich man? Why can't I spend a lot of money on Chu Yu? Woo woo, when I was powerless, I met someone I wanted to cherish. Netizens in the live broadcast room burst into tears. I knew Chu Yu, but I didn't expect her to be so enchantingly beautiful. They felt that as long as Chu Yu wanted something, they would definitely want to offer it to her with both hands, just to make her smile. At this moment, they understood the thoughts of the ancient tyrants who loved beauty more than their country. When a beauty smiles, why fear life or death? The netizens who only saw it through the camera were all like this, not to mention Xiang Ruijin and the photographer who followed the scene and saw it with their own eyes. The two of them just froze where they were, and even their breathing became lighter involuntarily, for fear that their foul air would affect the beautiful scene before them. Hey, here comes the kid. Why are you wearing this shabby black suit again? You're not cute at all. Xiang Ruijin, the photographer who was following the shooting. Netizens in the live broadcast room. Someone come quickly. Make Chu Yu's voice hoarse. I felt disillusioned instantly. Chu Yu, please don't talk anymore, seriously. How come I, such a beautiful woman, have such a big mouth? Grant me a mute potion. Roaring no. Screaming don't speak. Sad give me back my beauty. Chu Yu's opening of the mouth immediately broke the illusion, and the netizens in the live broadcast room wanted to drill through the mobile phones to Chu Yu's side, pry open her mouth, and poison her throat. When she doesn't speak, she is a picturesque beauty. When she speaks, she wishes she could become a mute beauty. Mom Tilder. Mu Changshu ran towards Chu Yu and threw himself into her arms. Mom, can you take me to the lab today, too? He was completely addicted, and all he could think about was demolishing things. Last night, he was a little insomniac and couldn't wait to get up the next day. Now that he saw Chu Yu, he couldn't wait to pull her and beg to take her away. Okay. Before Chu Yu could finish his words, he was interrupted by Xiang Ruijin. Ahem. Teacher Chu, we're leaving for a small village out in the field tomorrow. If you and Shushu need anything to buy, you can go and buy it today. You'll need to hand in your cell phones and other things. If you don't have anything, our program team won't be responsible. It was the same in the first season. The small village we went to had nothing and it was miserable, especially since the program crew was not responsible and we could only rely on the guest mothers and the children themselves. Upon hearing that he might not be able to go to the laboratory today, Mu Changshu's little head instantly dropped down, and his eyes became much dimmer. Chu Yu casually touched Mu Changshu's head and said, "It's okay. I'll take you there after the show is over. We have plenty of time anyway." Base. His eyes lit up. Mom, is that true? Fake. Mu Changshu knew that Chu Yu was teasing him again, and he muttered, "Mom is bullying me again." I said Mom is the best. The shepherd smiled. Then I'll take you to the mall later, Chu Yu looked Mu Changshu up and down, and continued, "When we go to the small village, don't wear that small suit. I'll take you to buy some comfortable clothes." But she still remembered what the pastor said, that she would not starve. By then, wearing a small suit, how can Mu Changshu complete his tasks and support his old mother? Chu Yu stood up from the rocking chair and said, "I'll go change my clothes first." I asked the driver to wait at the door. Good. Chu Yu nodded. When Chu Yu was packing herself up and preparing to go to the mall, she quietly became a hot topic. Hash looking back and smiling, she is full of charm hash. Hash poisonous mute Chu Yu hash. Hash me and my almighty mom Chu Yu hash. Netizens who were watching the live broadcast just now posted the screenshots and recorded videos on Weibo. No matter how beautiful the picture is, when Chu Yu starts talking, the beauty is destroyed, so there is this sense of contrast. The more people complain, the higher the popularity becomes, and the top search headlines keep rising. In just 1 hour, these 3 terms occupied the top 5 positions in Weibo's hot searches. Chapter 20, Chu Yu should be cursed by everyone if he dares to snatch her father. Does this video really exist? Or is it actually a CG movie? Is there a new movie or TV series coming out? Are they promoting it? It's so beautiful. Lick 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 tilde. Oh. Bayou, if this is really a movie promotion, when it is released, I will definitely donate 100 or 80 movie tickets. Didn't you guys see it? It brought up a topic, saying it was a live screen recording of the variety show, Me and My Almighty Mom. The person in the picture is Chu Yu, the one who was a stepmother and abused her stepson. TSK, such a good face is wasted. Eh? So weird, why did you bring up the topic of Jumurkai Chu Yu later? Isn't this unnecessary? Those who commented after only watching the first half have not yet seen the second half. They are still immersed in Chu Yu's stunning beauty. They even think that bringing up the topic of the poisonous and mute Chu Yu is a bit too much. No matter how bad Chu Yu is, there is no need to do this. But after seeing the back, the comments below immediately took a 180-degree turn. Poisonous mute. Poisonous mute. Give me the poisonous mute Chu Yu. How come such a beautiful woman has only a mouth? Dumia Chu Yu is very necessary, please let her be a quiet beauty, thank you. Look at my eyes, 3 parts cold, 3 parts ridicule, 4 parts indifference, we think you all know what to do. Go ahead, almighty netizens, Dumia Chu Yu. Not. Sure enough, the hot searches don't appear for no reason, and the topics don't exist for no reason. The poisonous and mute Chu Yu is their special and deep love for Chu Yu. Most of the people who criticize Chu Yu focus on the fact that she is a vicious stepmother, but in reality, even her original self in the book had not yet started to target Mu Chang-shu. It was his performance on the show later in the show that gradually caused him to be blacklisted by the entire network. There are many people who are bashing Chu Yu now, but not too many. They are just particularly numerous in a small circle. They are mainly the internet trolls hired by Chu Yu. They directly occupy the top 5 positions in the hot searches like now, which makes more people pay attention to Chu Yu. The more people there are, the more people will have clear minds. Just looking at the screenshots and recorded videos that have become popular searches has attracted the vast majority of people who are obsessed with looks. It was not enough to just chat about the topic, they even flocked to Chu Yu's Weibo account, wanting to get to know Chu Yu better. People are visual animals. Only when they are attracted by appearance will they understand what kind of person you are. Without a good-looking appearance, no one would want to know whether your soul is interesting or not. But when many netizens went to Chu Yu's Weibo, they found that Chu Yu had not posted a single message. The original person must have posted on Weibo, but they were all deleted by Chu Yu, so their Weibo is empty and there is nothing on it. But even though there wasn't a single Weibo post, netizens still clicked to follow. What if Chu Yu posted one later? Chu Yu's Weibo followers soared from 5 million to 10 million. Even if there were stars who had seen a surge in fans after a high-quality TV series was aired, it only took a few days. However, Chu Yu gained 5 million fans in such a short period of time. She is probably the first one. Shin family. If there is anyone who least wants Chu Yu to be on the trending searches and doesn't he want to see Chu Yu gain fans, it must be Chu Yu. After breakfast, Chu Yu went back to her room to pack up. There was no photographer following her. She took out her mobile phone to check the comments about herself on the internet. She cared about these things a lot. Especially when these netizens praised themselves and slandered Chu Yu, she would be in a good mood all day long. Chu Yu should be cursed by everyone for daring to snatch her father. Of course, she would not let others know Chu Yu's identity. In the Chu family, she is the only Miss Chu. However, when Chu Yu saw Chu Yu's hot searches on Weibo and netizens did not insult Chu Yu like they did before, her face turned dark. Chu Yu, it's Chu Yu again, why can she still turn the tide even though she has hired the internet trolls to blacken her so much? Chu Yu. Chu Yu threw the phone to the ground and screamed Chu Yu's name. Fortunately, the room was well soundproofed and her screams did not reach outside. Otherwise, if they were heard and the cameraman from the program crew came in, he would definitely be able to capture her hideous face. After Chu Yu gradually calmed down, she took out another mobile phone from the drawer and called Wang Xin. I want you to make Chu Yu be cursed by everyone right now. Do you hear me? Isn't Chu Yu on a hot search list? Then let this hot search be used to your advantage. Since it was on the trending search, there must be a lot of people watching Chu Yu. In this situation, she would let Wang Xin stir up trouble and let Chu Yu be scolded in public. Good hot search, Chu Yu doesn't he deserve it, she only deserves black hot search. Although Wang Xin on the other end of the phone didn't understand why Chu Yu suddenly gave such an order, since Chu Yu had said so, she would definitely do it. Okay Yu, I promise to make Chu Yu be cursed by everyone. The most convenient way for Chu Yu's group to stir up trouble and let everyone curse her is to let the netizens in the live broadcast room know clearly how Chu Yu, the vicious stepmother, targets her stepson. After hearing Wang Xin's reply, Chu Yu sneered with satisfaction and hung up the phone. Before leaving the room, she deliberately looked in the mirror and restored her usual gentle motherly expression towards Shen Puming. No one could tell how hateful she was in private. Har che. In the car, Chu Yu suddenly sneezed. Sitting in the safety seat, Mu Changshu tilted his head and looked at Chu Yu, asking with concern, Mom, do you have a cold? Chu Yu shook his head. No, maybe someone is scolding me. Chu Yu said nonchalantly. Mu Changshu's mouth opened into a circle, but he didn't say anything. He just had a shocked expression. He obviously couldn't believe that someone would scold his mother who was so good. The person who secretly scolded my mother is so bad. Okay, here we are. As soon as he finished speaking, the car stopped and we arrived at the mall. Chu Yu, who was sitting in the car, looked out through the window and saw more than a dozen people outside the mall, divided into two teams, standing opposite each other, as if some important person was coming and they were waiting to greet him. The car door was opened. Chu Yu got out of the car, followed by Mu Changshu, who was wearing a suit and looked like a little adult. Welcome, madam, young master, to Wanchang Shopping Mall. Welcome, madam, young master, to Wanchang Shopping Mall. The moment he saw Chu Yu and Mu Changshu, the person waiting at the entrance of the mall bowed to them and shouted. The leader started, and the dozen or so people standing on both sides followed suit, bowing and shouting. Chu Yu. Chapter 21 No more worry about my daughter-in-law. The people who greeted them were none other than her and Mu Changshu. So, this mall is also the property of the Mu family. The original body's clothes were all delivered to the door by someone for selection. The Mu family has so many businesses, who knows what they own? Chu Yu was ashamed. Yeah, she should have thought of it earlier. Compared to Chu Yu's speechless expression, Mu Changshu was already used to it. Chu Yu was not a person who had never seen the world, so she was only distracted for a moment, but she came back to her senses when Mu Changshu took her hand. Holding Mu Changshu's hand, I walked into the mall. Wow, I'm tired of saying the word envy. At this moment, I wish my soul could be in Chu Yu. Money is the kingly way. Money can solve most of the troubles. The remaining trouble is that there is not enough money. I didn't expect that Wanchang Shopping Mall is also owned by the Mu family. I just came to visit the mall, but there were so many employees lining the streets to welcome me. Oh, sister is so beautiful, I just came here from Weibo. I didn't expect to see sister's beauty right after I came here. Love, 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 I am banging my head against the wall for sister. Sooner or later I will die under Chu Yu's face, it's so pretty, stick to me tilde lick me tilde. Madam, I'm the manager of Wanchang Shopping Mall. My last name is Zhao. Is there anything you need today? Manager Zhao, the leading man who had just greeted Chu Yu and Mu Changshu outside, followed Chu Yu with a smile on his face, and asked in his voice as gently as possible, with a hint of flattery. Chu Yu glanced at Manager Zhao and said, buy some clothes. She went to live in a small village with the program crew, and had to complete tasks later. The clothes in her closet were all fancy, and Mu Changshu probably didn't have anything particularly casual, so she decided to buy some simple clothes now. Mu Changshu held Chu Yu's hand quietly. Yes. This way please. Manager Zhao made a gesture of invitation and led the way. Along the way, Manager Zhao also learned what specific clothes Chu Yu wanted to buy, so he quickly took her to the store. Manager. When the store manager saw Manager Zhao, he hurried forward to greet him. Manager Wen, this is Mrs. Mu, please keep her company. Manager Zhao reminded Manager Wen. Manager Wen then turned his attention to Chu Yu. Especially when she saw the camera filming behind her, she immediately understood Chu Yu's identity and smiled professionally. Mrs. Mu, welcome. Chu Yu nodded politely. Bring that one here and let me see it. Chu Yu casually pointed at a piece of children's clothing. When Mu Changshu saw the children's clothing that Chu Yu was pointing at, his face turned red. He pulled Chu Yu's hand and whispered, Mom. After Chu Yu finished speaking, the manager went to get the children's clothing that she had pointed at. Chu Yu, whose hand was pulled, lowered his head and looked at Mu Changshu. Don't you like it? If you don't like it, you can. Before Chu Yu could finish what he was going to say, he was interrupted by Mu Changshu. The shepherd's face was red, and when she saw the clothes being brought over, her face became even redder, but she still said, I like it. As long as it's chosen by my mother, I like it. Even though he felt that such cute clothes were not suitable for him, he still did not refuse. After all, this was the first time his mother bought clothes for him. If he refused, his mother would definitely be disappointed, and he didn't want to see his mother disappointed. TSK, I knew you were sweet talking, but I didn't expect you to be so sweet. You don't have to worry about your future daughter-in-law anymore. Chu Yu bent down and poked the little fat on Mu Changshu's face teasingly. Blushing. Har ha har ha, the way Shuzi blushes is so adorable. I really want to rub it. Humph. If I can't be Chu Yu's woman, then I will be Chu Yu's future daughter-in-law. It is said that a woman who is 3 years older than a man will bring him wealth, and a woman who is 30 years older than a man will bring him the kingdom. Age is not a problem, Shuzizi, come to my arms quickly Tilder. Phut, do they need you to give them gold bricks or kingdoms? The Mu family has nothing. Mrs. Mu, the clothes you wanted. Manager Wen handed the children's clothes to Chu Yu with both hands. Chu Yu took it and tried it on Mu Changshu's body. After confirming that Mu Changshu could wear it, he handed the clothes to him and asked, Little boy, can you change your clothes by yourself? If not, let's go into the fitting room together and I'll help you change. Mu Changshu's face flushed, I can change it myself. In the fitting room, Mu Changshu looked at the clothes in his hands. Although he was still a little cub, he behaved like a mature little adult. He sighed and looked so helpless. He took off his fitted suit and put on the clothes his mother had chosen for him. Looking at himself in the mirror in the fitting room, Mu Changshu held the clothes and looked at himself again and again. After looking for a long time, he pushed open the door of the fitting room and walked out. The camera immediately focused on Mu Changshu, who came out of the fitting room. The yellow bear honestly makes her skin look tender and soft, and coupled with that adorable face, if the netizens in the live broadcast room were there, they might have screamed out loud. This looks so cute on the young master. Manager Wen couldn't help but speak out. After all, it is really cute, making people want to ravage it and rub it until it is bald. But she didn't dare. Mu Changshu's face was tense, and he was obviously unhappy about Manager Wen praising him for being cute. Although Mu Changshu was only a 5-year-old cub, his status was there after all. So when he looked at him like that, Manager Wen realized that he had said the wrong thing, and quickly shut up, silently reducing his presence. Mu Changshu didn't say anything. He glanced at everyone but didn't see Chu Yu. Where's Mom? Mom is missing. Mu Changshu's little face couldn't hold it tight anymore, and mist instantly welled up in his eyes. Mom is missing. Mu Changshu's baby voice was full of grievance. The photographer who was following them was about to speak when he saw Chu Yu push open the door of the fitting room on the other side and come out. Wearing the same clothes as Mu Changshu, Chu Yu, who was already 22 years old, looked like he was only 18 years old, very young. If it weren't for the fact that she and Mu Changshu were stepmother and stepson, people who didn't know would just think they were siblings. The red skirt is swaying, and the parent-child outfit is delicate. This made all the netizens in the live broadcast room salivate. The barrage of comments was scrolling like crazy, making people dizzy, but without exception, everyone was amazed by Chu Yu. Chu Yu didn't know all this. She only knew that after she came out of the fitting room, a small figure suddenly jumped into her arms. Mother. The soft and cute voice had a hint of crying, and her head was buried in Chu Yu's body, rubbing against him. Chu Yu's face was full of question marks. Why are you crying? She just went in to change her clothes, why did this kid feel so wronged? Did someone bully him? The shepherd sniffed and said, "No, I wasn't crying. I just thought my mother was lost." Ying. Chapter 22. Is this something they can watch? Chu Yu. Is she lost? Even if you get lost, I can't get lost. Chu Yu spoke mercilessly. The chief pastor was confused after being criticized. Shouldn't the important thing now be to comfort him? Why do you start by speaking in a negative way? Mu Changshu leaned into Chu Yu's arms, buried his face deeper, and called out in a coquettish tone, "Mom." Okay, I won't say anything more. Let me see how you look in this dress. Chu Yu compromised. There's nothing I can do. Who made this kid, Mu Changshu, so cute? Mu Changshu left Chu Yu's arms, his eyes and nose were red, like a little rabbit, especially with the teddy bear Onacy on, he looked even cuter. I really want someone to bully him severely and then sit on him to death. Millimeter, how cute. Chu Yu was very satisfied with Mu Changshu's soft and cute appearance. This is how he acts like a child. This was the umpteenth time that Mu Changshu had felt shy today. Just now when praised him for being cute, he had a cold face, but now it was Chu Yu who praised him for being cute. Cold face. That didn't exist. Only shyness and full of joy remained. Mom praised him. Hey. If Mu Changshu had a tail, everyone would be able to see his tail reaching up to the sky and shaking wildly towards Chu Yu. Chu Yu reached out, pulled Mu Changshu's hat over and covered his head. There are 2 bear ears on the hood and a bear tail behind. It's even cuter this way. Mom is cute too. Mu Changshu looked at Chu Yu and said seriously. His mother is the most beautiful mother in the world, no matter who objects, it's useless. You have such a sweet mouth. Chu Yu bent down and pinched Mu Changshu's cheeks, then stood up and looked at Manager Wen. Help me get this, that, and that. Manager Wen watched Chu Yu point at the items one by one. She quickly memoized them and then turned around to get them. A green little dinosaur, a pink little cat, and a blue whale. Mu Changshu watched his mother choose more and more clothes for him. His little mouth opened slightly and his eyes looked back and forth between Chu Yu, who was choosing clothes enthusiastically, and the clothes in her hands. Isn't that a bit too much? Mom, aren't we here to pick out things for tomorrow's outing? There are too many clothes. Mu Changshu quickly spoke up to try to stop Chu Yu, who couldn't stop choosing. At this time, he had already deeply realized the energy women have when buying things. Mu Changshu saw in Chu Yu the same aura as when his grandmother took him shopping. Chu Yu was so obsessed with choosing clothes that he couldn't help himself. It's okay. I'll be out for so many days. I'll change you a new outfit every day. The little cub is so cute, of course I have to show him off to everyone. Dress up game. Chu Yu deeply realized the joy of raising a cub, and the speed at which he pointed at clothes became faster and faster, buying and dressing up the little cub. Anyway, it's not her money that is being spent. Mom. Mu Changshu took 2 steps back. This is a little skirt that girls wear. Mu Changshu's little face was filled with fear. Little cub, you won't refuse your mother, right? Chu Yu's expression at this time. The staff of the program team didn't expect Chu Yu to dress Mu Changshu in women's clothes. Is this something they can watch? I want to see it. Shuzi must look really good in a little skirt. I'm ready to take screenshots. As expected, good-looking boys cannot escape the fate of wearing girls' clothing when they were young. Modo. A lot. Chu Yu, how could you do this? A discordant voice sounded. It was Wenshin who came with them. How could you be so vicious? Even if you are not the child's biological mother and you don't like to neglect children, you can't humiliate him like this. He's still a child, and a boy at that, and you're dressing him in women's clothes. Wenshin's accusation was so righteous, as if it was an unforgivable sin for a stepmother to dress her stepson in women's clothes. Ha! Chu Yu looked at Wenshin, who suddenly spoke and almost laughed out loud. Is she crazy? And she says that all the supporting characters in romance novels are so brainless. It's a live broadcast now, and she just revealed yesterday that Wenshin is Chu Xinyue's man. Normally, shouldn't she lower her presence first and then do some sneaky things behind the scenes? The result is so direct. Wenshin is certainly not stupid. The reason why she jumped out now is entirely because Chu Xinyu had just instructed her. Now Chu Yu wants to make his stepson Mu Changshu wear a little skirt, which just gives her the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Wang Xin will definitely not let go of this opportunity. As for the follow-up, Chu Yu has already arranged for the black hot search. Why can't I let the kid wear women's clothes? Chu Yu hugged Mu Changshu into his arms and looked at Wang Xin provocatively. Of course you can't let Changshu kid dress in women's clothes. If his biological mother saw her son being treated like this by his stepmother, how sad would she be? What Wang Xin said was a matter of course. I think what the staff said is right. Shuzi is a boy, how can he wear women's clothes? This Chu Yu's mind is really vicious. Does he want to make Shuzi useless so that he can make way for his own biological child in the future? I think it's quite normal. I also like to dress my son in pretty skirts. Isn't it very cool to wear a skirt on my cute and soft son? The above person must be a stepmother like Chu Yu, and a vicious one at that. Otherwise, how could she treat her own child like this? If this was really her own son, she would probably hold him in her hands for fear of dropping him, and hold him in her mouth for fear of melting him. We men have the responsibility of carrying on the family line. I think Chu Yu just doesn't want the Mu family to be separated and wants to cut off the Mu family's incense. He is really a ruthless person. What about continuing the family line? Why don't you give birth to your own children? After all, we women know that the child is our own, but you men may not know that, so you should give birth to your own children. This is the only way to ensure the correct genes for continuing the family line, har har. The topic of conflict between men and women on the internet has always been the most controversial. Even in the live broadcast room of the show, Me and My Almighty Mom. During the first season, there were people who deliberately caused trouble, asking why the show was called Me and My Almighty Mom instead of Me and My Almighty Dad, and whether it was looking down on men. Anyway, there are all kinds of tricks. Sad. Chu Yu raised his eyebrows. Since you said that, then I want to ask, is Chu Yu also humiliating her stepson by dressing him in women's clothes? If her stepson's biological mother knew about this, wouldn't she also be very sad? How can you compare with Miss Chu? She dressed young Master Shin in women's clothes out of love for her stepson, how can it be called humiliation? Wang Xin spoke out in rebuttal, which was a double standard taken to the extreme. So it's vicious of me to dress the kid in women's clothes, and she, Chu Yu, dresses her stepson in women's clothes out of love for him. Chu Yu continued to set a trap for Wang Xin, waiting for her next words. And Wang Xin was just as Chu Yu expected. Chapter 23, No Need to Turn, I Belong to My Mother. Certainly. Wang Xin snorted coldly, thinking that Chu Yu was really shameless for wanting to compete with Chu Yu. Chu Yu's status is there, and she doesn't need to marry into a wealthy family to change her class, so she and Shen Puming's father Shen Zongliang are truly in love, so of course there is no need for her to be a vicious stepmother and target her stepson, a 5-year-old child. But Chu Yu is different. She is a woman who relied on her body to get to the top and married into a wealthy family. Har har. Then you really have double standards. Whatever your master does is right. You are indeed a good dog. Chu Yu clicked his tongue twice. Being able to directly admit to double standards during a live broadcast, it seems that he will soon be abandoned by Chu Yu and become a discarded pawn. Netizens in the live broadcast room also reacted, and this time, there was no quarrel. After all, Wang Xin's extreme double standards were just as Chu Yu said, he was a good dog who thought that whatever his master did was right. Wang Xin wanted to say something, but was pulled out by Xiang Ruijin, who was filming Chu Yu's group. Looking at Wang Xin being dragged away, Chu Yu put his hand on Mu Changshu's head and rubbed it twice. Little cub tilder. Mu Changshu felt uneasy when Chu Yu stared at him. And just as Chu Yu said just now, Mu Changshu would definitely not reject her. Mu Changshu took the little skirt from Chu Yu's hand with a helpless look on his face. What can I do? She is my own mother, so of course I can only pamper her myself. The little face is filled with great sorrow. After entering the fitting room, Mu Changshu took off the little bear jumpsuit he had just changed into. Looking at the pink skirt in his hand, a fearless expression appeared on his little face. Fumbled to put it on. The door of the fitting room was pushed open. She was wearing a pink little skirt and had a shy and delicate face. If I didn't know that Mu Changshu was a boy, and if I had seen him walk into the fitting room with the little skirt in his hand, I would have thought she was a girl from some family. It was the first time that Mu Changshu wore a little skirt that only girls wore. She pinched it nervously with her hands. Mom, Mom, does it look good? Little cub, it's beautiful, so beautiful. How can it be so cute? Well, I want to take the kid home. Chu Yu's eyes lit up. I knew Mu Chanshu was cute, but I didn't know he could be so cute in women's clothing. Chu Yu felt that he had awakened some strange habit. No need for crutches. Mu Chanshu was really shy. He could only lower his head and twiddle his fingers, saying in a baby voice, I belong to my mother. Ouch. Make Chu Yuman bleed directly. Mu Chanshu, who was originally a little nervous, saw Chu Yu's reaction, and quietly lowered his head even more, with the corners of his mouth secretly raised. Mom likes him very much, Mom likes him super much. Steal the child, steal the child. It's so cute, I can't stand it, I'm going to Chu Yu's house tonight and steal her stepson. I'm so damn envious of Chu Yu, having such a cute and talking little cub. Come on, let us form a group to steal a child, steal the baby, I will dress him up beautifully every day, a miracle baby every day. I hope you won't go too far. You have been harassing my child by using foul language over and over again. As his mother, I can't stand it any longer. Please stop the shameless idea of stealing my child immediately, and please consider my feelings. My mother thinks so too. Mother. Chu Yu chuckled, what's the matter, kid? Mu Chanshu stepped forward, tugged at the corner of Chu Yu's clothes, motioned her to squat down, and said he had something to say to her. Chu Yu squatted down and followed, keeping his eyes level with Mu Chanshu. Looking at him straight in this way, Mu Chanshu looked even more adorable in Chu Yu's eyes. She couldn't help but rub his face. Mom, no more meat. Mu Chanshu, whose face was being rubbed, spoke incoherently. Okay, I won't rub it anymore. Before letting go, Chu Yu rubbed it again. Mom, let's go buy something else. Mu Chanshu wanted to use this to change the subject so that he could quickly change out of the pink and tender little skirt he had just put on. Chu Yu knew that Mu Chanshu was trying to change the subject, so she thought hard and said, then let the kid wear this. The kid looks really cute in a little skirt. I like it so much. Hearing Chu Yu say this, Mu Chanshu originally thought that he was a boy and shouldn't wear a girl's skirt, but he had already put it on, and his mother still said so. The little face was full of conflicted expressions. Then it's only today. The little expression was serious and he held up a fat little finger, but he compromised. Seeing Mu Chanshu like this, Chu Yu couldn't help laughing out loud. Phut, I was just kidding you. Okay, let's go change our clothes, and wear them only for Mom to see from now on. Chu Yu stood up and said to Manager Wen, pack up all the clothes and send them to the Mu family manor. Okay, Mrs. Mu. After Manager Wen responded, Chu Yu walked into the fitting room. At the same time, Shin family. Chu Xinyue's cell phone rang as she was playing the piano with Shin Puming. Mingming, Mom is going to answer a call first, you just practice the piano obediently, okay? Chu Xinyu asked Shin Puming while holding the phone. Good. Shin Puming sat in front of the piano, small as a child, with his legs dangling in the air. He watched Chu Xinyu leave the piano room before turning back and continuing to practice the piano. Ming is so well behaved. A 5-year-old should be playing happily, but he is patiently sitting in front of the piano to practice. He is indeed the son of our actor Shin. He has been different from other children since he was young. He will definitely be as outstanding as actor Shin when he grows up. That's also due to the good education of our Shin Yu. Everyone knows that Mr. Shin is very busy, and this family is basically taken care of by Shin Yu. Oh, our Shin Yu is really too hard-working, having to film and take care of children at the same time. She really deserves to be able to participate in My Almighty Mom and Me. Shin Yu herself is an all-round mother. Yes, Shin Yu is really a good stepmother, completely different from that Chu Yu. That Chu Yu was just trying to make the child useless, and even made her stepson dress in women's clothes. TSK. Chu Xinyu left the piano room and returned to her room. After answering the phone and hearing what Wang Xin on the other end of the line had just said, Chu Xinyue's face couldn't help but become gloomy. Waste. Idiot. An angry voice was heard. Sister Xinyu, please give me one last chance. I promise that next time I will make it difficult for Chu Yu to turn over. When Wang Xin said this, he was not as determined as the previous 2 times. Chu Xinyu took out her tablet, glanced at the news online, and then sneered when she heard Wang Shen say on the phone that he would give her another chance. Chapter 24. We'll eat it secretly, your dad will never know. The task was not completed and she was almost dragged into trouble. She had already given him a chance once. How could Wang Shen have the nerve to ask her to give her another chance? You told me in Chu Yu's live studio that you have resigned from my office. I will give you some money, and you don't have to come back. Just as Chu Yu expected, Wang Shen became Chu Xinyue's abandoned child. How could you possibly want a dog that could nearly drag its master down with it? Before Wang Shen could say anything, Chu Xinyu hung up the phone. After transferring some money to Wang Shen, Chu Xinyu blocked all her contact information to prevent her from contacting her again. The angry contact asked the water army to withdraw first, and then Chu Xinyu left the room. After all, the people from the program team were still there. She left Shen Puming to practice piano alone, which did not fit her image as a good stepmother. As for Chu Yu, she will have plenty of opportunities to deal with her later. Maybe he found the fun in playing the dress-up game with Mu Chanshu. Chu Yu took Mu Chanshu shopping everywhere this morning. Mu Chanshu felt like his short legs were about to be scrapped. But obviously, Chu Yu was not satisfied yet. Mother. Mu Chanshu, who was holding Chu Yu's hand and seeing Chu Yu excitedly preparing to go to the next store, stopped. Chu Yu stopped, lowered his eyes to look at Mu Chanshu, and asked, "Little boy, what's wrong?" "Mom, I'm hungry. It's almost 12 o'clock now. It has been more than 4 hours since I had breakfast, and I have also been shopping in the mall all morning, which has consumed a lot of physical energy. Actually, I'm not particularly hungry, I'm just tired and want to rest. I'm hungry." Although Chu Yu found the fun of dressing up Mu Chanshu, she was not willing to starve him just to make him cooperate with her in dressing him up. "It will take a while to go back, why don't we eat outside?" "What do you want to eat, little one?" Before Mu Chanshu could think of what to eat, Manager Zhao, who had been following Chu Yu and Mu Chanshu, said, "Madam, young master, there is a restaurant on the 6th floor of our mall. How about I take you two up there?" Mu Chanshu held Chu Yu's hand and looked up at Chu Yu. Chu Yu was also looking down at him. Eyes met. Mu Chanshu shook his head at Chu Yu, then turned to look at the KFC on the other side and asked, "Mom, I want to eat that, is that okay?" He had never eaten this before, but had only heard his kindergarten friends talk about it. Looking at Chu Yu, his eyes were a little evasive, because he heard from Grandpa that these things were not as healthy as those at home, and his father also said that he should not eat too much. However, he didn't eat too much, and it shouldn't matter if he only eats it once. He didn't know if his mother would agree. Big eyes, small desire. Want to eat? Yes, I want to eat. Mu Chanshu nodded heavily, but after thinking of something, he added, "I'll just eat a little bit. Mom won't tell Dad, right?" Although his father doesn't spend much time with him, but because of this, in Mu Chanshu's heart, Mu Shuye is very majestic. If he doesn't allow himself to eat too much, then he will definitely not eat too much. The main reason why he asked his mother this was that he was afraid that if his father found out, not only would he be punished, but his mother might also be implicated. But he was a little greedy and said, "No, we'll eat it secretly, your dad will never know." Chu Yu made a solemn promise to Mu Chanshu. After reading the original text, she knew very well that Mu Shuye had let his son Mu Chanshu go as far as he could. In the early days, it could be said that he paid no attention to his adopted son Mu Chanshu at all. Even when he later discovered that his original body had abused Mu Chanshu, Mu Shuye simply divorced the original body and did not even show much concern for him. He then went back to work. When Mu Shuye supported her and Mu Chanshu yesterday, Chu Yu thought Mu Shuye was a good guy and wanted to meet her cheap husband. But now, she doesn't want to see him anymore. A cheap husband is a cheap husband. He even treats his own son the same way. Pooh. Knowing that Mu Shuye didn't care, Chu Yu could so confidently assure Mu Chanshu. "Mom is so nice." Mu Chanshu didn't know that Chu Yu was complaining about Mu Shuye in her heart. He just thought that she wouldn't tell her father, so he happily took Chu Yu's hand and went into KFC. Har 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 har, did Chu Zai forget that he was recording a show? And it was live, and he didn't let mommy tell daddy. Doesn't daddy know how to watch the live broadcast? He's very hands-on, very smart, but a little not so smart. The president of Mushy Group must be very busy, unlike us, so he definitely doesn't have time to watch the live broadcast. Chu Yu really dotes on Shuzi Tilder. No, how can you bring a child to eat this kind of junk food? What if he gets sick? It turns out that young people don't know how to take care of children, or it turns out that they don't care about their children because they are not their own. Order and pick up the food. Looking at the fried chicken legs, hamburgers and French fries in front of him, Mu Changshu's eyes were sparkling. Mother. But even if he wanted to eat again, Mu Changshu still shifted his gaze and looked at Chu Yu, who was sitting next to him. Mu Changshu looked like a greedy little cat, and Chu Yu burst out laughing. Okay, eat it. If it's not enough, order more. That's enough. Mu Changshu quickly shook his head. Even though he is greedy, he won't eat too much. The fat boy held the burger, which was almost as big as his face, and took a bite, only to eat the crust. But still delicious. Mother. Delicious food should be shared. Mu Changshu took a few bites and then handed the hamburger in his hand to Chu Yu. Chu Yu didn't understand what Mu Changshu meant. What? Good things are meant to be shared, so eat, Mom. Chu Yu. I don't want it. Disdain was almost evident on Chu Yu's face, but Mu Changshu obviously didn't realize it. The chubby boy still held the hamburger in his hand, handing it in front of Chu Yu, waiting for Chu Yu to eat it. The chief shepherd looked away. Chu Yu looked disgusted. I don't want to eat your saliva, you eat it yourself and I'll eat the fries. Eating what others have eaten. How is that possible? Even if Chu Yu was beaten to death, she, Chu Yu, would never eat it. Mu Changshu's little face was a little cracked. In fact, his mother didn't have to say it so directly. She could be more tactful and he would be able to understand it. Being directly rejected, Mu Changshu said nothing and continued to eat the burger. Wok, is my sister Yu so direct? I just arrived, what kind of reckless person is my sister Yu? Not only reckless, but also very brave. Fortunately, Shuzi is a well-behaved and obedient child, otherwise, if it were another naughty child, he would definitely lie on the ground and throw a tantrum, making you lose face like the Pacific Ocean. A stepmother is a stepmother. Why is the child's saliva dirty? If you don't want to eat, don't eat. Don't make this excuse. Chapter 25. You guys are really perverted, I really like you. Mu Changshu ate quietly and didn't think that Chu Yu didn't like him because he didn't eat the burger he gave him. The 5-year-old cub didn't feel embarrassed at all. He forgot about it while eating and started to get close to Chu Yu again. Chu Yu looked at the letter from Mu Chang that was posted to him and sighed with a meaningful look on his face. She remembered that Mu Changshu's attitude towards her before seemed neither close nor distant. Why did he become so clingy to her after just one day? Is it because he took Chief Mu to Mu's laboratory yesterday? Mom, I'm done eating. Can we go to Dad's company in the afternoon? Back to the lab. Tear down, tear down. Chu Yu guessed right. Mu Changshu thought Chu Yu was super amazing, so his admiration for her gradually began to evolve. From a tsundere little cub, it evolved into a clingy little cub. But we only bought clothes this morning. We still haven't bought other things. What should we do? The pastor's small mouth shrank. Well, let's wait until we come back. Mom and I will go buy other things first. I originally thought that I could finish shopping in the morning, and then in the afternoon, I would ask my mother to take me to the laboratory of my father's company. But now he hadn't finished buying everything he wanted to buy, so Mu Changshu had to give up. I just feel a little lost. Little one. Chu Yu suddenly called out, Mu Changshu. Mu Changshu looked up, his eyes blank. Mom. Put your head here. Chu Yu was rummaging through her bag, not knowing what she was looking for. Mu Changshu obediently leaned his head over. Chu Yu took out 2 hair ties from her bag and reached out to tidy up Mu Changshu's hair. Their hair is very soft and a little long, just enough for 2 small buns. Chu Yu quickly used a hairband to tie 2 small buns on Mu Chang's sparse hair. Although she was still wearing a small suit, with the small buns tied, she looked like a little girl. Millimeter, cute tilde. Although he is not his own son, a stepson is also considered half a son. If the son is not for play, it will be meaningless. Mu Changshu raised his hand and touched the 2 little chicks on his head. He couldn't see them, but it didn't stop him from imagining, Mom, I'm a boy. Well, it's so cute, of course it's a boy. After being treated like this, Mu Changshu no longer had the energy to think about going to the laboratory to take things apart. He just touched the 2 little bellies on his head with a flushed face. Just now she was wearing a little skirt that girls wear, and now she has two little pigtails tied to her. He turned into a girl, woo. With tears in her eyes, she clung even tighter to Chu Yu, wishing she could hide herself in Chu Yu's arms so that no one else could see when he tied the two little ones. Chu Yu. It's so fun to raise a cub. Building happiness on their pain of the little cubs really doubles the happiness. Not only Chu Yu was happy, but the netizens in the live broadcast room were also happy. How can this be? Shuzi is a boy, it's enough for him to wear a little skirt, but now they are tying two little pigtails on his hair. It's fine to just tie two little pigtails, but they don't even use a pink hairband. I strongly request to change to a pink hairband. The person above, remember to speak faster in your next life, and give your allies a good burial. That's right, how can I not tie a pink hairband? It's best to change into the pink skirt just now, so that I can be a little girl. You guys are really perverted, I really like you. Shuzi, trembling. As expected, humans' preferences for cubs are pretty much the same, and this is the first time that netizens in the live broadcast room have reached such a unanimous agreement. Country D. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon in Kang Country, but in D Country, it was still 12 o'clock noon. In a high-rise office in a building, a man sat at his desk with his hand against his forehead and his thumb rubbing his temple. He reached out, took off his glasses, and rubbed the bridge of his nose with his hand. He has not rested for 24 hours and has been dealing with matters at the Country D branch. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door. Enter. Mu Shuya put his glasses back on, and his deep voice followed. It was Assistant Chu who came in, holding a pile of documents in his hands and placed them on the desk. Boss Mu, this is the last one. There are at least a dozen documents, many of which require going out, so it will take at least some time to process them. Mu Shuya reached out and took the top document. Assistant Chu was silent for a moment when he saw that Mu Shuya was still working, and then he said, Mr. Mu, you haven't had a day off since yesterday. Take a rest first. Your health is important. No, just finish it as soon as possible. Mu Shuya didn't look up. He held the pen in his hand and signed the document quickly. Assistant Chu was about to cry. Old Master Mu had specifically instructed him about this. If Old Master Mu knew that he failed to stop Mu Shuya and that he let Mu Shuya collapse from exhaustion in Country D, he would probably have to fly him over overnight. Burst into tears. Boss Mu, please have some pity on me. I haven't had a day off for a day. Woohoo, my wife has worked so hard to raise this piece of meat. If she dies, she will be so heartbroken. The previous words were just nonsense to persuade Mu Shuya. After all, apart from delivering documents to Mu Shuya, he could still take a rest in his office. But if the meat that my wife has worked so hard to raise is gone, I don't know how long she will have to keep it for after I go back. Only then did Mu Shuya stop what he was doing. Then let's go eat first. I'll give you a day off in the afternoon so you can go back and rest. What about you, Mr. Mu? I'm taking a break too. Mu Shuya was helpless. Hey. Okay. Assistant Chu was proud of his clever way of pretending to be pitiful. Today is another day where I successfully persuaded the president to take a rest, preventing him from exhausting himself, and then was beaten up by Mr. Mu and taught him a lesson. After leaving the office, the few people on this floor were all brought by Mu Shuya from Kang Country. Because it was lunchtime, one of them was playing with his cell phone. Mu Shuya, who was walking behind him, could just see the screen on his phone. Mu Shuya stopped. Why does it look familiar? Isn't this the young master? Assistant Chu also followed Mu Shuya's gaze and saw Mu Changshu with two small buns of hair in the live broadcast room. Chief Shun. Mu Shuya frowned, then looked at Assistant Chu, go buy food first. After saying that, Mu Shuya turned around and went back to the office. Assistant Chu scratched his head and had to go buy food first. Chapter 26. Is this a loving mother and a filial son? This is a mother saying goodbye to her son and laughing. When Mu Shuya returned to the office, he suddenly remembered that today seemed to be the day when Chu Yu took Mu Changshu to film My Almighty Mom and Me. Although he received a call from Mu Changshu yesterday, he just thought that Chu Yu took Mu Changshu out to play and didn't think about anything else. That's why he didn't react for a while when he saw the live broadcast just now. But although he agreed to let Chu Yu take Mu Changshu to participate in the variety show, he never agreed to let her braid Mu Changshu's hair. Mu Shuya took out his mobile phone, opened Weibo, found the live broadcast link posted by the program team on Weibo, and clicked on it. In the live broadcast room, Mu Changshu, with two little pigtails, was smiling happily. His eyes were narrowed into slits, and he looked very happy. Mu Shuye's hand suddenly stopped. Thinking of Mu Changshu, who always had a serious face, this was the first time that Mu Shuye saw him with such a vivid expression. Mu Shuye, who had originally planned to call Chu Yu and ask her not to make trouble for Mu Changshu, suddenly gave up the idea. Since Chu Yu can make Mu Changshu so happy, it doesn't seem like a bad thing. Mu Shuye asked Chu Yu to bring Mu Changshu to participate in the show, also hoping that the two of them would get along well. This is the best way now. Exit the live broadcast room. After staring at the phone for a while, Mu Shuye transferred some money to Chu Yu's private card. Although Chu Yu had his black card in his hand, the only thing he could think of and do now seemed to be transferring money to her. Bite. Chu Yu, who was buying ice cream, saw a text message on his phone and subconsciously clicked it. It's a bank card message. Your savings card with the last number 4399 received a transfer of 10 million renminbi from Mr. Mu Shuye at 1720 on August 3rd, and the balance is 58,818,105 renminbi and 89 cents. People's Bank of China. Chu Yu, fuck. When the shop assistant who was handing out ice cream heard Chu Yu's Chinese quintessence, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Chu Yu looked up. I'm sorry. The money had already been paid, so Chu Yu took the ice cream and left in a hurry. And what she was thinking at this moment, fuck you? 10 million. Although he knew that Mu Shuye was very rich, Chu Yu was still scared when he suddenly transferred 10 million yuan to him. It's great. In my previous life, I had to work hard by filming movies to make money. Now I can just eat, drink and have fun every day and suddenly come in a lot of money. Chu Yu knew that the money transferred by Mu Shuye was in the original body's private card. After she came here, she deliberately looked through it. Chu Yu, who had just received a transfer of 10 million yuan from Mu Shuye for some unknown reason, was walking in a light manner, holding a mobile phone in one hand and an ice cream in the other. By the time Chu Yu sat in the car parked on the side of the road, he hadn't come to his senses yet. Her mind is now filled with 5 words: lots of money. So happy. Mother. Inside the car, their head pastor sitting in the safety seat looked at Chu Yu eagerly. Mom, why is there only one ice cream? He wants to eat too, woo. Chu Yu came back to his senses. Ahem. Chu Yu coughed lightly, his eyes dodging. Then you didn't tell me when I went to buy it just now. But. Mu Changshu said aggrievedly, but my mother didn't ask me either. Ahem. Chu Yu was a little embarrassed. The photographer sitting in the passenger seat pointed the camera at Chu Yu and Mu Changshu. At this point, Chu Yu chose to just give up, so he said, little guy, you are still young, I told your grandpa that we will have hot pot tonight. If you eat ice cream now and then eat hot pot later, you will definitely have a stomachache tonight. Chu Yu spoke so considerately of Mu Changshu, and there was no sign that she was actually feeling guilty. Mu Changshu blinked his big eyes at Chu Yu. You don't believe it? Chu Yu asked. Mu Changshu didn't say anything, but the word disbelief was written all over his little face. Chu Yu, a 5-year-old kid is not easy to fool. After a long silence, Chu Yu said, if you think so, I can't help it. After saying that, Chu Yu took a bite of the ice cream, and the cool feeling instantly spread in his mouth. Phut, what the hell, if you think that way, I can't help you, what kind of scumbag quote is this? Har ha har har. Look at Shuzi's confused expression, har ha har ha, I am dying of laughter. Not only Shuzi is confused, I am confused too, saying scumbag quotes to a little kid, it really makes me die of laughter. This Chu Yu is really stingy, she is really petty, using the Mu family's money, she can't even afford to buy an ice cream for Mu Changshu, tsk. Even if Chu Yu married into a wealthy family, she still can't change the smell of poverty. This is why ordinary people can't compare with the wealthy. Har ha har har, no, I'm going to be promoted by Chu Yu Xiao, she's really good looking and humorous. Chu Yu didn't know what was being discussed in the live broadcast room. She only knew that when she was eating the ice cream, Mu Changshu, who was sitting in the safety seat beside her, was staring at her, or to be more precise, at the ice cream in her hand. My eyes are almost glued to the ice cream. No matter how indifferent Chu Yu was, he couldn't really ignore it. How about you lick it? Chu Yu handed the ice cream in his hand to Mu Changshu. Mu Changshu's gaze had been following the ice cream. Looking at the ice cream so close to him, he turned his head and glanced at Chu Yu. After seeing that what Chu Yu said was true, he held Chu Yu's hand holding the ice cream with his little hand, then stuck out his little tongue and licked a bite of the ice cream. It's icy cool and very sweet. Looking at Mu Changshu's expression, it was as if the ice cream he was licking at this moment was some kind of delicacy. Chu Yu looked at Mu Changshu, who was smacking his lips, with a loving face. The scene suddenly became warm. A loving mother and a filial son. But this process didn't even last 3 seconds before it failed. Chu Yu took the ice cream back and said something that sounded extremely cruel to Mu Changshu. Okay, lick it up in one bite, and the rest is mine. Mu Changshu. Photographer. Netizens in the live broadcast room. Phut, is this a loving mother and a filial son? This is a mother saying goodbye to her son and laughing. It's so funny, the shepherd is so indifferent, he licked it and really licked it. Looking at the confused little eyes, it made me laugh to death. Anyway, Chu Yu is the first person in history to snatch food from a little cub on this show. Har 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 har. Really, please poison Chu Yu to mute her, or sew her mouth shut. The atmosphere of the mother-son love was so good just now, but now that she opened her mouth, the atmosphere is gone. When I think of such a beautiful woman, but she ends up with such a bad mouth, I feel so sorry. It has to be like this, I'm crying. It was like this in the garden in the morning, and it is also like this now at the beginning of the scene with the loving mother and filial son. Such a beautiful woman, but her mouth ruined everything. Chapter 27. Does every housekeeper have a fixed quotation book? Pastoral manner. Butler he has already prepared the hot pot, and they can eat it as soon as Chu Yu and Mu Changshu come back. Mu Changshu, who was originally feeling sad because he only licked a bite of ice cream, forgot all his sadness after seeing the hot pot. Madam, what's happening to the young master? Butler he was speechless when he saw Mu Changshu, who went out in a handsome suit, but came back wearing a suit and 2 pigtails. Uncle he, how is it cute? Chu Yu asked with a smile. Butler his mouth twitched. His originally handsome old man temperament was almost broken by Chu Yu. He said with some difficulty, cute. I have to say, it is really cute, but it's hard to put it into words. Looking at Mu Changshu, who had pigtails on his head and was sitting happily on the chair at the dining table, Butler he sighed. Why? Young master. Never mind, just be happy. Chu Yu also sat at the dining table, and then called Butler he, Uncle he, you sit down too. Yes. Butler he responded to Chu Yu first, then looked at the people in the program group and said, everyone, your dinner is already prepared. It's in the small restaurant. Someone will take you there later. Thank you, Butler he. The team leader thanked us. Butler he took a seat. Chu Yu picked up the meat in the pot with chopsticks and said to the shepherd, little boy, do you want to eat? Mom, Ruru. The shepherd nodded. Chu Yu dipped it in the sauce and fed it to the shepherd's mouth. The shepherd opened his mouth and spoke in vain. Seeing Chu Yu eating the meat herself and still looking at him with a smile on her face, the shepherd curled his lips and said, bad mother. Young master, I'll clip it for you. Butler he looked at the interaction between the mother and son, and used a serving chopstick to pick up some meat for the shepherd. Mu Changshu smiled at Butler he and said, thank you, Grandpa he. You're welcome, young master. Butler he watched Mu Suya grow up. Mu Changshu used to be like Mu Suya when he was a child, with a stern face and not liking to smile. Recently, seeing that Mu Changshu always has a smile on his face, he knows that this is all thanks to Chu Yu. It would be nice if it would always be like this. Chu Yu looked at Butler he, who was looking at Mu Changshu's foolish appearance of fumbling around to eat meat with a look of satisfaction on his face, and suddenly thought of something, so he asked, Uncle he, can I ask you something? Please ask. Butler he put down the chopsticks in his hand and turned his head to look at Chu Yu. Uncle he, do you housekeepers have a set of fixed quotes? For example, this is the first time the young master has brought a woman home. I haven't seen the young master smile for a long time. I've never seen the young master lose control for anyone. This is what Chu Yu was particularly curious about. After all, in her previous life, before Chu Yu became a top star, although Tsangor was behind her, she still played the second female lead and supporting female role in such domineering CEO novels several times. Now that she has traveled into a book, she is curious whether the housekeepers in the book all hold a fixed quotation book in their hands. Butler he? Mu Changshu didn't understand and just ate the meat in his bowl. Madam, I'm a housekeeper, not a fool. After saying that, Butler he added helplessly, Madam, you should read less, those books. Chu Yu laughed twice, har har, so that's it, I thought this was your housekeeper's fixed quote. Why? Butler he sighed again. She was a good wife, but look what she has become after being poisoned by those novels. Har ha har ha, I can't take it anymore, I'm going to have to laugh so hard that I'm going to get a raise. This Chu Yu must really have some talent for comedy. Although I also want to know if the butlers in those novels all have a set quotation book, I really didn't expect that she would actually ask her own butler. Phut, this isn't a novel, where do the fixed quotes come from? And it's stupid for a housekeeper to say these things in real life. Housekeeper he, how could the Mu family have such a silly and foolish wife? Stop laughing for now, hurry up, go to Chu Yu's live broadcast room and watch. I just came from Chu Yu's live broadcast room, har ha har har, it turns out that some people really live in the world of novels. Just now, housekeeper he said that there is no fixed quotation book, and I believed it, but after watching Chu Yu's live broadcast room, I don't believe it anymore. Housekeepers must have a fixed quotation book. Shin family. Shin Zongliang had a rare day off today, so he returned home early and was able to have dinner with Chu Yu and Shin Puming. The housekeeper stood aside and watched the family of three happily eating dinner. Chu Yu was also very considerate and picked up some food for Shin Puming. Mingming, eat more food, it's good for your health. Thank you, Mom. Shin Puming's attitude was lukewarm, but he was still polite. Shin Puming was a small man. He sat on a chair and silently picked at the food in his bowl. Apart from this sentence, he didn't say anything else. Chu Yu did not show favoritism and gave Shin Zongliang a piece of meat. Liang, you've worked hard on the filming. Eat some meat to replenish your body. Wife, you are so nice. It's not hard at all. It's you who should be the one taking care of this family. Shin Zongliang looked at Chu Yu with a smile on his face, and at the same time added more food to her plate with a serving chopstick. Their eyes met, and there was love in their eyes. The netizens in the live broadcast room look very loving. They have a lovely wife and a cute son at home. They are successful in their careers and come from wealthy families. This is the peak of their lives. I don't know why, after watching Chu Yu's live broadcast room for a long time, I feel an indescribable weird feeling when watching Chu Yu's. The above, if you are jealous of our happiness, just say it directly, okay? What weird feeling, it's just your envy, jealousy and hatred, har har. That's right, Mr. Chen and our Shin Yu are so loving, I think some people are jealous, and because they are not satisfied with the reality, they come to the internet to seek a sense of existence. This kind of people are just looking for trouble, bar. Shin Zongliang and Chu Yu had no idea what was being said in the live broadcast room, but they had a good feeling. After all, their popularity was there, as was their number of fans. Even if there were bad comments, their fans would protect them. Shin Yu, being able to marry you is truly a blessing I earned in my previous life. Shin Zongliang glanced at the camera quickly, so fast that no one noticed. As an actor, he already had an extremely keen sense of the camera. This angle allows the camera to capture his affectionate expression just right. It's true that he likes Chu Yu, but he enjoys the admiration of the entire network more. Otherwise, he would not have given up inheriting the family business and instead chose to enter the entertainment industry, which is a big divat that is unbearable for wealthy families. Chapter 28. These two people are too greasy, it makes me sick. Because Shin Zongliang has a good sense of camera, the tender look he gave Chu Yu was seen by many netizens in the live broadcast room, making them scream. So happy. This is a true love marriage. The Shin family's housekeeper was standing by the dining table serving. Seeing Shin Zongliang's gentle smile when he looked at Chu Yu, he couldn't help but say, I haven't seen the young master smile so gently for a long time. Madam is the first woman who made the young master smile like this. It was Madam who changed the young master. The housekeeper's words made Chu Yu, who was already shy, blush even more. Her eyes were tender as she looked at Shin Zongliang shyly. Shin Zongliang changed for her. She is such a happy little woman tilde. Chu Yu felt happy and shy about the housekeeper's words, but the netizens in the live broadcast room were stunned. I was totally shocked. It's been a long time since I saw the young master smile so gently. It was the wife who changed the young master. Har 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 har, what kind of setting is this for the butler in the old domineering style? The butler of the Shin family must have a book of Butler's fixed quotes. It's definitely not just the Shin family's butlers. I suspect every butler has a copy of the fixed quotations. Just now butler he said he didn't tea, but I definitely won't believe it now. They must be hiding it from ordinary people like us. What are you talking about? Why do you say that? The housekeeper of the Shin family said that. Isn't it because Emperor Shin and Chu Yu have a good relationship? In case some people don't know, let me explain. Just now in Chu Yu's live broadcast room, Chu Yu asked Butler he if all the butlers had a book of Butler's fixed quotes. For example, just now when Shin's butler said that he hadn't seen the young master smile for a long time, Butler he denied it and told Chu Yu to read some novels. As a result, now the butler of Mr. Shin suddenly said this, ha 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 ha, it was simply a slap in the face at the speed of light from God. Speechless, is Chu Yu targeting our Shin Yu? She married an old man, and she is jealous that our Shin Yu married such a good man like Emperor Shin. As expected, women are jealous, tut tut tut. Have you watched Chu Yu's live broadcast room? I don't know the questions Chu Yu asked and Butler he's answers. An enthusiastic netizen who just came over from Chu Yu's live broadcast room gave them some popular science. If Chu Yu had not asked Butler he that question first, perhaps the netizens in Chu Yu's live broadcast room would not have thought there was anything wrong with what the butler said. One might even think that what the housekeeper said just shows how good Shin Zongliang is to Chu Yu, and that the couple are so loving, and that Emperor Shin has changed himself for his little wife. But when Chu Yu asked, the Shin family's housekeeper also said the same thing. That's why the netizens in Chu Yu's live broadcast room laughed like pigs. The main reason is that the butler of the Shin family is just like the butler in the old domineering president novels, which makes Shin Zongliang, the movie star, look like a domineering president. Obviously, the Shin family's status is far inferior to that of the Mu family, but their show is like that of the domineering male protagonist in a domineering boss novel. I haven't seen the young master smile like this for a long time. It's his wife who changed the young master. The two protagonists being discussed were still showing affection and even feeding each other, looking so affectionate, as if they were going to stick together as if no one was around in the next second. The little Kupshinpuming is still here. For some reason, netizens who saw this scene felt a little uncomfortable. It's not that Chu Yu has shown affection with Shin Zongliang on Weibo, but they didn't have this kind of reaction when they saw it before. Instead, they thought it was very sweet. Maybe it's because the content on Weibo are photos and specially edited videos, not a full live broadcast like now. It's clearly the same show of affection as on Weibo, but now it's a live broadcast. I feel a little uncomfortable. Looking at the level and title of my live broadcast room, I am a fan of Shin Yu, really not a hater. But I really feel a little vomit. You've already got a level 5 title, are you sure you're not a hidden hater? What's disgusting about it? It's obviously very sweet. Okay, it's a little greasy. Hey. What's with these two, with their ambiguous atmosphere and expressions, as if they are about to start making babies? It's not even completely dark yet, can you please stop being in heat? Can't you see that Mingzai is such a big cub? Pay attention. That's right, I know you two are in love, but it's not good to be horny like this in front of a child, right? Some fans who like Chu Yu were also disgusted by her interaction with Shin Zongliang. It's true that they are Chu Yu's fans, and it's also true that they think Chu Yu is good in every way. But no matter how much they like something, fans will still have physiological reactions. These two people are too greasy, it makes me sick. What's more, these two people did this in front of a 5-year-old child, who can already remember things at the age of 5. The director in the backstage saw the comments in the live broadcast room and quickly said to the team leader who was following Chu Yu through the headset, Xiao Yang, quickly separate these two people in heat, the live broadcast room is about to explode. If it was in front of Chu Yu and Shin Zongliang, the director would definitely not say it so directly. After all, he couldn't afford to offend these two people because of their identities. But now he was speaking to Yang Tai, the team leader of the group filming Chu Yu, through headphones, so naturally he spoke in whatever way was most comfortable for him. The director didn't think he had said anything wrong. Aren't Chu Yu and Shin Zongliang in heat right now? He was just telling the truth. Yang Tai heard the director's voice coming from the headset, and said to Chu Yu and Shin Zongliang, who were being sweet as if no one was around, Teacher Shin, Teacher Chu will be leaving with Pu Ming tomorrow. Does teacher Shin have anything to say to teacher Chu? Yang Tai is much more roundabout than the director. After all, he is the one who is in the front and has to offend people. Even though Yang Tai had been beating around the bush like this, Shin Zongliang was still very unhappy that he had interrupted his intimate time with his young wife. Although Shin Zongliang was unhappy, he was in front of the camera and the broadcast was live. He was concerned about his image and of course he couldn't get angry directly. Shin Zongliang smiled falsely. But when his eyes turned to Chu Yu, the smile on his face immediately became sincere. Wife, don't forget to think about me. Liang, I will miss you tilde. Their eyes were full of affection and they looked at each other deeply. Yang Tai, I want to flip the table. The atmosphere gradually became quiet. Shin Puming, who was ignored by the two people who loved each other so much that they wanted to merge into each other, spoke first to break the quiet and slightly awkward atmosphere. Mom and Dad, I. Chapter 29. There is no such thing as a well-behaved and obedient child who doesn't make any noise or trouble since childhood. Mom and Dad, I. As soon as Shin Puming's words came out, he was immediately interrupted by Shin Zongliang. Shin Zongliang looked at Shin Puming with a bit of coldness in his eyes. Don't talk while eating, don't talk while sleeping, don't talk while eating. Shin Zongliang did not have much affection for his son Shin Puming. If his father had not disagreed, he would not have bothered to fight for custody when he divorced his ex-wife and would have thrown him to his ex-wife. After all, it was because of his presence that his beloved Shin Yu became a stepmother in the eyes of others. So even though Shin Puming is his biological son, in Shin Zongliang's eyes, he is not as important as his wife Chu Yu. Chu Yu gently held Shin Zongliang's hand. Liang, okay, don't say Mingming. Mingming is still young, I can teach you these little things slowly in the future, don't be angry, it's not good for your health. Of course, she knew her position in Shin Zongliang's heart, but she did not take advantage of his favor to become arrogant. Instead, she spoke for Shin Puming. Chu Yu was very clear-headed. No matter how much Shin Zongliang had no feelings for Shin Puming still had Shin family blood in his body and was a member of the Shin family. Wife, thank you for your hard work. How can you be so nice? It started again. Oh my god, why is Mr. Shin like this? Is this really Mr. Shin? Wasn't he replaced by someone else? Why is he so hypocritical? He and Chu Yu were so affectionate and talking when they were having dinner, but when it comes to Mingzai, he says that he doesn't talk when he eats or when he sleeps. As expected, everyone in the entertainment industry has a persona. On Weibo, the family looks very sweet, but in reality, you are all trolls. What do you mean by double standards? It is obvious that Mr. Chen and Shin Yu are doing this for Mingzai's own good. Isn't it right not to talk about food and sleep? Mingzai didn't say anything. You are the ones meddling in his business, right? That's right, they are all a bunch of haters whose families are probably in a mess, so they can't stand seeing other people's happy families. I really don't understand why there are so many keyboard warriors. They have to talk about everything. If there is a dog walking on the road, will they take out their keyboards and start typing away? Without keyboards, these keyboard warriors may not even be able to beat a dog. Although there were many normal people who couldn't stand watching it, this live broadcast room was the home turf of Chu Yu and Shin Zongliang's fans. Even if there were normal people, they were still suppressed by the brainless fans. Soon, Chu Yu's live broadcast room really became the home court of her and Shin Zongliang's fans, because normal passers-by were driven out of the room by their powerful fighting power. They are not masochists. After being scolded like this, why would they continue to stay and get scolded? The number of people in the live broadcast room dropped by half in an instant. Fans of Chu Yu and Shin Zongliang are still feeling complacent, thinking that they were the ones who drove away the group of haters and protected their idols. This is something to be very proud of. Shin Puming, who had been ignored, silently got down from the dining chair and prepared to go back to his room alone. Chen Puming. What's wrong with you? Is your usual education to let you leave after eating without even saying hello to your parents? When Shin Puming was about to leave, Shin Zongliang finally paid a little attention to him. Dad, Mom and Dad, I'm done eating. I'll go upstairs first. Shin Puming was about to say that he had finished eating, but was interrupted by Shin Zongliang, who said that one should not talk while eating and should not talk while sleeping. Now Shin Zongliang said this again, and the 5-year-old Shin Puming just stood there at a loss for a moment, then politely bowed to Chu Yu and Shin Zongliang who were sitting at the dining table before leaving the restaurant. After Shen Puming left, Shen Zongliang and Chu Yu began to become close again. Chen Piu Ming went to the piano room to practice piano with a lonely look on his face, which made netizens in the live broadcast room feel distressed. I feel so sorry for Mingzai, he's so well behaved. What's wrong with Mr. Shen? I used to like Mr. Shen, but now it seems, even his own son can't compare to his wife, let alone us fans. What's the matter with the above? We fans are different. Mr. Shen loves his fans the most. Is it more important for family members to have fans? Our fans definitely come first. I feel sorry for Mingzai. I feel that this environment is so depressing. It would be great if his stepmother was Chu Yu. Look at how Chu Yu and her stepson get along next door. They are like friends. Shuzai is much more cheerful than he was on the first day. I finally understand. Those who say bad things about Mr. Shen and Chu Yu are all trolls hired by Chu Yu. It would be better if Mingzai's stepmother was Chu Yu. Is Chu Yu worthy of marrying our Mr. Shen? She must be pretending to be nice to her stepson now, unlike Chu Yu, who is nice to her stepson from the bottom of her heart. If it weren't for seeing Shen Puming, there might be even fewer people in Chu Yu's live studio at this time. And the netizens in the live broadcast room were not wrong. Compared with the way Chu Yu and Mu Changshu get along with each other, Shen Puming's side can really be said to be very depressed. From the beginning of the live show till now, Shen Puming has never laughed happily, and the smiles on his face are always polite and a little distant. It is completely different from Mu Changshu. If Mu Changshu pretends to be an adult with a stern face because he is proud and wants to save face, but is actually soft and cute, then Shen Puming is really mature and doesn't look like a 5-year-old cub. Those who are loved will always be children. Those who are not loved will start to become mature and sensible at the age of 5. There are no such things as well-behaved and quiet children since childhood. It's just because they are not favored and do not have enough sense of security. Doesn't Shen Puming want to act like a spoiled child to his parents like an ordinary child? Chapter 30, A Slap in the Face. Not happening. Pastoral manner. After finishing the hot pot and taking a shower in his room, Mu Changshu, who was in the living room, suddenly showed an extremely shocked expression. Mom. Huh? Chu Yu, who was leisurely eating a popsicle, turned around. The expression on his face was very varied, as if he had been caught eating secretly. Chu Yu quickly finished the popsicle that he had almost finished in a few bites and threw the stick into the trash can before he asked, "Why did you come down so soon?" He came down so quickly that she almost couldn't finish her popsicle. Mu Changshu was wearing the pajamas that Chu Yu bought for him during the day. As he ran over, the shark tail behind him was swaying. "Mom, how could you cheat on me?" She was mumbling, obviously unhappy about Chu Yu eating popsicles behind her back. "How could I eat secretly behind your back? I ate openly, okay?" Chu Yu said unwillingly. "What does it mean to cheat on him? Why are you talking so excitedly about it? If someone doesn't know, they would think she is cheating on him. But she isn't." The whole scene of the mother saying goodbye to her son and laughing was seen by the netizens in the live broadcast room. Har har har, I got caught eating something secretly. My melon seeds are ready. Let us fight. I watched the other 4 live broadcast rooms, especially Li Dongling's, followed by Chu Yu's live broadcast room, which was simply too depressing. Chu Yu's live broadcast room was more relaxed. Har har har, Chu Yu feels so sorry for her stepmother. She can only eat popsicles secretly, and now she has been caught by Shuzi. Eating openly, har har, why does Chu Yu sound a little proud when he said this? Is eating openly something to be proud of? So funny. Mu Changshu was silent for a long time before he spoke. "Mom, didn't you say that eating ice cream and then hot pot will give you a stomachache?" But Mom ate ice cream before their hot pot, and then ate popsicles after the hot pot. Wouldn't Mom have a stomachache? I seriously doubt that Chu Yu would say that. He thinks that Chu Yu is still a child and definitely doesn't understand these things, so he is just saying nonsense to deceive him. But he is different from other 5-year-olds, he is very smart, don't try to fool him. Of course not. Chu Yu said confidently, I'm different from you. I'm already an adult. Unlike you, my stomach and intestines are not well developed yet. Eating like this will definitely give me a stomachache. A child's stomach is not like an adult's. Mu Changshu. Suddenly I wanted to grow up immediately so that my mother couldn't coax me by saying that I was still a child. Midnight. In the master bedroom, Chu Yu, who was originally asleep on the bed, suddenly curled up. Cold sweat kept coming out of her forehead, her brows were furrowed, and her face was pale and bloodless. Hiss! Chu Yu was awakened by the pain, her stomach was churning and she was sweating coldly. I supported myself on the bed with my arms and used them to get up from the bed. I just told Mu Changshu in the evening that she was an adult and would definitely not have a stomachache, but now I was slapped in the face. Chu Yu, who was already having a stomachache, felt even worse. Holding onto the wall, he walked towards the bathroom. After coming out of the bathroom, Chu Yu's face became even paler, and his legs felt weak with every step he took. Depend on. Chu Yu fumbled around in the room for the medicine, but she had only been there a week and had no idea where the medicine was, so she couldn't find it after searching for a long time. She could only grope her way out of the room and go downstairs. The lights in the manor were dimly lit. Fortunately, the manor's servants are on a 24-hour basis, and some servants are on night shift. Mrs. A servant on duty in the lobby saw Chu Yu walking down the escalator with unsteady steps. Madam, you don't look well. What's wrong with you? I'll call the family doctor right away. After the servant carefully helped Chu Yu sit down on the sofa, he quickly went to call the family doctor. The manor is fully staffed, and the family doctor basically lives in the manor except for occasional holidays, just to avoid sudden illness like Chu Yu's current one. Chu Yu collapsed on the sofa, his whole body as soft as if he had no bones. She was in so much pain that she didn't even want to talk, let alone move. Soon, the family doctor was called down by the servant, bringing a medicine box with him. Because I was a little panicked when I called the family doctor, I made a lot of noise when I passed by Mu Changshu's room, so I woke up Mu Changshu, who was sleeping in a daze. Mu Changshu opened the door and rubbed his eyes, just in time to see the family doctor hurriedly coming downstairs with a medicine box. What's wrong? The shepherd was curious and followed with his short legs. Mother. Mu Changshu, who was originally still sleepy, immediately lost his sleepiness when he saw Chu Yu slumped on the sofa with a pale face. She hurried to Chu Yu's side and held Chu Yu's hand, which was cold due to the pain. Mom, are you sick? The family doctor is treating Chu Yu. After checking it out, he breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, when the servant came and knocked on the door in such a hurry and asked him to come and see Chu Yu, he thought Chu Yu had suddenly fallen ill, which really scared him. Uncle Doctor, my mother, what happened to my mother? Mu Changshu's little face was full of panic. He finally had a mother, and he was afraid that something would happen to Chu Yu, and that he would be abandoned again. Tears in my eyes. It's nothing serious. I just ate cold food and hot food at the same time. I have an upset stomach. I just need to take some medicine and sleep for a while. The family doctor directly told Chu Yu about his condition. Chu Yu, who had already been given medicine, suddenly felt ashamed when listening to the family doctor's words. She originally just wanted to trick the little cub, but she never thought it would come true. She had said it so confidently at the time. It must be a bad feeling to be slapped in the face. On the other hand, the pastor is long-suffering. Compared to Chu Yu's embarrassment, the pastor was filled with guilt. It turned out that what his mother said at that time was not a lie because he was a child, but that he would really have a stomachache, but he still didn't believe it, so his mother even used herself as an example to him. Woo woo woo, mom is so good, but he still doubts her. It's really wrong of him. Mu Changshu sniffed, tears streaming down his face. Mom, I was wrong. You were doing this for my own good. I shouldn't have disbelieved you. I will listen to you in the future. Whatever you say is what it is. Mu Changshu said this with a serious look and an extremely firm tone. Chu Yu, who was really deceiving Mu Changshu at the beginning, there is an unexpected surprise. However, Mu Changshu had already said this, so Chu Yu of course accepted it. She would not explain to Mu Changshu that this was not the case and that he was just imagining too much. Slap in the face. Not happening. She did it for the pastor's sake, yes, that's it. Brainwashing. Chapter 31. Is this what it feels like to sleep in your mother's arms? Chu Yu smiled with relief. It's great that I can survive. Mom, I'll help you go back to your room to rest. Mu Changshu stepped forward, put his little hand on Chu Yu's hand, then took her hand and put it on his shoulder. Chu Yu responded. But when she said she asked him to support her, it actually meant that she didn't use any strength at all, she just gently placed it on his shoulders. It was mainly the servant who supported her. Back in the master bedroom, Chu Yu lay down on the bed. Mu Changshu's short legs ran left and right beside the bed, covering Chu Yu tightly with the quilt. Chu Yu lay there with peace of mind, watching the little boy Mu Changshu busying himself. Okay, go back to sleep, kid. The drug was taking effect and Chu Yu was in a daze. After saying this, he closed his eyes and fell asleep. Just as the servant was about to take Mu Changshu away, he saw the little cub had already climbed onto the bed and was sleeping next to Chu Yu. After lying in bed, Mu Changshu said to the servant with a serious face, "I will sleep with Mom tonight and take care of her." Mom had a stomachache because she felt that he didn't believe her, so she set an example for him. So he had to stay here with his mother. Dad was not around, and he was the only man at home, so he had to take care of his mother. Mu Changshu had said so much, so the servant didn't say anything more and left the room quietly. At the beginning, Mu Changshu stayed beside Chu Yu and was ambitious to take care of her all night, but after a while, he felt a little sleepy. No. He can't sleep. Mu Changshu suddenly woke up. He moved his body towards Chu Yu, feeling his mother's warm body temperature, and Mu Changshu felt sleepy again. The tiny cub fell asleep while sticking to Chu Yu, unable to hold on at all. Whoosh, whoosh. Early in the morning, Mu Changshu, who was still asleep, felt that the quilt covering him seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, making it difficult for him to breathe. He was woken up abruptly, breathing heavily. This also made him realize that it was not that the quilt weighed 1,000 pounds, but that he was being held in Chu Yu's arms like a doll. Realizing all this, the head shepherd's ears turned red and he whispered in a baby voice, "Mom." Chu Yu didn't wake up, her consciousness was between half asleep and half awake. There was still a sweet milky scent on Mu Changshu's body, which made her hug Mu Changshu tighter. Seeing that his mother was sleeping so soundly, Mu Changshu did not move. The slight redness at the tip of the ear gradually spread to the cheek. This was the first time in his memory that he had been held like this while sleeping. It was soft and sweet. Was this what it felt like to be held by his mother while sleeping? Except for being a little breathless. Like. Pretty good. Thinking of this, Mu Changshu's mouth curled up a little, and he leaned his head in Chu Yu's arms and rubbed it twice. At the same time, the live broadcast has begun. Because he almost died last night, Chu Yu had not gotten up at 7:30 this morning, and the same went for Mu Changshu, who was being held by Chu Yu. So when the live broadcast started and many netizens entered the room, none of them saw the two people involved. When Butler he got up early in the morning, after being told by the servant what happened last night, he knew that Chu Yu's stomach was not feeling well, so he went to the kitchen himself and asked the chef to prepare a bowl of porridge to warm it up. Butler he was in the kitchen the whole time, so he was not seen in the live broadcast room. Seong Ruijin originally thought that Chu Yu was in the garden like yesterday, so he took the photographer to the garden, but Chu Yu was not there. Could it be that Chu Yu hasn't gotten up yet? TSK, as expected, he got up so early yesterday and was still lying in the garden. He must have been posing for the photo. Otherwise, why didn't he get up today? He must have been pretending for a whole day and couldn't do it anymore. A staged photo. I was wondering why she looks so good. I guess that so-called natural makeup is just fake natural makeup. She is really scheming. Even with makeup, she's still pretty. I really don't understand you guys. Yesterday you were calling me beautiful sister, but today, Chu Yu just got up a little late, and you acted as if she had done something heinous. I'm speechless. It shows that they are very capable. While netizens in the live broadcast room were still scrolling through their comments, Seong Ruijin and the photographer had already arrived at Chu Yu's door. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door. Chu Yu, who was sleeping in bed, heard the knock on the door. He moved but did not get up. Boom boom boom. After waiting for a while, there was a knock on the door again. Chu Yu let go of Mu Changshu in his arms, frowned slightly, and then covered his head with the quilt, trying to block out the sound of knocking on the door. Upon seeing this, Mu Changshu quickly got out of bed and ran to open the door. Seong Ruijin, who had knocked on the door once and waited for a while before knocking for the third time, had just raised his hand to knock when the door opened from the inside. At first glance, Seong Ruijin, the photographer who was following him, and the netizens in the live broadcast room were all puzzled. How did the door open by itself? It was only at the second glance that they noticed the dwarf Mu Changshu, who happened to be in the blind spot of their vision. Xiang Ruijin was about to ask something when he saw Mu Changshu quickly put his index finger on his lips and hushed. Shu, what's wrong? When asking this question, Xiang Ruijin bent down and looked at Mu Changshu, then deliberately lowered his voice. Mu Changshu's voice was also very soft, and one could even say it was a breathy tone, as he said, Mom had a stomachache last night and is still sleeping now. So you're not feeling well, but your stomach hurts. Could it be because you ate ice cream, hot pot, and then popsicles? Har ha har ha, if that's true, it's really funny, you're slapping yourself in the face at the speed of light. Otilda Shuzi is so good. So Shuzi accompanied Chu Yu to rest last night? He is such a caring and sweet boy at such a young age. Chu Yu is so miserable. She said yesterday that she wouldn't have a stomachache, but she had one at night. God couldn't stand her lying to Shuzi, so he slapped her in the face. Har ha har har, forgive me for laughing so happily. Shu, the show has already started. Shall we go in and wake up Mom? Xiang Ruijin asked. Mu Changshu quickly blocked the door with his small body, not letting Xiang Ruijin and the photographer in. His face was serious and tense, and he said, no. The doctor said that Mom must have a good rest. You can't go in and disturb her rest. I have to take good care of my mother. I can't let you in. Seeing that Mu Changshu was so determined, Xiang Ruijin didn't know what to say. It's rare for a 5-year-old cub to be so well behaved. So good, we have to mention the 3 brothers and sisters who love to eat. I knew that after the appearance of the warm-hearted little boy, the 3 siblings who were busy with cooking would be pulled out and whipped again. It's true. There is no harm without comparison. It's better to have one useful thing than to have those 3. Chapter 32. Mom is so great. Little one, let them in. In the room, Chu Yu had already woken up. He was leaning against the head of the bed, and a slightly hoarse voice came out. When Mu Changshu heard Chu Yu's voice, his whole face twisted into a knot. Chu Yu woke up, which meant she must have been woken up. After all, before that, she was sleeping soundly in his arms. Although he was a little unhappy, after hearing Chu Yu's words, Mu Changshu obediently made way for Xiang Ruijin and the filming staff to come in. After entering the room, the camera was focused on Chu Yu, who was lying on the bed. Chu Yu's black hair was scattered and his face was pale. His already thin body looked even more fragile because of his illness. She is definitely a sickly beauty. As expected, beautiful people look good even when they are sick beauties. Love it, if anyone dares to say that Chu Yu's beauty is the result of makeup, I will fight with him. Or, if anyone can put on makeup to look like Chu Yu, I will absolutely admire him. Damn it, the Mu family got it for free. Har ha har har, seeing Chu Yu looking so miserable, I feel relieved. He deceived Shuzi yesterday, and now his face is swollen. So, don't set any flags. If you set flags, you will be the one who gets slapped in the face. Har har. Mother. Mu Changshu walked quickly to the bedside, poured some water, and handed the cup to Chu Yu. Mom, drink some water. Chu Yu took the cup of water, took a small sip, and moistened his throat. So good. After drinking the water, she did not put the cup down herself, but handed it back to Mu Changshu. Since Mu Changshu wanted to show off, she would naturally not deny him the opportunity. The shepherd's smiling eyes curved into crescent shapes. Teacher Chu, what happened last night? Why do you suddenly have a stomachache? Xiang Ruijin asked from behind the camera. His question made Chu Yu feel numb. Why did he bring up such a bad thing for no reason? You look so ugly. However, the head pastor who was standing beside the bed believed that she didn't want others to know how selflessly she gave to him without asking for anything in return. The pastor was moved. My mother is so great. However, he would not let his mother's efforts go in vain. So just when Chu Yu wanted to open his mouth and brush the matter off, Mu Changshu spoke hurriedly. Mom did it for me. My mother set an example for me, letting me know that I can't eat hot food and then cold food, because it will give me a stomachache. I didn't believe her at first, but now I know. Mom, I will definitely remember your good intentions. In this way, everyone should know how good his mother is. Proud face. Chu Yu's mouth twitched. Thank you. Mu Changshu shook his little head and said, no, I should be the one thanking Mom. Serious. Chu Yu. I can't hold on any longer. It was fine in private, but now. Glancing at the camera pointed at him, He could see the photographer carrying the camera trying hard to hold back his laughter, and Seong Ruejin's shoulders were shaking from trying so hard to hold back his laughter. Fortunately, Seong Ruejin was not the photographer, otherwise the picture in the live broadcast room would be shaking like crazy. Seeing this scene, Chu Yu wanted to burst into tears. This is a nasty thing. Setting an example. Good intentions. I am now very curious about what Chu Yu looks like in Shuzi's eyes. He must be using 18 layers of filters. Shuzi, you are very good at imagining things. Don't do it next time. Look at Chu Yu's expression. Har har har, I feel like she has never been so speechless in her life. Shuzi is really good at ruining things. Don't think we don't know Chu Yu's expression just now, as if she was trying to fool people. Har 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 hiccup tilde. Chu Yu, we can't keep this bastard cub anymore, throw it away. The sack is ready, throw it away so I can pick it up. The abacus above is so hard that the beads are about to fall on my face. Netizens' eyes can be called scanners. After they knew that Chu Yu wanted to fool people but was tricked by Mu Changshu, they almost laughed themselves to death. One is a mother who wanted to trick her son, but ended up being tricked by her son instead. One wanted others to know that his mother was the best son, but ended up hurting his mother. Many netizens followed Chu Yu's live broadcast room. There was nothing they could do about it. It was so fun for her to get along with her stepson. It was full of jokes. They are now looking forward to the stepmother and son going to live in the small village. It will definitely be even funnier then. Mother. Mu Changshu noticed Chu Yu's ugly expression and thought her stomach was aching again, so he quickly said, Mom, is it hurting again? I'll go get the doctor. Don't be afraid, Mom. Seeing Mu Changshu was about to run away, Chu Yu quickly reached out and grabbed his arm. Her stomach was fine after taking some medicine last night and having a good sleep. As for her ugly face now, it was of course because she was mad at Mu Changshu, the treacherous son of a wicked mother. I'm fine. Chu Yu almost broke his back teeth before he could barely utter this sentence. Mu Changshu looked at Chu Yu with flickering eyes, as if asking, is it true? Seeing that the kid was doubting again, Chu Yu held his forehead with his hand. Little guy, didn't you say last night that you would listen to me from now on and whatever I say is what you will do? Yeah. Whatever Mom says is what it is. The shepherd nodded. Seeing that Mu Changshu had calmed down and sat down obediently on the edge of the bed, and Chu Yu had stopped talking, Seong Ruejin then spoke. Teacher Chu, the guests from all groups will gather in 1 hour to go to the small village. How about you and Shushu prepare first? Chu Yu glanced at the time. It was already 8 o'clock. If there was still an hour, they would gather at 9 o'clock. Okay, I'll clean it up first. Okay, Mr. Chu, we'll go out first then. After Chu Yu responded, Seong Ruejin left the master bedroom with the photographer. He couldn't let others change clothes in front of the camera. The program crew still has some privacy. Chu Yu was about to get up and change clothes when he saw Mu Changshu still staring at him. He paused as he tried to lift the quilt. Little boy. The shepherd tilted his head. Chu Yu narrowed his eyes. Do you want to watch me change clothes? The shepherd shook his head, then nodded. I want to take care of my mother and watch over her. Other mothers treat their sons as precious pearls, but when it comes to Chu Yu, it is the son who treats his mother as a precious pearl. Chu Yu grabbed the pillow behind him and threw it at Mu Changshu. You are a boy, how can you watch a girl change clothes? Mu Changshu was hit in the face by a soft pillow. Chapter 33 No, how can it be so cute? The width of the pillow was much wider than Mu Changshu's body. He hugged the pillow, which made him look extremely petite. But, mom is mom. Mu Changshu certainly knew that boys should not watch girls change clothes, but Chu Yu was his mother, not a girl. The big eyes blinked twice. Chu Yu, not even mom. Mu Changshu put the pillow on the bed and said awkwardly, well, I'll wait for mom outside. After saying that, Mu Changshu left the room on his short legs. Chu Yu then threw back the quilt, got out of bed, and went to the cloakroom to change clothes. 20 minutes later, Chu Yu came out of the room after changing clothes, washing up, and putting on light makeup to conceal her complexion. Chu Yu was wearing the clothes he bought with Mu Changshu yesterday, a simple black and white work suit, a black baseball cap on his head, and a pair of sneakers on his feet. The original body would never wear such a combination, but Chu Yu likes it. It is casual and comfortable, without any sense of restraint. As soon as Chu Yu opened the door and went out, he saw Mu Changshu squatting at his door. Mu Changshu, who was squatting by the wall, heard the sound of the door opening and quickly looked up. When he saw Chu Yu, a smile immediately appeared on his little face, and he called out in a sweet voice, "Mom Tilda." Chu Yu was stunned. Damn. So cute. Mu Changshu looked like a puppy who had been waiting on the roadside for his owner to pick him up, and was ecstatic when he saw his owner coming. No, how can it be so cute? Chu Yu has no resistance to cute things, whether they are things or people. Mom is wearing this dress, so I want to change into this one too. I want to wear the same one as Mom. Mu Changshu stood up. He wants to wear the same clothes as his mother, so that even people who don't know the truth can know that his mother is his mother and he is his mother's child. He tilde. After saying that, Mu Changshu ran towards his room happily. Looking at Mu Changshu's back, Chu Yu smiled secretly. Soon, Mu Changshu had changed his clothes and ran back happily, and showed them off in front of Chu Yu. Mom, how is it? Mu Changshu looked up at Chu Yu, his eyes full of anticipation. Millimeter, cute. Chu Yu spoke without even thinking. But one thing I didn't mention is that Mu Changshu's legs look even shorter when he wears work shorts, but he is still very cute. Although he did this just to get Chu Yu to praise him, when Chu Yu really praised him, he became shy instead, and his face turned red like a ripe red apple. You're just now realizing you're shy. Chu Yu reached out and poked Mu Changshu's fat. The feel is simply amazing. Mu Changshu quickly changed the subject, took Chu Yu's hand and said, "Mom, let's go down first." Good. Chu Yu did not tease Mu Changshu anymore. Go downstairs. The luggage had been packed by the servants yesterday and was placed downstairs. It was just a large box. How are you? Seeing Chu Yu and the head herdsman coming down, Butler he stepped forward. Although he had already asked the family doctor, this did not stop him from asking about Chu Yu himself. Chu Yu responded with a smile, much better. Madam, breakfast is ready. Dr. Liu said that you should eat lighter food recently, so I asked the kitchen to prepare some light porridge for breakfast. Good. Then, I'll go tell the driver to wait. Chu Yu responded. Then I took the pastor to have breakfast. Chu Yu sat at the dining table, looking at the bowl of light porridge in front of him, and then at the sumptuous breakfast in front of Mu Changshu. He lowered his head, not looking, and silently ate the porridge in front of him. Mu Changshu ate with gusto, while Chu Yu ate the porridge and felt like his mouth was going to taste bland. Chu Yu, whose mentality was instantly unbalanced, reached out his hand quietly. Mom. Mu Changshu quickly protected his breakfast. Uncle Doctor and Grandpa he said that you have to eat light food and you can't steal my breakfast. Little cub tilde. Chu Yu looked at Mu Changshu pitifully. Mu Changshu felt a little reluctant, but still said firmly, you can't give it to Mom. Otherwise I will tell Grandpa he. No. Tell Dad. Chu Yu. Thinking of the 10 million that was deposited into his card yesterday, Chu Yu stopped thinking about it. After all, Mu Changshu was Mu Suya's son. If he really complained, what if Mu Suya wanted to take the money back later? For the sake of money. If you don't want to eat it, then don't eat it. Har har har, Chu Yu is scared. I thought she was not afraid of anyone these past 2 days. After all, if anyone wanted to bully her, she would just talk back. I didn't expect that just the title of President Mu could intimidate her. Of course, after all, Chu Yu doesn't need President Mu to support her. If she offends the sponsor, all the funds will be cut off. My sister Yu is such a pitiful woman. She was eating porridge, but her eyes looked like she wanted to stick to Shu's breakfast. Har 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 har, what kind of flag did she set yesterday? Breakfast is finished. Chu Yu and Mu Changshu set out to gather. The driver drove according to the address provided by Xiang Rui and arrived at the designated location at 8:58. They were supposed to gather at 9 o'clock, but except for Chu Yu and Mu Changshu who arrived on time, the other 4 groups of guests had already arrived early. Just in time for the 4 groups of guests to introduce themselves. They are all people in the same circle, and their agents have basically given them information before filming, but they still introduce themselves to each other in front of the camera. Valen HSU, hello, I'm Valen HSU, and this is my daughter, Song Jiaojia, who is 5 years old this year. Song Jiaojia was wearing a princess dress. Maybe because they were all strangers she met for the first time, she was a little shy and hid behind her mother, only poking her little head out. But even though she was shy, she still greeted everyone, "Hello, aunties, hello, brothers and sisters." Good. Valen Hsu gently touched Song Jiaojia's head. "Yi Xiuya, hello everyone, I am Yi Xiuya, and this is my daughter Tong Ran. She is 6 years old and a children's clothing model." Tong Ran was different from Song Jiaojia, who wore a princess dress. She wore a short skirt. Although she was only 6 years old, because she was a children's clothing model, she dressed much more maturely than other children of the same age. "Hello aunties, my name is Tong Ran, please take care of me during the recording period." Tong Ran bowed to everyone. Although there was a smile on her face, it was a trained smile and the smile did not reach her eyes at all. Yi Xiuya was very satisfied with Tong Ran's performance. Valen Hsu and Yi Xiuya have been introduced, and now it's Chu Yu's turn. Today, Chu Yu wore a white dress, looking pure and youthful, just like a student who is still in school. Shen Puming was wearing a white suit and standing next to Chu Yu, who was wearing a white dress, which matched her well. Chapter 34. Is this Bu Chun looking for abuse? Chu Yu intimately embraced Shen Puming in her arms, and introduced herself to everyone with a smile. "Hello everyone, I am Chu Yu, and this is my son Shen Puming. You can just call him Mingming. He is 5 years old this year." As she spoke, Chu Yu lowered her eyes and looked down at Shen Puming, who was in her arms. "Come on, Mingming, say hello to the aunts and the children." Shen Puming nodded obediently. "Hello, aunties, hello, brothers and sisters." Like Song Jiaojia, Shen Puming just greeted her obediently. It is normal for a 5-year-old child to behave like this when meeting a stranger. Not all children are like Tong Ran. After all, the reason why Tong Ran can speak is that she is a children's clothing model. She has more social experience than ordinary children and is more mature. Shen Puming was already very good like this, but Chu Yu still apologized. "I'm sorry, Mingming might be a little nervous, that's why he was like this. He is not like this usually." Chu Yu almost said directly that Shen Puming was so rude. "It's okay. It's normal for children to be shy when seeing strangers." Valen Hsu spoke. After all, she was a movie queen in the circle, so she immediately understood Chu Yu's implication. Chu Yu felt that Shen Puming's simple greeting was impolite. Her daughter also simply greeted him in the same way just now. Did Chu Yu also think her daughter was impolite? Who is this implying? They are all 1,000-year-old foxes. What's the point of performing strange stories from a Chinese studio here? In fact, Chu Yu didn't think as much as Xu Ruyan did. She just simply felt that Shen Puming was too disappointing. There was no need to be nervous and shy. Wouldn't it be better if he just acted like usual? Of course, another reason is because of Chu Yu. She said that if Chu Yu asked Mu Changshu to say hello later and Mu Changshu just gave a simple greeting, Chu Yu would definitely feel embarrassed. Chu Yu can't compare to her, and her stepson can't compare to her either. What could be more depressing than this? Chu Yu was just waiting for Chu Yu to feel embarrassed. Because Chu Yu's attention was always on Chu Yu, she didn't notice Xu Ruyan's somewhat displeased look just now. The self-introductions were in the order of arrival, so after Chu Yu finished her introduction, it was Li Dongling's turn. Compared to the previous 4 stars who often appear in the public eye, the amateur full-time mother Li Dongling was as nervous as she was on the first day the program crew started filming. I am Qingxi's mother, and this is my son, Ding Qingxi, who is 6 years old this year." After finishing speaking, Li Dongling gently nudged Ding Qingxi and whispered, "Qingxi, say hello to the aunts and children." Ding Qingxi glanced at Li Dongling and shook her hand away. "Don't touch me with your dirty hands, it's so annoying." Li Dongling was a little embarrassed. Normally, Ding Qingxi would often give her a cold shoulder at home, so it was obviously impossible for him to be nice to his mother Li Dongling now. Sorry. Li Dongling quickly apologized. "Mother Qingxi, you don't have to apologize. The child is still young and will definitely be sensible in the future." Chu Yu tried to smooth things over. "Look how kind she is." Neither Valen Hsu nor Yi Xiuya cooperated with Chu Yu. Although they knew that most parents doted on their children, they couldn't do this. They were spoiling their children to such an extent. It would be even more impossible for Chu Yu to cooperate with Chu Yu to smooth things over. She was a hot-tempered girl, so she started to criticize him directly. "What do you mean she doesn't need to apologize? Isn't it her responsibility to apologize? They say a child's character can be seen at the age of 3. He's already 6, and is acting tough in front of his own mother now. Do you expect him to be sensible when he grows up? He will only get worse. He has bad genes in his bones. Expecting him to be sensible is worse than expecting a sow to climb a tree. Chu Yu spoke bluntly. After talking about Ding Qingxi, she turned her gaze to Li Dongling, who was frightened by her previous remarks. And you, what Qingxi mother, don't you have your own name? You really should apologize. Your parents gave birth to you and raised you just to let you serve their own kid and his father like a servant. If you continue to spoil a kid like this and don't educate him, believe it or not, when you are old, they will dare to pull out your oxygen tube with their own hands, just because they are afraid that you will drag him down. Chu Yu kept talking. On their way here, she specifically used her mobile phone to search for the other 3 mothers who were participating in the show. The person who made her most distressed and angry was Li Dongling. A husband who seems to have a tendency to violence and treats his wife as a nanny, and an ungrateful son who obviously inherited his father's good genes. Really, all I encountered were some terrible things. Whether in her previous life or this life, Chu Yu was not an ordinary person who was lost in the crowd. So she couldn't understand the troubles of most ordinary people, just like she didn't understand why Li Dongling didn't divorce after being treated like this, and even served these 2 troublesome things wholeheartedly. Isn't this just asking for abuse? Li Dongling is just an ordinary person, even weak. The reason why she participated in the show, My Almighty Mom and Me, was because there was a lot of money to be made by participating in the show, so her husband signed up for her. She was also lucky to be selected. She was a weak-willed person and would never get into conflict with anyone. She didn't say anything when her son treated her like this. She just apologized to others, let alone refute Chu Yu, who looked very strong. Sorry. So Li Dongling's first reaction was to apologize to Chu Yu, even though she was the one being taught a lesson. As for Li Dongling's apology, Valen Hsu and Yi Shuya were speechless. Like Chu Yu, they found it really difficult to understand, so they simply could not empathize with Li Dongling and see things from her perspective. Chu Yu is different. Although she couldn't empathize with others, she had a mouth and could have blamed them. Chu Yu, Qingxi is only 6 years old. As long as you teach him well, he will become a good boy. It is not your turn to define his future. You even said this in front of Qingxi's mother. He's her own son. How sad she must be when you say this. You can't impose your subjective consciousness on others. Qingxi's mother has had a hard time already, and you still blame her like this. Chu Yu, you shouldn't be like this. After a round of accusations, Chu Yu looked at Li Dongling and said, Mother Qingxi, I apologize to you on behalf of Chu Yu. This is your life, and she shouldn't be in charge of your affairs. I hope you can forgive her. Chu Yu looked at Li Dongling sincerely, as if she was sincerely apologizing for what Chu Yu had just said. Chu Yu's actions shocked everyone. Chapter 35 Awakening, Time to Hunt. Even Li Dongling was shocked by Chu Yu's actions. However, she was different from the other people present. She didn't beat around the bush and couldn't tell that Chu Yu was actually trying to drag down Chu Yu. When she saw Chu Yu apologizing to her, she quickly waved her hands. Puming's mom, no, you don't have to do this. In fact, Li Dongling felt that what Chu Yu said was right. She had thought about educating Ding Qingxi well at the beginning, but she was simply unable to do so. In fact, the older he got, the more he became like his father. Maybe what Chu Yu said was right, his son really had his father's bad genes in his bones. But Li Dongling, who has been married for more than 7 years, has never thought about divorce. If there was no child, she might have divorced Ding Qingxi's father if he had abused her in the first year, but Ding Qingxi's father did not do so until the second year after Ding Qingxi was born. Now that she has a child, she can't get a divorce for the sake of her child. It doesn't matter how she lives her life. Chu Yu quickly apologized to Qingxi's mother. We still have some time to get along with each other. Don't make the relationship so awkward. This is not good. Chu Yu advised earnestly. But in her heart, she hoped that Chu Yu would not listen to her and continue to make a big deal out of it. Are you a duck? Chu Yu's sudden words stunned Chu Yu. Chu Yu kindly explained, it's so noisy, so it seems like you have a mouth, right? Hearing Chu Yu actually say this about her, and not giving her face in such a live broadcast, the expression on Chu Yu's face suddenly changed and became very ugly. But this was only for a moment, and Chu Yu was still very good at managing her facial expressions. There was a flash of viciousness in Chu Yu's eyes. Chu Yu, since you don't apologize to Chinxi's mother, shouldn't you apologize to Chinxi? How sad would he be if you said that to him? He's just a child. He turned his gaze to Ding Chinxi and said in a comforting tone, "Little Chinxi, I'm so sorry for making you feel wronged. In fact, we still like you very much. It's just that your Aunt Chu Yu." Ding Chinxi was not as sad as Chu Yu said. He didn't even care. In his opinion, the person Chu Yu scolded just now was Li Dongling. What did it have to do with him? But now that Chu Yu suddenly mentioned it, he realized belatedly that Chu Yu actually dared to scold him. He was a very strong-willed person and he even dared to bully his own mother, let alone outsiders. And didn't Chu Yu say that he is a child, so no matter what he says or does, adults should forgive him unconditionally. Now, Ding Chinxi's eyes looking at Chu Yu became very unfriendly. Chu Yu was delighted when she saw this scene, but she still looked gentle on the surface. "Chinxi, don't bother with Aunt Chu Yu. I know you are a very good child." Ding Chinxi was not a good boy who could control his temper, so after being provoked by Chu Yu seemingly unintentionally, his temper suddenly flared up. The next second, Ding Chinxi pointed at Chu Yu angrily and yelled, "You bitch! How dare you yell at me? You bastard, believe it or not, I will let my dad beat you to death and beat you like a dog." The dirty words that Ding Chinxi uttered were totally unlike those uttered by a 6-year-old child. Naturally, these could not have been taught to him by Li Dongling. He must have learned them from his father in a subtle way. It really is inferior genes. Song Jiaojie was frightened by Ding Chinxi. She was already curled up in Shiruyan's arms, so she buried her head even deeper and her little body trembled. This made Valen Hsu very distressed. She touched Song Jiaojie's head and comforted her softly. Valen Hsu felt a little more disgusted with Chu Yu. She was not blind and could only say that Chu Yu was very courageous, secretly fanning the flames in front of the live camera. She had already made up her mind to stay away from Chu Yu during the next program recording. Not only Valen Hsu thought so, Yi Xiu Ya also thought so. We are all smart people and everyone can see through this little trick. The reason why Chu Yu was so blatantly fanning the flames before the live broadcast was naturally because she had the capital to be fearless. She had foresight and had hired a large number of online trolls before the gathering. She created the opportunity and then let the online troll company launch a large-scale attack on Chu Yu. Even if there were passers-by, with so many water armies leading the pace, their impression of Chu Yu would not be very good. This circle is very complicated. It can lift people up, but it can also bring them to the bottom. Even if Chu Yu has Mu Suya protecting him, what if he knows that his son is being abused by Chu Yu? Chu Yu didn't believe that Mu Suya would continue to protect a woman who abused her son. Chu Yu will never be able to fight her in this life. She wanted to watch her fall into the abyss with her own eyes and never be able to get out of it. Ding Chinxi, who was unconsciously instigated by Chu Yu, was still insulting Chu Yu, using all the disgusting words on Chu Yu. When Li Dongling tried to stop him, he was also cursed by him. Chu Yu's hand joints were crackling. "Awake, time to hunt!" But a small figure rushed up before her. The small figure knocked Ding Chinxi to the ground and pressed on him. The fat man clenched his fists and swung them at Ding Chinxi again and again. While beating her, she grumbled, and her cute voice turned into anger. "I'll beat you if you curse my mom, I'll beat you if you curse my mom. No one is allowed to bully my mom." Ding Chinxi was naturally not someone to be trifled with. He was 1 year older than Mu Changshu and would be a first-year student after the summer vacation. In addition, he ate and drank well, so he was a lot fatter than Mu Changshu. He grabbed Mu Changshu's hair and pulled it hard. Ouch! Mu Changshu was suppressed and no longer used his fists, but directly bit Ding Chinxi with his mouth. No one can expect to gain any benefit. Mu Changshu and Ding Chinxi got into a tangle. Li Dongling stepped forward to ask for Cheng Sai's help, but he pushed her away. "Get lost. You little bastard. I'm going to beat you to death." Ding Chinxi became furious. Mu Changshu was not willing to be outdone. The photographer was still filming, and netizens in the live broadcast room were watching it all. None of them expected that the two kids would start fighting just after they had gathered together, and they would have to live together for nearly a month. As for the cause of this incident, the water army company hired by Chu Yu soon came on the scene. It was clearly Chu Yu who instigated it, but in the end the blame was put on Chu Yu. After all, if Chu Yu hadn't he said those things first, how could things have developed to this point? Chapter 36. Such a person can be the heroine, bar. Walk, I knew that Ding Chunxi was not a good guy, but I didn't expect him to be so disgusting. What kind of words did he say? I guess he learned it from his father. It's true that the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. Bad genes should not be passed on. I feel sorry for Li Dongling. Why do I feel that Chu Yu is acting strange? What does this have to do with her? I feel like what she said just now was just fanning the flames, as if she was deliberately provoking Ding Chunxi. It turns out I'm not the only one who thinks this way. I really feel that Chu Yu is weird. What do you mean Chu Yu is weird? What does this have to do with Chu Yu? You guys are probably the trolls that Chu Yu arranged in advance. It was Chu Yu who started this matter first. If she hadn't verbally attacked Li Dongling and Ding Chunxi first, how could things turn out like this? That's right, and Mu Changshu, he is indeed born by his mother but not raised by her. He knows how to fight at such a young age. Who knows what he will become when he grows up? I think Chu Yu taught him all this. He really deserves the title of a vicious stepmother. This Chu Yu is really rude. She takes advantage of Li Dongling's soft personality and says that to her. She is already 22 years old, and she is really shameless to lecture a 28-year-old. Even if Ding Chunxi is not that good, there is no need to insult her child in front of a mother. It turns out that if it is not your own child, you will not feel sorry for it. Some normal netizens expressed their opinions, but soon, these normal comments were suppressed by the barrage of water army comments that Chu Yu had found early in the morning. There are normal barrages, but there are too many water army members, and each of them has several or even dozens of comments. As soon as they came in, passers-by who didn't know the situation were led away in this way. The popularity of the live broadcast room also soared as Mu Changshu and Ding Chunxi fought, and the barrage of comments soared. In the program director's large van, the director almost laughed out loud as he watched the data being transmitted from the live broadcast room to the backstage. This is also why the director chose two amateurs, Li Dongling and Ding Chunxi, to participate in the program. It was mainly because after investigation, it was found that Ding Chunxi was an aggressive kid who could easily come into conflict with others. Things like kids fighting each other nowadays are a big attraction for the show, and the director will definitely not stop it easily. Of course, this only happened when Mu Changshu had the upper hand. After Mu Changshu was suppressed by Ding Chunxi, the director who was watching through the monitor in the van immediately used headphones to notify the two team leaders in charge of Mu Changshu and Ding Chunxi. Hurry up and pull Ding Chunxi away. The main purpose is to distance Ding Chunxi. What is Ding Chunxi's identity, and what is Mu Changshu's identity? He has no identity and no power. Even if he is very powerful, he is just a little bastard who is annoying. How can he compare with Mu Changshu, the young master of the Mu family? Liu Yangdao, the leader of Li Dongling's group, was a tall man. He stepped forward and lifted Ding Chunxi up with one hand. Ding Chunxi originally wanted to resist, but when he saw Liu Yangdao, he instantly lost the courage. Ding Chunxi would watch out for bullying. If the person was not as strong as his father, he would bully him as much as he wanted. But if the person was taller than his father like Liu Yangdao, he would not even dare to fart. Pure bullying. Chu Yu, how could you let your stepsons fight? Why didn't you stop them? What if the two children got hurt? After their war subsided, Chu Yu jumped out again. Chu Yu glanced at Chu Yu. What are you talking about after the fact? Why didn't you stop them just now? I saw that you were quite excited just now. Now that the fight is over, you jump out again. Damn it, a person like this can be the heroine, bar. What a piece of shit. Chu Yu has always been a person that she is too lazy to provoke even if others don't provoke her. As for Chu Yu taking the position of the eldest daughter of the Chu family, the original body didn't care, so she naturally wouldn't care either. If Chu Yu didn't come to her, she wouldn't bother to care. What's wrong with me? I can't even speak clearly. If I can't speak, I should just go get surgery to remove my vocal cords. Chu Yu did not hide his disgust for Chu Yu at all. He rolled his eyes at Chu Yu in front of the live camera, wishing that Chu Yu would disappear from his sight as soon as possible. Chu Yu was so angry that she couldn't speak. It is said that Chu Yu doesn't like Chu Yu. It seems to be true. He dared to roll his eyes at Chu Yu in front of the camera. I don't know how he will treat Chu Yu in private. This person is really bad to the core. Chu Yu only relied on this face to get a rich man. She is completely different from Chu Yu, a young lady from a wealthy family. It is a sharp contrast. I really don't know where Chu Yu got the nerve to give Chu Yu a cold look. Is it because she can seduce men? I feel sorry for Chu Yu. She was clearly doing it for Chu Yu's own good, but Chu Yu didn't appreciate it. No wonder she was criticized by so many people. She deserves it. The Navy appears again. The barrage in the live broadcast room was filled with chaos due to the internet trolls. Mu Changshu had already stood up from the ground and ran back to Chu Yu's side. Mom! I've avenged you. Yeah. That's great. Chu Yu touched Mu Changshu's little head and praised him. Chu Yu, how can you praise the children for fighting? Fighting is a bad behavior. Although you are not Changshu's biological mother, you are still his stepmother. You should teach him well, not like this. Before Chu Yu could finish her words, Chu Yu interrupted her directly. It's none of your business. Chu Yu. Chu Yu, I'm doing this for your own good. If you don't know how to teach a child, I can teach you. Look, we are very well behaved and don't make me worry at all. Chu Yu stimulated Chu Yu. She just wanted Chu Yu to know that her stepson Mu Changshu was no match for her stepson Chen Puming, just like Chu Yu herself was no match for her. Chu Yu had used this method to stimulate her original body, who was still in the Chu family before, and naturally, her original body fell into the trap obediently. But now it's Chu Yu. She stretched out her hand to touch her hair, opened her red lips slightly, and uttered 4 words, "It's none of my business." Just these 2 sentences made Chu Yu speechless for a moment, as if she had punched cotton. Sure enough, 80% of life's troubles can be solved by, "It's none of your business," and "It's none of my business." If you can use these 2 sentences skillfully, you can save most of your time. And you know nothing. Fart, I feel so busy. Chu Yu had a dark face and pulled Shen Puming onto the bus that the program team arranged for the guests to go to the small village. Chu Yu versus Chu Yu. Chu Yu wins. Chapter 37. As long as I'm here, no one can bully mom. After watching Chu Yu pulling Shen Puming onto the bus, Chu Yu snorted twice. Mom, don't you like that old lady? Mu Changshu knew Shen Puming because they were children in the same kindergarten. But he had never met Chu Yu, and now that he saw Shen Puming's stepmother for the first time, he had a very bad impression of her. Children are the most able to sense whether others are kind or malicious towards them. Mu Changshu could clearly feel that Chu Yu was malicious towards him. I don't like it. Chu Yu didn't think there was anything wrong with saying this in front of the child. Forget about calling her auntie. Just call her auntie. Chu Yu is the illegitimate daughter of Chu's father and a half-sister of the original body. Strictly speaking, she can be considered Mu Changshu's aunt, but calling her aunt is also a polite title. Anyway, you can call anyone aunt. As for why Chu Yu did not expose in public that Chu Yu was the mistress's child and was not the eldest daughter of the Chu family at all, it was because even the original body felt disgusted to have a blood relationship with Chu Yu, let alone Chu Yu. But mom, I don't like her either. I feel like the way she looks at me is as if she wants to eat me alive. It's so scary. Then leave her alone and stay away from her. After Chu Yu finished speaking, he changed the subject and said, by the way, little guy, do you want to take a martial arts class? Mu Changshu tilted his little head and looked at Chu Yu with confused eyes. He didn't understand why the topic suddenly jumped so much from being about Chu Yu to whether he wanted to take a martial arts class. Chu Yu reached out and tapped Mu Changshu's forehead. Then he glanced at Li Dongling and Ding Chunxi, who were getting on the bus. He mainly looked at Ding Chunxi. After looking at him, he pursed his lips and said to the head herdsman, I saw you fighting with that bastard just now, and you even used your mouth. I'll send you to a martial arts class. In the future, when you fight, ahem. After realizing that there was something wrong with this sentence, he quickly coughed twice and changed the word, fight, to another word. I'll send you to a martial arts class so that you can protect yourself if you encounter any problems in the future. Mu Changshu. Although even Mu Changshu didn't believe what Chu Yu said, he still nodded obediently. Yes, Mom, I want to learn. This way I can protect you in the future. As long as I'm here, no one can bully you. The main thing is to learn it so that he can be more capable of protecting his mother. Seeing that Mu Changshu was also happy about it, Chu Yu chuckled twice. Hey, let's get in the car first. Mu Changshu held Chu Yu's hand and got on the bus behind Chu Ruyan and Song Jiaojie. Because they were the last group to get on, the front seats were already occupied, so Chu Yu took Mu Changshu to the back of the bus and sat down. The last row of seats was spacious enough for a shepherd to lie down horizontally. The bus started moving only after the 5 groups of guests and the leaders of the follow-up team had boarded. The director was in a separate van with the staff who supervised the back-end data. As for the other staff, they were in several other vans, following closely behind the bus. The director asked the camera crew to release the drone to capture the scenery along the way. The drone was not retracted until it was almost out of battery. Because they were riding a bus the whole way and there was nothing interesting to see, many netizens left the live broadcast room and planned to wait until they arrived at the small village where the filming took place before watching it again. In this situation, even though the number of guests decreased, the director did not do anything. After all, this was a normal situation. Could he really let so many people just sit there and watch the guests get on the bus? The bus started at 9:30 and had been on the road for more than an hour. The 5 groups of guests on the bus didn't know where they were going to this small village. The director didn't inform them in advance, but it must not be a good place. After all, it was. Mother. The camera had been turned off and everyone on the bus was leaning back to rest. Mu Changshu leaned close to Chu Yu and called out, "Mom," in a very soft voice. Chu Yu, who had squinted with his hands on the window, opened his eyes and looked at Mu Changshu. "What's wrong, kid?" "Mom, it's not comfortable to rest like this." As he said that, the shepherd left Chu Yu's side, and after a distance between them, he spoke, "Mom, it's comfortable to sleep here." Mu Changshu patted his thigh with his chubby little hands. "Aha!" Chu Yu didn't expect Mu Changshu to say that. However, she did not refuse. Her upper body fell directly towards Mu Changshu, with her head resting on Mu Changshu's chubby thigh. Chu Yu simply loves this sensible little cub. Indeed, it is much more comfortable to rest my head on Mu Changshu's thigh. "Have a good rest, Mom. I'll call you when we get there." "Okay, that's good." Chu Yu closed his eyes and rested. Mu Changshu held Chu Yu with both hands to prevent her head from bouncing off when the bus drove on uneven roads. In this way, the bus was driving on the road, and Chu Yu rested on Mu Changshu's thighs. Time passed slowly, and the bus soon arrived at the small village arranged by the program team. The bus stopped. On the bus, everyone who no longer felt the bus moving opened their eyes. The team leaders of each group in the car were the first to react and asked the photographer who was following the scene to turn on the camera. It took a total of 2 hours from 9:30 to now. The camera was turned off at 10 o'clock, and it is now 11:30. Not long after the camera was turned on, the live broadcast room, which had been originally black, had the picture again. Faced with the live broadcast room with a black screen, most people left, but some were using tablets or computers to access the live broadcast room, and a few were the chosen ones who saw the live broadcast resumed as soon as they came in. "Oh wow. The live broadcast started right after I came in. I thought I had to wait a little longer. I didn't waste any time at all. I'm really good at timing. I came in half an hour ago, sneaking in at work, with the live broadcast room hanging on my phone. 2 hours, 2 whole hours, production crew, do you know how I made it through these 2 hours? Finally, finally there's a picture. I haven't left yet. Looking at the black screen in the live studio, I'm going crazy. What just flashed by? Am I hallucinating? Why did I see Chu Yu, such a grown-up, resting on Shu's thigh? Isn't it always the mothers who let their children rest on them? The other 4 groups of guests were like this. Why did Chu Yu become the one who rested on her child? No. The above, you are not hallucinating, I saw it too, har. I suspect Chu Yu is not going to be Shu's stepmother, but to give Shuzi an extra daughter who needs to be taken care of, har. Chu Yu's group is indeed the most interesting. Role swap.